On every timeline, in every universe,
there's one thing that we always talk about. Marvel. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse. My name's Isaiah Goodell.
and I'm Sam Goodell.
And welcome to episode 16 of the Goodell Multiverse, guys. We're going to do a normal show like we usually do today. I'm going to tell you where our agenda is going to be real quick. First, we're going to have our news of the week, our Multiverse Minute, or 45 minutes. You know how it goes with us. And we got some good stuff to talk about, guys. I mean, Spider-Man loves pizza. We're going to talk about that. San Diego's going to have its own Doomsday. Electric Nachos is coming back, which I can't wait to see how that goes, right? And what was our last one we had that we just added it recently? Oh yeah, is it really Endgame or is it not? I guess we're going to find out. We have a little bit of news on what that's going to be and what that could possibly be, and I got some things to talk about with that. I got feelings on that one for sure. And then we're going to go right into our rumor mill rundown, guys, and we're going to find out if Famke Johansson, that's how I say her last name, if she might be the best player of werewolf possible. So we'll see if that's possible, and we're going to find out and talk about who we think the X-Men are. There's been even more talk about more X-Men that we don't know about showing up in Doomsday. And then who's going to be our new X-Men? We're going to talk about that too, which is important because I have a really cool fan casting that I saw the other day online that, man, once I see it, I kind of have a hard time unseeing it. So it actually works real well. Then we have a couple games we're going to play. We're going to do a blind top 10 with each other. Sammy doesn't know what top 10 I'm going to give him, and he's going to have to blindly top 10 them, the stuff, and same with me, vice versa. And, of course, it's one of those things. We'll see how close we get to the best kind of list we can and what we would do differently. And these ones frustrate me so much because you can get a real bad one at the end and really mess it up. It'll be fun to do. And then we're also going to throw back and forth some hot takes and disagree stuff and discuss those. And I picked a few off the internet that I thought we've heard a lot. I have a couple of my own, but it was definitely tough. And all of it's going to be MCU related, though, from what I understand, right? And that's how it's going to be. So then after that, guys, we get into our main event, which is Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Boy, do we got some stuff to say about this movie. So I'm excited, Sammy. What do you think about this episode?
I think this is going to be fun. For the game show part, I did throw in one or two DC for the hot take.
That's fine.
Just to spice it up a little bit.
I thought you would, and I was hoping you would too, because it'd give it a little funness.
I almost, and I don't know if I actually did or not, I was going to throw in even the Lord of the Rings one. But if I didn't this time, I have one planned for the next time.
I kind of want him to do it now just because I'm so interested, because I'm Lord of the Rings. You could do a whole top 10 thing with me on Lord of the Rings for sure, right? You know me. I know Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't wait till we do those retrospectives next year when we have time to do it and everything. So
yeah, if you guys want me to explain to you why they can't just simply get on the Eagles and fly the ring to Mordor, I will gladly tell you why. We will get there at some point, guys.
Oh, yeah. So I'm excited for this episode. This is going to be fun. I'm excited for all the X-Men talk that we're going to be doing because that's a big deal. It's close to our heart. So I'm going to actually throw this out there to you guys. We do have our first retrospective special of X-Men 1 that's live now on our YouTube page. So please go check it out and watch it. We had fun doing it. If the audio is not up yet, the audio version, it will be up soon. We have a little bit of audio things that we're working out for our audio podcast. So if you're just listening to us and you're like, hey, I've been following, I didn't see it yet, go on to YouTube. You can not only see it, but you can hear it too. And eventually you could just hear it. But so check us out on YouTube. We're on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all the socials. Please like, please follow, please subscribe. We need the help, and we are ready to start this engine up.
Yeah, let's get right into our Multiverse Minute, Sam. Let's talk about it.
You got it. Here we go, guys. All right, guys, thanks for staying with us on the Goodell Multiverse podcast. We are in a Multiverse Minute, even as 45 minutes, the news of the week. So, by the way, guys, this episode is sponsored by nobody. But if you are someone who wants to sponsor our podcast, please send us an email at goodellmultiverse@gmail.com, and we could discuss what we could do for you, and more importantly, what you can do for us. So, let's roll right on in this sucker. We're going to talk about some 4 topics today instead of 3. That's because a lot of stuff happened this week, and there's just stuff that we didn't want to push off to next week, so we're just going to do it right now.
Yeah.
So, Peter Parker's apartment, his bedroom, has been revealed. Ooh. But, so, Little Caesars is partnering up with Marvel Studios for a Spider-Man promotion ahead of the release of the film. And a location in Brooklyn, New York City, has a recreation of what Peter's apartment looks like that fans can actually visit and see. But it looks a little luxurious for a broke Peter Parker. So, what are our thoughts on this, Ike? Did you get to see all the pictures of
I did.
what they released?
Yeah. It does look like a lot for a Peter Parker that doesn't exist. You know, he's rebuilding his life. Although it's New York City, and I've been in New York City. I've seen New York City apartments that might not be luxurious to someone who lives in New York, believe it or not. So I get it. It's big for a New York apartment. Like, that's like 3 roommates at least if you're in New York. But hey, Peter's doing his thing. I mean, he is Spider-Man. Who says he's not robbing some ATMs while he's at it?
Ooh, maybe Frank is helping him out.
Oh, yeah, it could be, because where's Frank stay, right?
Yeah.
You all see where Frank stays. It looks like dungeons all the time.
I thought it was like a sewer in the first season of Born Again.
You think he'd get himself a nice little spot, at least something comfortable, but Frank likes cement.
I mean, he can unalive a family and just take over the house. That sounds like his MO, so.
Yeah, who knows? People keep burning down where he lives half the time anyways. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Poor guy. Yeah, no, it's just cool. Little Caesars is making mad money off of Marvel, though, I'll tell you. Because I remember back when Fantastic Four came out, and they had those boxes where you literally had to like order different pizzas to get different boxes of the themes, or you just get the 4. And that was actually my first introduction to Little Caesars, was getting it for the box. But that's a cool box. I'm going to get that. And then, of course, they never kept the box because it's all greasy afterwards. But, like, it was neat, though. And I think we ended up getting it because they gave you, like, half off your first ticket or something when we went and watched it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I actually ever used mine or not, to be honest. But, like, it was... At the time, the thought was there, right, folks? So I think it's cool that Little Caesars is jumping on board. It's just going to be a great, kind of selling point. It's just more advertisement for the movies. I think it's cool. If you're someone who's going to pay to go see this little apartment, that's neat. I guess I would nostalgic-wise, but at the same time, if it's built just for it, I'd rather go to where things were actually made. This is neat, but it's not, Hobbiton over in New Zealand, right? Where they actually built the little town that's there where they filmed, and then you go where they filmed. I have a feeling this apartment isn't where they filmed anything Spider-Man. This is what Peter's apartment would look like.
Yeah.
So to me, it's kind of, we could make that in our back room, in our back house, so like,
yeah,
this is a little cheap, cheesy kind of money grab kind of thing. But it is neat. If you're a young kid that's all into it and you're in the area there, I'm not traveling to New York to go see this apartment. If we had a trip to New York planned already, it might be something, hey, let's stop by. Why not? Be kind of cool. Because I don't know what else consists of this, but I think it's just an apartment. And you're going to see some cool little Spider-Man tidbits in it, maybe at the most. But yeah, I mean, guys, people are going to go see anything like this. So it's kind of cool. We saw Lucy's house, remember? And it was neat, but it wasn't really much shake a stick at either at the same time. So, and at least it was her house. Yeah. So, I mean, this technically isn't Peter's house. It's probably just made for it. So, I don't know. I think it's cool. If anything, it's a great thing of marketing. And it's a nice little, someone's making some bucks on this for sure.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it.
Well, I think it does look cool. I do think that it looks a little too high-end for Peter Parker at this state that we know of in his life. And, of course, things could be a little bit different, but to be able to, in New York City, especially with this economy, to be able to afford a bedroom like this, or not just bedroom, sorry, a whole house. He's got like 3 rooms, which typically a New York City apartment that you barely are making ends meet, you literally have like a 1 room. You walk into this closet, and that's where everything is almost. So
it's still with a roommate. Usually.
And that is no joke, too. Speak to anyone in New York City, and they'll tell you how expensive it is. So it's interesting he has this. It's in Brooklyn, which I was wondering, wait, Spider-Man's from Queens, so maybe that's a reference to where he currently is living in the MCU in Brooklyn, which would be interesting. A little nod to where Captain America came from.
Yeah, and it might be cheaper, there than in Manhattan when it comes down to the apartments. It's still quite a nice spot for just a little nobody. But maybe, hey, little do we know, maybe he works for the people that own it too.
Yep.
That there's lots of things that's happened like that before, so you never know.
That's very true. He could be doing something there that is, hey, we'll give you a place to stay if you do this. Yeah. So that makes a little more sense. I feel.
Or as part of paying for it is, work for me for 16 hours and the rest you owe me this much.
Yeah.
It could be what he's doing.
Yeah. So I do think it does look cool though, and I think this is really an interesting marketing tool that they're doing. And like you said in the very beginning, Little Caesars, they got it going on when it comes to the branding with Marvel for some reason. That's a hot place to be able to get stuff. So I think that's interesting. And I'm just going to touch upon real quick some of the merchandise that just came out for the popcorn buckets and all that.
Yeah.
I know that it's not really written down in our Multiverse Minute, but that came out earlier this week. I believe Cinemart, which is one of our favorite ones we actually go to, I have a membership with them. They have one interesting popcorn bucket of Spider-Man's webs. And I might go there just to get the popcorn bucket.
It's a weird one, right? I like this popcorn bucket resurgence that we're having.
Yep.
I've often online saw on eBay, I want to get the one, they have a popcorn bucket that's like a beach can that you put toys in. Like when you took your kids to the beach in the 70s, that's a Jaws one that I have to get on eBay for a little more than it was worth when it come out for the 50 year. I'd love to get that, but and I got the helmet for Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
I even got one. I think I got one not too long ago too for something else. I just can't remember what it was, but I know it's at home sitting there. Yeah, the popcorn bucket thing is neat, but this is a weird one. These are weird ones. The blanket I like. I think the blanket's cool.
Yeah, very kind
the blanket's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just interesting. I love seeing the merchandise roll, and it makes me think what Doomsdays is going to be when that starts rolling out. If you get Dr. Doom's head or something.
Yeah, something weird. Yeah. Who knows?
But anyways, guys, I think the question is for you at this point. What do you think of Peter Parker's apartment? Do you think it's a little too big? Do you think it's a little too luxurious? Do you think it's just right? Do you think there's other stuff going on? Does it hint to anything in the movie? And what are your thoughts on the popcorn bucket if you got a chance to see it? And if you haven't, definitely go check it out. Yeah. Let us know in the comments below. All right, I take it away for our second topic.
All right, guys. Doomsday takes over San Diego Comic-Con pretty much already. Like before it even comes, it's really marching itself right in there. As San Diego, California prepares for the world-renowned annual comic convention, all the promo banners and decoration appear to be Avengers Doomsday exclusive. We may be in for a big announcement. Yeah, I'll touch on this real fast. I still think the bigger one's going to be Secret Wars because of what's going to happen in this. If this movie's a hit, you and I have already said, if this movie's a hit, and we can't wait to see what Secret Wars is going to be because this movie's a hit, that might be the San Diego one. You and I sit down and say, how can we go to this? Even if we sleep in a van, maybe we'll figure this out. We'll get one of those nice big vans and sleep by the beach and save money that way, or however we got to do it. It might be worth it because that's going to be probably the last time we get a ton of them all together, whether it's our X-Men or it's, Robert Downey and Chris Evans. And, and we probably won't be able to afford to get any signatures, but it'd be neat to be in Hall H. Yeah. And see whatever that's going to be, because it's going to be a big thing, right? No matter what. I mean, and this is a no-brainer. This is, they're going to get ready. They want you to come see this movie. Yeah. As for announcements wise, we might get some more casting, fun stuff. I bet we get some people on stage. Maybe there's, I think it's a possibility that people that attend this get to see the first 30 minutes of the movie. They're not going to show this movie to this crowd, but they might show the first 30 minutes, which they kind of did something similar with Endgame, right? Where they showed the first part of it, and it was still kind of like, we still don't know what the hell's going on, And so I think this movie lends that. I think these Russo brother Avengers movies lends that idea of, if you went and saw the first 30 minutes of Endgame or 15 minutes of Endgame, and you get right up to when Thor cuts Thanos' head off, you still have no idea what's coming. You know what I mean? Like after that. So it's a matter of, I think that's probably what we're going to get, some really cool stuff. But I also think we get some really neat announcements about movies coming forward.
You think this year will be that?
I think there will be a couple. But I think the next year will be the one where we get an actual slate. Yeah. Of where they start listing the movies. But I think they are going to have, if you're going to get Blade back, this would be a good time to bring him on stage again. Double down. if he's really coming in. You know what I mean? I think they need to do something bigger than just the stuff they've been doing if they're going to. If it's taken over like it is, I think they, like I said, at the very least, a second to a third trailer for sure. And it's probably going to be a 30-minute clip of the movie into an extended trailer. And then everyone's going to come out raving.
Yep.
That's my guess. And then some announcements about some future stuff. You know, but the future stuff and like the bigger thing, I think is going to be next year still.
Yeah.
With when it comes down to the next Avengers movie, but that's me.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they're doing with the this year. If all their promo banners for the comic convention itself are Doomsday themed, it means that they're making a statement this year when they're coming in.
Yeah,
I'm sure Robert Downey Jr. is probably going to even dress up as Doom like he did for the surprise reveal that one time. Maybe a little bit more professional outfit looking, kind of like how Tom Hiddleston did with Loki, and I think who was it? The one guy from the villain from the Guardians of the Galaxy 3, he did the same thing when that happened, which is kind of cool. So I won't be surprised if we see something like that. I am hesitant on saying that they're going to announce future movies. I think that they're trying to solely focus still in this, not rebrand, but this rebuilding of their reputation for Doomsday and for Avengers and the hype of that. I don't think they want to put the cart too ahead, because I agree with you. If Doomsday is a success, Secret Wars Onward is already going to be a slam dunk to a degree. I mean, you know, if we trust the Russo brothers this far, and if we see what they do in Doomsday and they blow our expectations, we just know we're in it for Secret Wars, and we know that Secret Wars is going to send off the old and bring in the new. So it makes sense to me that any future movies from Secret Wars onward is going to be next year for announcement, because then they have a guarantee. We don't have to reshuffle the deck, so to speak. I think that I personally predict this is so heavily Doom focused, I won't be surprised if it's a second cast reveal announcement and it's still not the full cast. It's just maybe 5 or 6 more characters, ones that maybe we're already expecting, and we're probably going to talk about some of the X-Men here in our Rumor Mill rundown, but I won't be surprised at some people like that, because if this is the old Fox X-Men original team's last hurrah, this would be the time to bring them out. Because if they're not going to be in Secret Wars, like Patrick Stewart's not going to be, or Ian is not going to be, things like that, this would be the time that they're going to make their grand entrance onto a fan stage.
And, like, just reaffirmed to us that they're all here. That would be awesome.
Yeah, because so far we haven't seen all of them in the same room. It's just been the chair watch, so we know they're there. And even when they're filming, they're not always in the same room. But for a comic convention like this, where they had the big panel and the big to do a whole stinking theater to talk about this, that's where you're going to see them all probably assemble for the first time.
Yeah, if they're smart, they would be more X-Men themed of the old, and like not touch some. I mean, that's not saying they shouldn't have some of the other Avengers show up too, but they should be like Doomsday and like, but here's all your old X-Men. Say goodbye to them, you know, because it'd be the last time you get these guys to do it, kind of thing, you know, and take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think
fans have it, you know.
I think if I were to do this, at least this would be very heavy Doctor Doom focused, with X-Men as the big reveals type thing, and then the other Avengers cast is just going to be there. And it's no offense to them; they're great, but you have to see where they know what's drawing people in. Avengers name, Robert Downey Jr. as Doom, and the old X-Men returning. So, unfortunately, Steve Rogers, he does move the needle a little bit for the people that are apprehensive, but he is probably number 4 on that list, and then it goes down from there. So, and that's a compliment. All of those actors should be very blessed and privileged to be able to work alongside Patrick Stewart for a movie, Ian McKellen, and some of these old legacy characters that if they didn't do what they did, we wouldn't have had what we have now. So, that's why I think is going on for the San Diego Comic-Con. What do you guys think? Jump down in the comment section below and let us know, do you think that this is going to be just X-Men related? Is there going to be more Avengers cast announcements? Will Captain Marvel show up? Will Jennifer Walters? Who knows? Comment below and let us know.
Do you think it's possible they show at least the first 15 minutes?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I didn't touch upon that. They will definitely show the full trailer to this audience. And I predict, because Spider-Man is literally the next week, that they're going to launch it online for us to see at this convention. They're probably going to show it, and then in the middle of the night, they're going to send it out. Yep. Because the following weekend, from my understanding, is Brand New Day. Yeah. And it's definitely going to be ahead of that because everyone and their mother's seeing Brand New Day, from judging by the pre-sale tickets. Yeah. So there's your big promotion for Avengers. Mm-hmm. So I do think they're going to show extended footage. Probably that little leaked one that came out that may or may not be fully true, they'll probably show something like that because it's not something too new, but something upgraded enough where people can say, oh, this is legit now, you know, and then they can always say verbally, oh, their hair was a little bit different than what it actually is, you know, type thing. I'm sure that a lot of that was perfectly orchestrated behind the scenes a little bit as great promotion right there because we're all talking about it. So
for sure.
I won't be surprised it's a Sentinel scene or something they get to see and be like, holy smokes, and then leads into the trailer like you said, and there you go, and then we get it. So all right, comment below, let us know. Next topic, guys. I am so happy to take this out of the rumor mill rundown and into our multiverse minute. Ms. Electra Nachos.
Electric Nachos.
She is officially making her MCU debut in Daredevil Born Again Season 3. I knew that wasn't just vacation. We all knew that. Now we get to see her in her actual outfit. So thanks to Getty Images, actress Elodie Young is officially returning in Daredevil Born Again Season 3, thus making her MCU debut. We got to see, because they're filming this like right on the streets of New York City, which I love the authenticity of that for a show like this too. So you got to see her in her outfit from photographers, official images like Getty Images, and also some video clip of her walking around and doing her side thing. Like, that's just so cool. So it brings up a lot of questions on what is going to happen in Season 3 because it feels like everybody is returning for this one.
Yeah.
We got all the Defenders. We have Kingpin. We have Lady Muse. We have now Elektra. Like, is there any room for Matt Murdock? Honestly. So, Ike, what do you think about this official news now?
Yeah, for a show that is particular as Daredevil, especially after watching this last season, it seems like a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying they can't handle this; they can, but I just would hate to see anyone go by the wayside, you know. And I think it's great this person's coming in. She's great in the other part of Daredevil already. I honestly, my expectations of what to get out of this, I'm waiting for some images and some footage. I want to have an idea of what Season 3 is going to be about with the way Season 2 ended.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know it's not going to relate to anything that goes on in the MCU probably. So don't think that Doomsday is going to affect any of this, which is weird already in its own, because I know it's not supposed to, but it kind of does, right? So anyway, we're still in that. We don't know what that means yet. But I'm not, without thinking about the movies at all, when I look at this, I just hope that with Daredevil Season 3, they learn from their mistakes and they see what they did in 2 that got them the drop-off that they had of viewership. Because it didn't end terribly, but it was very melancholy, you know, and it's like, and I think that that's something they got to work on. You know, it's go the distance, guys. Go watch these shows that are just like, hey, go hardcore. Mm-hmm. We don't mind it being extravagant. Go big, go huge. Mm-hmm. Let the boys teach you something in that, where it's like, just take chances every time. Because if you come back again and it doesn't work, at least you did something you really wanted to do. Mm-hmm. So this tells me that they're going to use characters. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't know what you can do with Matt Murdock anymore. That's the other problem with Matt. That I'm like, yeah, I mean, we got to get over this hump of him dealing with how to be a vigilante. You know, it's been something that's been going on for a while, and it's going to get real boring real quick because I feel like we kind of hit a pinnacle this last season. So let's not retread, you know? Mm-hmm. So if they do anything, be daring, have fun with it. You got this character, do something different, and really have a good time. That's all I got to think about, to be honest with you guys. Until I see something or hear anything more, it's hard to get too excited because, you know, you never know. Mm-hmm. I wasn't 100% pleased with the ending of Season 2. So for me, it's like, what do you got then? You know, what are you doing here? So,
well, my little hot take on Elektra in particular is after watching the Netflix Daredevil shows, I like her relationship with Matt Murdock more than Karen and Matt. And I know that might not be as popular out there of an opinion because she's considered by the fandom as like his toxic ex. because just how Elektra is. But it's just their chemistry together is so good, and there are good things he got from her, and most importantly, good things she got from him, which is very cool to see. Where she has this little bit of a redemption arc in her time in the Netflix show. This is the first time we are seeing her. Spoiler alert to anyone that hasn't watched the Netflix stuff, but this is the first time we are seeing her since she came back to life and she's not under the mind control of the hand anymore.
Right.
So I don't know what type of Elektra we're getting in this. Is this maybe she still has some mind controlness in her? Maybe not. Maybe she is full on, I'm getting back to my life and she is a better person because of it. We don't know. I'm worried that they're going to give her the Jessica Jones treatment from Born Again season 2. They hyped Jessica Jones is returning. It's just part of marketing material, the conventions, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. But yet you only saw maybe 15 minutes of her completely. The most you see of her is at the end and then at her intro. And that was it. You have like one mini scene in between that. And it's almost like, okay, that was almost overhype. I'm glad she's there. I'm not complaining. I'm glad Elektra's back. I'm not complaining. But part of me is wondering, with all these characters, what type of story they're telling and who is going to get sidelined the most. Are they there just for quick eye candy and fan pleasement, but nothing comes from it? Or is she a little more integral to Matt Murdock's life again? Yeah. We don't know.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they decide. I think a trailer would tell us a lot.
Yep. Yeah.
It's at least an idea, you know?
I agree.
Or a synopsis, at least, or some sort of indication.
From my understanding, season 3, if it's anything like season 2, it doesn't come out till March of next year, so we probably won't even see a trailer until the new year, to be honest. Yeah. It's a Disney Plus show. It's not like a movie that has like 3 or 4 months of promotion. This only has like 2 or 3. So
we'll keep on it until we get to it, I guess.
Yeah, but as things come out, we'll let you guys know. So question is for you. Are you excited that Elektra is into the MCU now? That the actress that portrayed her is back? They didn't recast her. How big of a role do you think she's going to be? How big of a role is Matt going to have now of all these characters? Let us know in the comments below. All right, Ike, take it away for our last topic.
All right, guys. Endgame's re-release to be called Endgame Encore, officially released by Deadline. Avengers Endgame Encore to be released on September 25th on Infinity Vision. So stupid. And IMAX. The new version will include a custom intro, additional new footage, and a special end tag. Tickets available today on infinityvisiontickets.com. Yeah.
Okay.
I have trouble with this. Why? It's...
Well, the first thing that sticks out to me is they slid in IMAX. It's because this whole Infinity Vision thing started because, let's face it, Disney was butthurt that they didn't get Doomsday IMAX screens. Yeah. And, part of me gets it. 2 big blockbuster franchise movies get released in the same time. The least that they can do, the guarantee butts and seats, is split the IMAX seats. But for some reason, they had an exclusive deal with Christopher Nolan. Is it Christopher Nolan? No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of The Odyssey.
Yeah,
Rewind.
Denis Villeneuve for Dune, right?
Yeah, it's something for HBO or for Warner Brothers. They had an exclusive deal with them to do Dune 3 weekends in a row when it came out. Just their screens would be just for Dune. So I see the butthurtness, and that's why they announced Infinity Vision. They're trying to do this whole facade about it. And it might be cool, it might not be, but it's funny that this re-release, it's also supposed to be their first testing of Infinity Vision to see how it does. Yeah. Now you've thrown in IMAX in the mix. The same thing that you were mad at to begin with. Yeah. It just shows IMAX is still king because they all want it.
Yeah.
So anyways, that stuck out to me. I don't know. I don't mind the rebranding of the name because they're trying to differentiate from the original Avengers Endgame. There is some online talk about, does this new name now take away any potential earnings they have from the Avengers first film? No. Because a lot of people are thinking that, everyone goes again at least one more time to see Avengers Endgame. It's become the number one the number one money-making movie in the world now, retaking its spot after Avatar's re-release. But does this name change that? In my brain, I don't think that. because whether or not on paper, because they've renamed it, it is its own new thing, it's still Avengers Endgame. There might be a couple additional images and footage. And look at Spider-Man No Way Home. They re-released that movie like in September of the following year, and they called it the more fun version. But it still contributed to No Way Home's box office. I think this is the same thing. This is just a branding name. Just to, maybe when it goes on Disney Plus eventually, it's to differentiate from Endgame, Endgame Encore. That's all.
Yeah.
So that's just my 2 cents on it. There's nothing really more for me to say on it other than you could go get tickets now. And we're going to go see it because we're actually within the next couple of weeks. By the end of July, beginning of August, we'll be at our March to Doomsday 4 Endgame.
That's right.
So I kind of wish this came out the same time so we could compare. But to be honest, I'm happy that we do this before because we need to talk about Endgame itself.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
As it is before it gets clouded up in our brains on exactly what they changed. So anyways, what are your thoughts, Ike?
So yeah, those things stick out to me. But the stuff I'm more worried about is what they say with what's in it. You know, so we have a new custom intro. That could be as simple, something as simple as just the beginning Marvel credits thing.
Yeah.
No big deal, right? But they're basically are telling us that there's additional new footage and a special end tag. Now, the end tag, big whoop. It's a post-credit scene, doesn't change the movie, right?
Yep.
But the additional footage part, man, I don't know.
I agree.
It just bugs me and sits wrong with me that I want to be able to walk into Doomsday without having to go see another version of Endgame in order to understand what's going on in Doomsday. And that's the one glaring thing for me that makes me worried about the rushing or the hasteness that they had in order to fix their problem that they did with this whole situation that Marvel found itself in, that they knew narratively, not only did they mess up with actors and in the movies with quality wise, they kind of dipped, but they knew narratively they dipped as well.
Mm-hmm.
And here they are literally, well, if we put this in Endgame, then it'll be so much easier to smooth in the Doomsday.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, man, that really bugs me. You know, I don't like it. I don't like that. And it might be great,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't expect your audience to go out and see this movie, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
The only people that are going to go see this movie are guys like us and people online and super nerds.
Mm-hmm.
Your parents aren't doing this. That's too much money, guys.
Yeah, well, they've already seen it.
That's just it. Yeah, your parents, they're going to be taking your 14, 15-year-old kids that are the new audience for you. They're not spending the money on Endgame and then turning back around and spend the same kind of money on Doomsday.
Well, exactly. They're
They
not
can't afford it. You guys see what the gas prices are?
Mhm.
They're not doing that. And it's so
Yeah.
you're alienating people already if it's that different. Because here's the simple fact. If your argument is, well, it's not that different, it's just kind of a cool Easter egg, then just don't do it. Then don't do it. Put it in your movie that you are promising is a good movie. That's how I feel about it. If you're going to mess with this, make it worth it. But if you're going to make it worth it, you're messing with something that's already fine. And it's like, if you need to mess with this to make what you have coming up better, then you need to look at what you have coming up, not the thing that you had before. What you have coming up is the problem, then, not the stuff before. We have a thing that we're going to talk about in our hot takes today. I agree and disagree about post-credit scenes. And you'll see why I feel this way about it. Yeah, post-credit scenes are cool. That is probably the only time I'll say, hey, look, go for it. But I got a feeling about those that Sam's going to be really surprised to hear. But I got to tell you, I don't like the idea that I feel like I have to go see this movie, you know, in order for, oh no. See, Iron Man's even like, nope, not doing this.
He's like,
You're gonna
no,
watch me die twice.
I'm done. I'm done.
You know, and here's the thing: if there's nothing in it, like I said, if there's nothing in it, they're changing too drastically to where, hey, don't worry about it. If you don't see it, you're going to be fine. Then to me, it's like, why even do it then, anyways? Because if you're doing it for this Infinity Vision crap, that's bull crap, anyways. We're seeing through the facade, y'all. You're throwing a name on something that's already made because you want to make the money on it, and you're not realizing that IMAX is still top daddy.
Yeah.
Because IMAX they got the stuff. They have the technology. Infinity Vision brings nothing new to the table. That's why you're never going to acquire it the way you want to acquire it until you bring something new to the table. And the only person bringing something new to the table when it comes down to IMAX is Christopher Nolan. So if there was a movie that's going to bump Avengers out, it would be The Odyssey. I'm surprised it's Dune that's doing it. But The Odyssey just happens to not be coming out during Doomsday. But I got to tell you what, look at what he's already done with The Odyssey, with IMAX. It's the first IMAX movie made where it's completely shot in IMAX. Even up close, they made these giant soundproof things to make sure that you can have up close shots in IMAX. If someone deserves IMAX, it's the people backing Nolan, not Disney. So you guys are just throwing this name out there. I don't know. It feels like such a money grab, and it feels so desperate. And I don't like that feeling that it's on top of it being a money grab with this Infinity Vision bull crap. And then the desperate feeling of adding things, and a new intro could be a whole new intro. We don't know. It could be just the Marvel symbols are different, which then I'd be pissed. You charge me to sit through a movie ticket just to see a different color Marvel logo. Come on, or if it is a post-credit scene, just put it in the new movie, right? Mm-hmm. As so many years ago, and just show there's that scene. Today, we're doing a retrospective on a movie that goes back to the 80s for a few minutes. We can handle it. We can handle telling us a date, and when there's something to happen out of time, we can handle it. Mm-hmm. But then if you put new scenes in this movie on top of it.
Yep.
Yeah, man, this is where my nerves for it go. I want it to be good. I just want it to be good. It just makes me feel I don't know. It might be fine. Who knows? Maybe it will turn out like Lord of the Rings, right? Where they could throw all the extra stuff in, and it doesn't matter if you saw it or not. You can still go from one movie to the other.
Yep.
Because you could.
Extended version.
You could watch the extended version of Fellowship of the Ring and then watch the normal version of Two Towers, and it doesn't change either of them. Mm-hmm. And you're fine. Hopefully that's what it is. It's just extra for people that love it, and here, just for you. But you don't really need to know it. To me, that's the key. If you put something there that we need to know, I promise you people are going to go watch Doomsday that aren't going to know. Mm-hmm. So don't do that. But that's just me.
Yeah. No, I get it. I hear you. I'm a little...
You're a little more optimistic to me. And I'm glad you are, because it bugs me a lot.
If they had just come out and said, we were re-releasing Endgame because we want, as the Russo brothers, this is our next film since Endgame, and we want to make sure you know the difference between Tony Stark and Doctor Doom, or simply come out and say, we want to be number one again. We don't like it that Avatar overtook us because of re-release in China. Be honest. I'm fine with that, and I will go and pay and do that, because as the Marvel lover of me, darn right we should be number one over a whole bunch of blue people. Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah, Cameron. Yeah.
No.
I agree.
Ugh. So I'm fine with. And if you throw in a post-credit scene from me, that's not going to, as long as that doesn't take away from what they did in the movie, that's fine. I can handle a post-credit scene. Post-credit scenes are just meant to be tidbits of what they're planning on doing in the future. Mm-hmm. They don't even have to amount to too much, but they're supposed to get you hype enough for the next thing. That's all they're designed for.
Yeah, and since the Russos have been involved, they've had a couple movies up till Doomsday at this point, including Spider-Man, that if you got through all of Spider-Man and we got to the end, and the post-credit scene in Spider-Man is like an extra scene from back when Endgame was going on, and they just said the date and the year of when this is happening, that would be just fine. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they're almost like, we want you to kind of forget about everything after Endgame and that be fresh in your mind to go into Doomsday, that thing makes it more worrisome to me. Mm-hmm. Because it's like, you still did all this stuff in the middle. Mm-hmm. Good or bad, you need to stick with it and fix it the right way. If you want to turn around and wish that you changed, Brave New World, then fix it by making it, by doing it in the future. Don't pretend the movie didn't happen.
I mean, I'm fine with that too.
Well, I kind of am, but I'm kind of not too at the same time, right? Because even Singer knew not to do that.
That's true. As much as we may not like X-Men The Last Stand for various different reasons of what they did in that movie, Bryan Singer,
that we had to accept from it.
Well, Bryan Singer was able to pull off an extraordinary feat at that time of fixing those mistakes without not making it canon. Like, you had to have known of X3 in order to know Kitty Pryde, some of these other characters, and then you were able to fix it with the time travel thing.
And he even chose to make some things canon that we probably would have been like, I wish it wasn't, but it was, and it still made it work. Like specifically, what comes to mind is when Xavier puts his hand to Logan's head in Days of Future Past, and he says, and Logan's like, "Look past mine, look past it," which we're going to talk about in our retro when we get there. One of the best scenes, right? But as it shows the clips of what he sees Logan's gone through, one of the clips is him killing Jean in X3, which I wouldn't have done if I was making that movie. But I'm able to accept it because, okay, you made this feel better.
Yeah.
By redoing it, by taking it away, by making it be a real thing, but then taking it away at the same time, made it actually work real well. Because it still happened in Logan's canon.
Yeah.
We all forget when Days of Future Past, when he wakes up, he remembers everything. He's not. Everyone else is lucky. They don't have to have the memory of people dying, seeing the end of the world, and killing someone you love. Logan gets to remember everything, and then Xavier gets to remember it through him on top of it. So those two guys are two peas in a pod when it comes down to, you want to talk about suffering, or like what it means like to go through different stages, of life. So like you can do this right, if you just do it. I don't want you to ignore I want Quantumania to count. I want Brave New World to count. I hate those movies, but I want them to count. This thing, I don't hate them. Well, the one for sure, but there's problems with them that I wish they never did. But now I'm changed them. Don't let us think that they just didn't exist. That might not be what they're doing at all, and I'm just overthinking it. But to go us way back to say we want you to come from Endgame, because I think that's part of it, is they want you coming to Doomsday right off of Endgame and not think of anything else. Which sucks because you have a Spider-Man movie right after Endgame that's amazing, and that's not something I want to forget either. So you got to take the good with the bad guys and make it work that way. And I think you guys are smart enough to do it over there at Disney. And hopefully we get, like I said, hopefully get into Endgame. It's no big deal, and we're just overthinking it. I really hope I'm overthinking it. I just know as a creative, I would deal with the fact that I made a bad movie and give you another one that made that movie better. I've seen that done with Terminator 2, did it with Terminator 1. There's so many movies that can do this. You just fix it by making the next better and complimenting the first one in the way it should have been in the first place.
Yeah.
To take the thing away from Sam Wilson, that's how you fix Brand New Day. Or a Brave New World.
Yeah.
You're proven now he can't be Captain America. So now give it to somebody else.
So now just move on.
Just give it to somebody else.
Don't rehash it, just move on. I get it.
Sorry, that's what it is. And we would be okay with that. Because it didn't work.
Same thing with the Marvels. There are things that didn't work. You fix them by keep the characters, but change up the story, make it better.
And you have yourself this arc of Doomsday into Secret Wars where you can make a drastic change, like a Days of Future Past-esque. And we could follow with it because it makes sense. We're rebooting because things are coming to an end. Things have to come to an end, and then boom, it's a huge end. And we understand that it's happening. So this is a perfect time to do it. Don't mess with Endgame, y'all.
Wouldn't it be cool, not in this re-release, but in Doomsday, we get a scene of RDJ's Doom, like with this big screen, and he's looking through certain scenes of the MCU, and he's like, I don't like that. That's not in my world. And at the end of it, he makes Battle World of all the perfect stuff that we like, and we'll actually like Doom be like, thank you. You fixed it now.
It'd be pretty meta. Yeah. You see it happening in the TVA where he's just like doing it.
Yeah. He sees the Red Hulk. He's like, putting that in trash. We're doing this now.
Oopsie doopsie. Yeah.
Anyways, question is for you guys. What do you think of this rebrand of the re-release of Avengers Endgame? Do you like the name Encore? Do you think it's kind of stupid? Do you want to just keep it the way it is? Or maybe it's just right up your alley. And do you think that you should see this movie, or do you have to see this in order to see Doomsday? Because that's the bigger question that I think we're all having right now.
Yeah.
Comment below and let us know. All right, so that concludes our Multiverse Minutes.
That's right.
Where are we on to now?
We're heading over to a rumor mill rundown, and this is going to be a lot of X-Men stuff, guys, so it's going to be fun.
All right.
All right, guys, welcome to the rumor mill rundown. We got a lot of X-Men stuff to talk about. I'm going to start us right off with some. I think Famke is probably the best player of Werewolf possible. Because I think she's lied. I think they've lied. I really hope. I hope. Fingers crossed. So X-Men alum Famke Janssen at a recent comic convention had expressed her disappointment with not being invited to Avengers Doomsday, stating both I'm bad at keeping secrets, but if I had the opportunity, I would show you some really amazing Phoenix. And I'm disappointed I wasn't invited back. Do we believe her?
I think
Go ahead, Sam.
she is giving Andrew Garfield a run for his money.
You think so? God, I hope so.
I mean, I'm going to take her at face value for a couple of points. I do think she's lying, but I think she's telling the truth and saying I'm bad at keeping secrets. So she's probably one of those people. And I'm sorry, Famke, if you're watching this. I love you to death, by the way. But and if I'm overanalyzing you, sorry. But we have to talk about it because it's you. You're the Phoenix. You're our Jean Grey. Like, so I think that she is doing an overcompensation of her lie. Meaning that I don't want to lie, but I'm contractually obligated to lie. So how do I avoid this? I can't be like Halle Berry and be like, as Halle Berry did with Mark Ruffalo that one time recently.
So obvious.
So obvious,
Yeah.
but
Which is fine.
Yeah, it's fine because we get it. You can't say it. I mean, you'd probably get in trouble, and we don't want you to get in trouble because we want to see you. So, I think that this is her version of doing the Andrew Garfield. No, I'm not in the movie. What are you talking about? I tell you, there is a video on YouTube, now that we know what happened in No Way Home, where you could go back and see every interview he had during the whole production of No Way Home. And you see every little clip of him dodging it, saying no, saying you're ridiculous, saying I wish, and I'm like, boy, this guy is a great actor.
Real good at it,
He is so good. I think that she is that top tier level of an actress that she probably is doing that. She's going to these fan conventions because that's what she's been doing. That's how I got the privilege of meeting her that one year. And she's doing her Q&As and everyone's asking her the same thing and she's playing it up with them. She's becoming part of the room, being like, yeah, I'm kind of disappointed I'm not in it too, guys. So because she can't confirm it, but why not have fun with it a little bit? Mm-hmm. Being like, yeah, I heard your question. I feel you. You tell you what, I'd give you some pretty good Phoenix if they put me in it. Like, it's just enough to maybe throw us off the scent, but we gotcha. We know. I will be disappointed, like she said, if she's not really in the movie, but the odds of her not being invited, I'm sorry. If they got some of these other actors like Rebecca Romijn, Alan Cumming, who didn't want to do any superhero movies again, and all of a sudden they got him in it, you are not telling me that Famke has too much on her plate or feels too old now or whatever the case may be, whatever the excuse is, that she's not going to be frickin' Phoenix when she just has to stand on wires or be hung on wires to do a little... That's all we need of her and we'll be satisfied. Come on. You're bluffing. I'm sorry. So that's how I feel. Good try.
I agree with you 100%. I think this solidifies that she is. I think it's going to be a surprise for the movie. I don't think they want us to know until it's right. And just either right before we go, like Comic-Con, or maybe they won't even tell you there either.
Yep.
Although I do think there is a couple truths to this. Mm-hmm. And one of them is maybe at the time of some of the stuff she has said, there wasn't any. I just think that if you're Marvel and you hear her say, boy, it's too bad they didn't invite me back because I would have. How someone doesn't get on the phone and say, okay, hey, it's not like she costs as much as Robert Downey Jr. Mm-hmm. No offense to Famke, but her price tag isn't huge.
It's not
compared to the rest.
RDJ, yeah.
Not
Patrick Stewart.
X-Men are huge compared to the rest. They're not Wolverine, right? They're not Hugh Jackman or Patrick Stewart. Mm-hmm. And even then, I only think Patrick Stewart even calling as much as y'all think. They do a lot of stuff for cheap. But I don't think, though. I do think she's in this movie. I'll be super depressed. I'll be like, what the hell? Yeah. What are we talking about here? But I don't think you're going to see Phoenix. For two things. For one, Phoenix kind of got killed by Wolverine. I think they want that to be canon and stick with it. And for two, I don't know if it settles with me right if Doctor Doom defeats Phoenix. Because it'd have to be Doom that does. It can't be Sentinels.
Can't be Apocalypse.
No. If anyone defeats the Phoenix, it's going to have to be Doctor Doom. And I don't know if I like that idea. I like Doctor Doom being a big badass. I get it. He's got to be, right? We got to be scared of him. But scared of him to kill the Phoenix?
So
You're talking about arguably you and I, and you know for a fact that we could put a strong argument that she might be the most powerful mutant in the in the Marvel universe, up there, a top 5, maybe not including their son, right later, but he's only that because of her, right, and I would even say the Phoenix is more powerful or just the same if it's an alien Phoenix or if it's from inside of her. It's no different, in my opinion.
I would think the inside of her actually is a little more powerful.
I would think
personally,
it makes better story.
It does make a great story,
Which is like our fan story is that. But you could even say, so the alien bird that comes and takes over her, or what comes out in front, to me, they're equal in power.
Yeah. It's the same thing, just different origin.
Just different origin.
Yep.
And as far as I'm concerned, I think a fight between Wanda at her peak and Phoenix at her peak, I still think Phoenix wins. I think Wanda puts up a fight, but I think you're talking the Phoenix. This is like, to me, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not that huge on the comic book stuff. To me, it's kind of the pinnacle of when you think about where else can that power go. It's huge. It's just enormous. It's massive. And I just don't know if I'd like Doom being that powerful.
So the only two things that jump out at me from what you're saying, the first thing is, from my understanding, I know this isn't official that's out there, but this is what we've heard.
This is speculation.
Yeah, what we've heard is that this version of the X-Men picks up from the Days of Future Past revamp X-Men.
Right.
Which means Jean is still alive, which means at that point either she never turned into the Phoenix or she did and she never died from it. So we don't know how they're going to go about with that. It could be she never had it and this is how she unlocks it, is Doomsday, a new revamp of that, or she's just been the Phoenix this whole time now and you're going to see her be a in control Phoenix, not a dark Phoenix.
We can't do an unlocking because this is the end of them.
Yep. So I feel like
I want her to be Phoenix for 10 minutes and die. That'd be stupid.
Well, I agree. I feel like if they're going to do it and they're going to make her Phoenix, she's going to be the in control Phoenix power, but not the Phoenix brain.
And do you, in your mind, is Doom killing her?
And no, that's the second part. I actually would see if some other rumors are true that Doom has some mythical beings around him that is helping him do revamping the universe to make Battle World for Secret Wars, and one of them secretly is Wanda, which is the biggest prevailing theory that she's going to be a mystery character. If there is a Phoenix in there, she's the only one that we know of in the MCU, power set wise, that could go toe to toe with her. Not defeat her. I don't think Wanda can defeat her, but I think she'll be able to put up a good enough fight for us to visually see on screen. And maybe just when Phoenix is going to kill her, the world gets vamped.
So Phoenix dies with her universe.
Yes. But
she's not one of those.
But they didn't kill her, they killed the universe.
Right. She's not one of those that travels between like Galactuses. You know, there's certain beings that exceed multiverse. Where
Wanda's
Galactus
one of them.
is the only Galactus. Wanda's one of them as well. Which is why she's able to do what she does.
Phoenix, I feel like the Phoenix would be, but I don't see.
I don't know, right?
I don't know in the comics.
Because that right there would make sense.
But see, that's another piece of this too, is that if we're doing the Famke Jensen, Jean Grey Phoenix, that is a different origin of a Phoenix. It's not like the comic version that does go back and forth from universes, because that one is its own entity from space. This is what was established by Bryan Singer and reaffirmed in the Brett Ratner X-Men 3. This is the Phoenix that came from inside her, type thing, and didn't come from space. So I don't think that this Phoenix, that's probably going to be their loophole to say we can have Phoenix again in another universe, because that one is the omnipotent go throughout the multiverse one, where this one, yes, which this one is they're trying to close off these ones, and this is just her version of Phoenix. That's her.
And that I think would be the only way to make sense.
Yeah,
because and to be fair, they haven't touched in the MCU on this idea of beings that can go multiversal, anyways. Really?
The only time they have Doctor Strange Multiverse and Madness, they said that America Chavez, the reason why she doesn't dream is because there's no other version of her out there.
Okay, so it is touched on.
It's touched on.
Okay.
I don't like that theory. Whatever. It's for her.
Well, for that character, yeah.
Yeah. That's why I feel like they're dropping the ball a lot in these faces. Anyways.
Oh yeah.
Sure. They're making Comic-Con the first mutant we ever hear of. No. Making America Chavez be the first.
They're going to fix it all.
No.
Spider-Man, don't worry. She's gonna show up. She's gonna be a bad guy. She's gonna be misunderstood. You know, and she's gonna be captured and put into a prison, and then she'll be released later, and that's why she's gonna have a chip on her shoulder, and Xavier's gonna have to deal with her being this brat kid because she's not gonna trust nobody, and it's gonna be so stupid.
That is so bad.
But anyways, let's not talk more about it.
Anyone who's a Jean Grey fan, if that's what they're doing or they're planning on doing, you should be mad because that is not Jean Grey. Oh, anyways, but let's talk about the good one.
If she is Phoenix, doing away with her is going to be very hard.
Yes.
Task.
We saw how powerful Sophie Turner's Phoenix is. And this is Famke Janssen's Phoenix. Like, this is...
Well, they're going to have to handle that with kid gloves, knowing that that's a big deal. It can't be just, Doom's that powerful. No, I don't know if I like that. Because if Doom's that powerful, why is he looking to make a team of people to help him? To me, it's like, if he's powerful enough to defeat the Phoenix, he needs no help to do whatever the hell he wants to do. Then.
And I don't think, in my understanding, and please comment below if I'm wrong, guys, reference it. I would love to look at that comic if it's true. I don't think Doom has ever defeated the Phoenix before. I don't know if he's ever fought the Phoenix. And the Phoenix it's the Phoenix. Very rarely does it get defeated. That's why in our version, the only way she got defeated was herself.
It has to be.
It's Jean. Yes. Yeah. So, anyways, question is for you guys.
Yeah.
Do you think Famke is bluffing? Do you think she's actually in this movie and she's just playing it all up as the great actress that she is? Or do you think that what she's saying is very, very true and we're just not going to see it? And if she is in the movie, do you think it's going to be Phoenix versus Doom, Phoenix versus Wanda, or is Phoenix going to be Phoenix at all?
Yeah,
let us know.
I almost would be okay with her not being Phoenix and just being Phoenix.
I'm fine with that too. I don't need to see Phoenix. Yeah. I just need to see Jean Grey.
Yeah, I agree.
And if she has
what happened with number 3 is Phoenix, and that'd be the end of Phoenix there. We don't care for that version of it, what they did, but we could live with that though. I'd rather them do that than not tarnish it for them.
Don't do the animated version of Famke fainting every 2 minutes.
If they do Phoenix wrong in the 5 minutes in Doomsday that she could be Phoenix, there's gonna be 3 times they've gotten Phoenix wrong.
And this is MCU getting it wrong. Yeah. This isn't the Fox universe getting it wrong.
Yeah, so let's not do that. So yeah. Let us know, guys, what you think about all that, and are we overthinking it or what? But I don't think so. When we're keen on these characters, man. This is a big one to me. I'm not saying Phoenix is the absolute most powerful thing in the MCU or in Marvel Cinematic or Marvel Universe that you could use. It's felt that way though since we've seen on all of these movies. That was always in my opinion has been that. So maybe we're completely wrong. But I don't know. I don't think so. So,
all right. Well, moving on to our next one, guys. Since we're on this exclusive version of the Rumor Mill Rundown, we're gonna keep talking about X-Men and Doomsday. Why not?
Yeah.
Let's segueing on into
going.
all these veteran X-Men that are supposedly going to appear in Doomsday. There have been rumors galore online on this person's returning, oh, this person's up for the role. Oh, you didn't expect this person, but this person you're going to see. So we are going to break them down to the best of our ability. What is a more legit rumor? What is a fan theory and speculation? And who has the higher likelihood of the original X-Men to come back? So, all the rumors out there on who may or may not be in Avengers Doomsday. The following actors that have a legitimate strong chance and strong insider soft confirmations are Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Yes, he is a mutant. Halle Berry as Storm, Famke Janssen as Jean Grey, Anna Paquin as Rogue, and Sean Ashmore as Iceman.
Yeah.
So, I wanted to, I tried to do as much research as I can because there seems like to be new rumors like every day on who's actually in it to compile lists. And I did use a little bit of our AI help that is available for you out there on a couple different sites so I could get a little more of a diverse view of what everyone's talking about on who actually is they think are in this movie. Just to say, okay, are these actually rumored to be returning or not, or how strong of a source this is that they're coming from. So Ike, do you have any thoughts on these people I just named off?
Well, the ones you named off, I mean, I do think that there is a trick up their sleeve when it comes down to Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds, only because of how popular they were in their solo movie that they did and how well it worked out. Although those are the two that if they don't show up in Doomsday, I'd actually be fine with it because of us getting that cool movie. But then at the same time, now I do think, okay, if there's incursions, why wouldn't they at least show up somehow, right? I'll be interested to see how that happens. But Halle Berry as Storm, Famike, as we just started on talking, and Paquin as Rogue, and Sean Ashmore as Iceman. I mean, please.
Mm-hmm.
You don't got to do a lot. They just got to show up, do their fighting, have a good time, couple key moments, watch their world end, and we're happy.
So I'm just going to go down, for me personally, as the likelihood. I'm looking at some of my notes here that I have on all those people I just mentioned. The first one I mentioned was Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. I do think it's very likely for a couple of reasons. One, it's Hugh Jackman. And they got him back for Deadpool and Wolverine, and that movie made during one of the lowest times of the MCU that made over $1 billion. There are some factors that helped it. One being the only Marvel movie of the whole year, and two of the hype of people waiting for Deadpool to return, and three, no offense Deadpool, but using the crutch of a Hugh Jackman Wolverine and potential promises of X-Men, which we did get X-Men characters in it. So I'll give it that. But I do think that would be a highly likelihood for Hugh Jackman's Wolverine to appear if all these other ones are coming already confirmed.
But you're going to get the Wolverine from Wolverine Deadpool. We're not going to get the old school Wolverine back again.
I feel like we are going to get the post Days of Future Past Wolverine.
Ooh, I don't think so.
I think that was their goal, is to close out that X-Men with those specific X-Men. Because you're right, the Deadpool and Wolverine is a Wolverine we've never seen before.
Yeah, he's not, yeah.
But I just think that he didn't grab the right one when he was looking for Wolverine. I think we're still going to get it. It's just not going to be that one.
Oh, no, I'm with you. I do feel, though, they don't want to... I do also feel that they don't want to touch Logan. And they're going to do... They're not going to, but maybe they will. I don't think they will, though. I think this is going to be in a future enough where... well, I guess it wouldn't matter because in that future, then Logan, all the X-Men were dead. Logan, so he could play Logan from before one more time. And I think I don't know.
I think one of the risks that you run with a Days of Future Past type scenario, anyways, is when you undo the bad that happened, you sort of undo some of the good too.
Yeah, and
I don't mean that to be a slight on Logan because we like Logan, but X-Men 3 we didn't like. And when you do, similar to what's going to happen with what happened with Avengers Endgame and what may happen with Doomsday and Secret Wars, some of these good movies that we really like, they might get in the crossfires of the bad movies being changed too.
Yeah, that's true.
So
it'd be interesting to see what that means.
I think it won't take away from it. If anything, it's a new branch point, technically speaking, in the MCU lingo, but whatever. It doesn't negate Wolverine, but it negates the story of... Or it doesn't negate Logan as how good of a movie it is, but story-wise, it negates that story from actually timeline-wise happening. That's just a thought. But anyways, so that's Wolverine. The next one I mentioned, who was that? You have him there.
Ryan Reynolds.
He kind of goes into this. It's Deadpool. I think he's going to be in it. I don't think he's going to be... I actually would hope if he is in it, he's not talked about too much, or he's not the focal point for too much. Because he has that personality. Deadpool as a character has a personality of taking over the air in the room. And a glimpse of him, and then he teleports away or something would be enough.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's Hugh Jackman this days. It'd probably be a fun little cameo of him saying, all right, thanks for coming to school. Bye-bye, Wolvie. And then it goes away and be like, all right, that I can handle. Yeah. And then it's just X-Men centric. I get it. Anyway, so the next one is Halle Berry Storm.
Oh, I think it's certain. I think it's just a matter of time.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
I completely agree. Yes, and every single list I've pulled up here has said Halle Berry is... It says confirmed accent, publicly has stated she's not in the film, but open to return in the future. Yep. Every one of them say all that.
That all means they're going to be in it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm looking at all these. I'm like, yeah, no, you're... Girl. Storm's one of the biggest missing original trilogy characters. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're in it. You're in it. Sorry. Anyways, cat's out of the bag there. Who was also on that list?
And Paquin.
Anna Paquin. All right.
Yep.
So of the lists I was able to look up and compile and things like that, she's only mentioned in 2 out of the 3 lists. And I know why. Anna Paquin recently, within the past 2 or 3 years, has had some medical issues herself. I don't know specifically what it's called because I think it's an undisclosed, like she didn't reveal it, but she did reveal what's going on with her. There are times that she can't walk right or speak right. That doesn't mean she can't act and she can't do the work because she says she's on the road to recovery. And that was, I think, 2 or 3 years ago she said that. So who knows? Heck, Celine Dion recently performed again and she thought she was never going to perform ever again.
Right.
So who really knows? But that is one I would want to see. If there's a way for them to do it, maybe during these reshoots that are happening in August, just 2 months' time now, if she's part of that slate, and maybe because of whatever physically could be going on with her, they give her more time to do it, but they at least can do it justice, you know?
Yeah.
Like, obviously her with the flying thing, if they do the old school Rogue, a lot of that is stunt doubles anyways, but just capturing her face enough to put it on and all that, I feel like it would be sad if we don't see her again.
Yeah,
one more time.
Me too. I agree.
Yeah, and I think that she meant so much to us as X-Men fans, why they had to do a whole Rogue cut for her, that it would be a disservice to the original Fox X-Men. The first X-Men movie. Yes, and no one complained about her as a character. She is one of those characters that they wanted to see more of. Yeah.
But the likelihood of hers is pretty low, only because there's not a lot talked about. It could be the neat part about that is that could be the surprise of that, right?
Yeah. Actually, she would have been one of those characters. Her and the next one we're going to talk about would have been one of those characters that I would have anticipated in the chair watch being thrown on there.
Yeah.
Because if they threw Rebecca Romijn and Alan Cumming on it, then
those two surprised me more than these two.
Yeah. Anyways, so the next one we'll talk about then, and the likelihood is Sean Ashmore as Iceman.
Yeah, and them showing up together would be great.
Yeah,
in the scene. Yeah,
that would be cool. That would be really cool. He is mentioned in a couple of these lists that I was able to compile. I have not heard any hardcore like insider person online saying he's definitely in it, but he's almost like a legacy X-Men in and of himself now that I won't be surprised he's not in it.
He's been there since the beginning, since X1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he's stayed consistent. There's no controversy around him. Like everything is up to a T. Characters like Kitty Pryde will not be able to do it just because of the real life implications of that actors and all that stuff. And I don't know about Colossus though. He hasn't been mentioned, but he hasn't been that hardcore of a character.
To be honest with you, the Colossus I'd want would be the one from Deadpool. No offense to the one we got in the old, I still like him a lot, but I really like that Colossus in Deadpool.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think that if they had given that one from the X-Men ones a similar script to the Deadpool one, I think he could have pulled it off.
Oh,
I just think they underutilized him for that. Yeah. They just made him the brute there, and that's it.
And in Deadpool, they went all out and just went as
Deadpool. They're like, exactly.
And it just ended up working real well. Same like with Juggernaut. It's like that worked real well.
Yeah.
Way better than you thought it would. So. Yeah. If they were to say which one would you want, I actually kind of prefer the Deadpool one. Just go ahead and throw them in there, and I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Definitely not the one from X3, please. When it comes down to Juggernaut.
Oh, that no.
He was great in showing up in the one with, Deadpool's movie.
Yep. I think they purposely put him in there though, just to be like, these characters, we're not going to see them again.
Yeah.
That Sabretooth, when he died in Deadpool and Wolverine, that was the last time you got to see him. That the Toad that was in there, you're not going to see him again. All those that you could think of that were in there, I don't think they're coming back.
No, we're not going to see
the Psylocke, the Azazel, the Juggernaut.
Yeah, and what's his face? Pyro.
Yep. If anything, he got pretty good role in that movie. Yeah. I was quite surprised. Yeah, no, those ones, I feel like that was their way of saying goodbye to them. And this is now us saying goodbye to our main people.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
All right, well, do you have anything else to add on to this?
No, and I can't think of anyone else they should add either when it comes down to X-Men. I think that's, you don't want to go too many, but I think if you had your core that we had from then, not a lot of talk about Beast, but we know Beast is in this, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I think you should look at the core of what we have, and that's what we want to get back.
Yeah. I mean, we have confirmed, thanks to Chairwatch, we have Charles Xavier, Magneto, Cyclops, Beast, Nightcrawler, Mystique, and Gambit that we've never seen in there, but now he's such a fan favorite.
Yeah.
Throw him in there. That's why I would love to see Anna Paquin's Rogue come in, because that's Gambit's love interest, and that's one of the best couples in the Marvel comics ever. And just to see that for a moment, that'd be so cool.
Yeah,
have him look at her and say, "Hey, Sherry," just be like, like, please.
Just the nod towards it, right?
That just enough for us to be like, oh, can't wait to see that more. Anyways, so I guess the question is for you guys now. Who do you think of these X-Men veterans, if they're going to return, who do you think is going to be there? Do you agree with us? Do you think all the characters we list off there are going to be there? Do you think there's a couple that are going to drop off and just not going to be in it? Let us know in the comments below.
Yeah.
All right,
guys. Last one here for a Rumor Mill Rundown. Casting clarification when it comes down to X-Men moving forward. So reports online are circulating about the future MCU X-Men films and who the roster could be, plus the actors playing them. While official casting is not confirmed, we will break down the rumors and where they are coming from. So what rumors do we have, Sammy, specifically when it comes down to stuff that's coming? I know I saw one particular of a casting not too long ago that made me perk right up and be like, yeah, I kind of like that idea. And of course, it's just a rumor, and who knows? But
yeah,
and we don't know who they're going to focus on when it comes down to the characters as a new team either. So that's a big deal.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's I think the harder part to really figure out. You hear of a lot of fan castings. We even talked on our last episode of if Margot Robbie should be Emma Frost because of that rumor and things like that. Sydney Sweeney is thrown out there as a rumor for Emma Frost, but we don't know if Emma Frost is actually going to be part of this roster. So, and it's something you said in the last episode too, which I'm very happy that you said that. Don't fan cast them just based on their looks.
Yeah.
Because that can easily change, because someone could look good for one character but maybe act the crap out of another characters that we like them.
Sometimes it helps. It does serve to see, okay, this is a specific look. But I think Hugh Jackman's the perfect example of you can't do that always, because sometimes you just never know what you're going to get,
Yep. So I think the first one, we'll just nip it in the butt right here and now, because this is probably the most heavily rumored that a lot of people are getting soft confirmations for, is Sadie Sink as Jean Grey. So I think it's rated like 4 out of 5 stars. So that's probably who's going to be.
I hope Spider-Man plays a trick on us and we get in there and she's just someone that serves pizza, or just a new love interest. Maybe she's Gwen in his universe. I mean, I really hope that kind of happens. I feel like it's going to happen no other way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So it's high rumor. It's not official yet. We'll find out in like 38, 32 or 33 days.
Or the next trailer.
That. Yeah. But that's the first one. We'll just nip in the butt. And by the way, guys, we don't even know if they've done actual official casting. We speculate that they did for this new one, but they're still 2 or 3 years out before this movie even comes out.
A lot of this is rumor already anyways.
Exactly.
Just rumor.
Yeah. All right. So the next one that I see on all of my sources here, it's ChatGPT. No, just kidding. It's online. It's all you guys really who are probably watching this. Is Rogue. There's rumor that she is going to be part of the new team, and the potential casting is Odessa Azion.
Yeah.
I've never heard of her, but I think I saw her picture when I was doing some of my research here. She is one that a lot of people would know from I Love LA, I guess. And that rumor came from Jeff Snyder, I believe. So
that's a big rumor then too, because he's pretty, highly regarded on when it comes down to rumors. He's right a lot of the times, and the times he's not right, he may have actually been right at one point in time with it. So at the very least, she's definitely being considered. Yeah, which makes it a little more than a rumor at that point then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we really don't know, but I don't know I don't know what to think of this.
I don't know the actress myself either.
I'd have to see some of her work just to see if I could picture it. Rogue work. I don't know about you, but look at my shirt, y'all. I'm gonna hold everything when it comes to Rogue a little more closer to the ownership I would have of her. So I definitely want to see what actors or actresses are gonna be, what they could put forth and what type of Rogue then we're gonna get. Because as we talk about Anna Paquin, she's a great Rogue, but she's nothing like the cartoon one. So maybe they'll go a little different.
Yeah, personally, I hope, I don't care what the actress looks like so much. I just hope we get that Southern Belle feel of the old school. That's what I think would work real well. They're very Southern, funny. She could be black. She could be, it doesn't matter. As long as we have that taste to it, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
But I think Rogue can serve as a lot of different things. She doesn't have to be specific, but I would like a more charismatic Rogue.
Yeah.
And Paquin's great, but she's not as flamboyantly, just this loose and goosey kind of girl. I want one that a Gambit would fall in love with, which is we're having a good time, and
you know what's funny?
Party animal kind of feel to her, where she's the type that she can make you feel better, in a few minutes.
It's a big fan casting out there, but Kiki Palmer, she has the charismaticness.
It's funny you say that.
And I love watching some of her videos just to laugh because she's hilarious. And I'm like, I can see her as a Rogue.
I actually wouldn't mind that at all.
Yeah. To me, like you said, it doesn't matter the color of her skin. She's from the South, which South is diverse too.
Yep.
Like, and the skin color doesn't. There are some characters that the skin color actually is part of the character.
Yeah, like Black Panther's not going to be.
Yeah. You're not going to,
a Scandinavian Viking, right? It's going to be.
Yeah, you're not going to cast Robert Pattinson as Black Panther. No. It's just some things that just they're not going to do and vice versa. But
it's a disservice to the character at that point.
Yes, but for Rogue,
doesn't really matter.
Nothing about her origin was hindered on her race or racism or any social implications like that. She's just a funny Southern belle who actually has one of the most tragic mutant abilities we can have.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, and there are times where she's extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Arguably, with the Phoenix not in the picture, she's one of their most powerful members. But yeah, so I would love Kiki Palmer if she was announced to be in it.
That'd be great. As long as I just want the charisma Rogue, though. I want a Rogue that's fun and funny.
Yes.
And a little more like the old cartoon rather than Anna's is good, like I said, but it's a little dire. It's a little more. What do you call it? Like kind of teenage angst, you know what I mean? Which is fine because it's
a little more serious. Yeah,
a lot more serious. So I like one that's a little more fun.
Yeah, totally. So the next one on here is Beast, who's rumored to be in it. Now, by the way, guys, we don't know if Beast is going to be because there was one time there was a rumor where they were going to do the original X-Men team from when they first started, plus 2 or 3 additionals. And the 2 or 3 additionals are the more diverse of the cast, because the original 5 was Beast, Iceman, Angel, Jean Grey, and Cyclops. But they're traditionally all Caucasian. So I could see the 2 or 3 extra one's like a Jubilee that's an Asian American, one like a Storm that's an African American, to really showcase the diversity that's in mutants and all that. So Beast, at that point in the original comics, he wasn't blue. He was just a guy that's super strong that was almost ape-like. Yeah. But he never got. It was later on where his mutation.
Kind of like how we met him first in.
Actually, exactly like that.
Yep.
So I don't know what version of Beast we'll actually get. If we get a full-on human-looking version, and then something tragic happens in the midst of the story, either in the first film or a future film, and he becomes the Blue Beast we all know and love. But the rumor around there is Peter Claffey is in the running for Beast. Let me see do I have anything on here that says what that's from? Just looking on here, guys. I don't actually. I only have one of my lists that says that he is interested or in the running or as a potential of being Beast. So I don't know what he's from. I don't have anything on here that says it. another name is Charles Melton, I guess. So I guess Peter Claffey is from A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. He's a top contender. And the other one, Charles Melton, is a strong pick, apparently, because he is friends with director Jake Schreier through Beef Season 2. So usually that does make sense when you have the writers and the directors behind it and they're writing these things and they've worked with an actor or actress before that they're like, you know what, we could picture you as that character, and so just because we know you, we're going to bring you on board type thing.
What's the name of the actor again, Sam?
The first one?
Yeah, for Beast.
Peter Claffey, Claffey.
Okay, I wanted to look him up real quick, and oh yeah, I could see this. Okay, because he sounded familiar to me, and okay,
yeah, and then the other one I think I said was Charles.
Boy, with this actor, he could be blue or normal, and it still look real cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have to tell you, the trend I'm finding so far, just the two that we've talked about so far, is they're kind of unknowns.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's smart.
And I think Kevin Feige said that he wants them younger and he wants them not as well known because he is hoping that these are the characters that are going to be projected into the MCU for a long time and keep the budget down too. You can't have RDJs being all over the place, you know?
Yeah, so, I don't want young, 12-year-old X-Men that we're watching grow up, because I'm going to feel like, oh, goodness gracious, we got a lot to go. But I don't want old where it feels like they're only going to do a few movies. I think we need to find it right in the middle.
That's
just before they become a team to them becoming a team and then going forward, right?
Yeah.
And I like that these two first ones are kind of unknowns because we can't compare them. And I think that works real well. I think that they need to keep doing that, to be honest.
Yep.
For the majority of them. I think there's certain ones that need to be, I think for an Xavier, you need someone that's well known.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least recognizable.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just looking on here to make sure I get this right because this is a big character and she's only written down. We know she's going to be in it, but of my list, I only have one list that actually has her written on it, and that is Storm. I'll be shocked if they don't do Storm. Yes. It says popular rumor, no deal or anything. There is no one that I have listed here that says who potentially could play Storm. I don't know if there's any other fan casts that are out there. Oh, wait a minute. There's two. Okay, I found them. Cynthia Erivo has publicly said that she wants to play Storm, and it sounds like she's one of the big ones that's out there for fan casting too. But also Jodie Turner-Smith. She also is a popular fan choice. Erivo, it says, has publicly stated that Storm will be a dream role for her and she'll do anything she could to play that role, which that could go into some of the determination of someone who really wants it and who would want it enough to say, I'm going to do it for multiple years. If they do pick her, she is a little bit older than the age range it looks like they're looking for, which could play into making Storm a little more of a motherly figure that we kind of like from the animated show. And honestly, guys, if you ever watch X-Men Evolution, most of those X-Men characters are in high school, and Storm and Wolverine are the two that oversee them, being the older adults that are the heads of their institute, basically, their boarding school. And I can see something like that for Storm, and I actually would like that for Storm. I don't mind Alexandra Shipp as Storm, don't get me wrong. I think she did a great job. But I would like to see a Storm that is maybe a couple years older than Cyclops and Jean, that could be just a little more of a motherly figure, a little wiser than them and stuff like that. A real person that can show she could be Xavier's right-hand woman.
Yeah, I don't like Cynthia as a cast choice. I think you're just going to get the Wicked Witch. And no offense to her in a mean way, but I just haven't seen what I've seen of her, though, is I hate that would be the thing, the catalyst of let's do her because she's hot, because she's on Wicked and this and that. And the problem is I feel like she's going to bring some of the same that she put into Storm. and it's going to be hard to differentiate because Storm's kind of a witch in a way. She's witchy, right?
Weather witch.
Weather witch. In a way, there's qualities that are similar, right? And I don't know. I don't think the actress is. I don't think she's got what it takes to do that. In my opinion, I kind of like the casting of one of the popular ones out there as well is that DeWanda Wise. I think would be a great casting for her. One of the only good things about Jurassic Park or Jurassic World Dominion was the addition of her character, and I think she played that character very well. I think it was a fun character to watch and a very strong woman she comes off as, but yet still has a side to her that feels very maternal because she will feels bad about their kid is taken. I'm sure if you've seen Dominion, right? If you've seen the new Jurassic World Dominion.
Oh, yes.
Haven't, I don't.
Oh, wait a minute. Is she the pilot?
That's right, yep.
I would love her as
she
this.
cares about what's going on. You know what I mean? There's a side of it you can see, okay, there's a maternalness to her, and she's very strong feeling person.
And she's not as, well-known type thing,
right.
Which is what they're looking for, honestly.
And she could be a little older, but yet not younger, and I want her to, because if they do Storm again, the thing that I think they should do is do and I know it's kind of repeating things, doing the old school Storm, but I got to tell you what makes Storm so cool is that she was that. She felt more like, she's the principal to Xavier's school, right? Like she's one of the team, she's one of the kids, but she's not, right? Xavier's the superintendent, she's the principal, and the rest are teachers. If you look at it in that sense, and that Storm chooses to be there more than she feels obligated to be. I feel like that's how it feels to me. When the others are like, this is our job. For Storm, it's like I choose to be here because my life from before wasn't, it's gone, right? And I think this woman would pull that off real well, that feeling, and still have that youngness enough to continue on for quite a while, but feel mature enough over the others of these other younger people that are coming. I think they'd be a perfect slide in right there.
There's another actress that comes to mind too that I think there was some earlier on fan theories about her, but it's completely died down now. But I do like her, Anna Diop.
Yeah, I know who that is.
Yep.
That wouldn't be so bad. I can see the same qualities.
Yep. Yeah, she was a great Starfire, and I was a little skeptical when I heard that she was cast as Starfire in the Titans show, and then you watch it, and especially when you get to season 2 and 3, and you're like, wow, she's just, one, she's very beautiful, and two, she's a great actress, that she really does a good job at that role in particular. So I can see someone like her taking on the Storm mantle too.
I agree. Yeah.
All right, so we'll only go through a couple more, guys, because, again, these are all just rumors, and we have so much time to talk about them. Let's get on to, I guess, you know what's so funny? On one of my lists, I just saw it here, DeWanda Wise, that you just said. She is.
Oh, is she on your list too?
Yep.
Yeah, I hope. I actually kind of hope that's who it is. But hey, you never know.
So here's one for Cyclops.
Oh, Mr. Cyclops.
There are 2 right here. I'm just going to confirm if there's any more names I need to do a shout out to. No, actually, the same name is on both lists. First one is Harris Dickinson.
Harris Dickinson.
And then the next one is Brenton Thwaites. Now, Brenton played Robin in the Titans show. Speaking of the Titans show, and he is a handsome guy.
Okay.
And he's not young, but he has a youthful appearance where he's one of those actors that can be like 45 years old, but yet play a 25-year-old real easily type thing. So I don't know if that would still deter him or not, or deter Marvel or not, because they do want younger actors. He's known, but he's not as well known, so he might be cool. I don't know. I'm just making the case for him because I do like him as an actor a lot. It's been in a couple of really good movies I've watched too.
Yeah, I see what both guys have been in. They're actually not. Neither of them have bad reputations. I will say that I try to go with looks sometimes, very rarely, but with Cyclops, he is one of those that when they do Batman or when they do anyone that has something on their face, right? There is a specific kind of thing to it that you do want to kind of, does it look like that too, And I'm not saying people can't change and make it look a certain way, but Harris Dickinson with a visor on looks like a pretty good Cyclops. Like,
Yeah.
if looks wise, as an actor, I'd have to watch some of his stuff. I don't know, but he's got a jawline that comes off as soldier in charge.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
You need that.
I feel like that needs to be, which is why I think Chris Evans fit his so well as Captain America.
Yeah.
Because he has a look to him that has that. So, like I said, guys, looks isn't always part of it, but there is a little bit. I think it would serve the character to look like someone in charge.
Yep.
And I think that he needs to be. I think Xavier's the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Xavier can be just anybody. Xavier's got to have a specific kind of look to him. That I'm not saying has to be exactly the same as it goes, because we saw two different actors play him perfectly fine. And I think someone else can do it too, which I will get to when we get to him. But when it comes down to Cyclops, I do believe that there is a little bit of, let's take into consideration, what are you going to look like with the visor on, And it's like, not anybody can just look real good with it on. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, man, this guy, he's got a face structure that works for the visor. More so than like Ty Sheridan did for X-Men Apocalypse, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
So with that said, we're only going to go through two more because we have so many we could talk about, and in one of our future real rundowns we'll pick up where we left off type thing. But let's go on to Wolverine. So I feel like if they were going to do at least one big name in the movie, Wolverine and Patrick Stewart, I'm sorry, not Patrick Stewart, Charles Xavier would be, maybe Magneto, would be the ones they would go for the money for a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because of how big they already are, and you want to draw in the crowd, especially of a recast when it comes to Wolverine in particular, you're going to need someone that make fans, like, not only happy, but energized to see.
Yeah.
And I'll be shocked if they don't do a Wolverine, just because of how popular the character now has become. So, some of the popular fan choices for Wolverine. This name is on every list. Is it on every list? It is.
It's probably the same one I really want.
Henry Cavill.
Oh, yeah, no, please. No.
He's literally on every one of these lists. But anyways.
I liked him as the cameo. I liked that cameo as much as I liked Reed Richards with what's his face as the cameo in Doctor Strange.
Yep.
But
it was just for
I don't want him to continue. I know he's too old.
Yeah.
But see, Wolverine's interesting because he can't be young, but he can't be too old, guys, because that's a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, not everyone's gonna be like Hugh and do the best. Because even looking at Hugh, even in the new stuff, when you do watch Wolverine, you're like, you do look like you're aging, and we kind of have to just accept it as like, well, maybe Wolverine ages really, really slow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and it's made it work, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think Cavill is just, I mean, God, he's in great shape and all that, but buddy, you want to do that for 20 more years? I don't think he wants to. I don't know if I want him to either. I think Cavill's a better actor than. No offense, Hugh. It's not that Wolverine's a bad spot, but I think Cavill's got a lot of other things he could do.
Yeah.
Than to snug himself in with Wolverine. We need someone that's getting a little older, but not quite there. There's a lot of time left still. Anyways, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just do not like that pick. I hope that's not the case.
You're fine. There's I'll just mention three other names that popped up here for him. Aaron Taylor Johnson. I don't think it's going to be him, only because he was already Quicksilver in the MCU. I don't think they're going to do that type of a... They have done it before, but it was for like smaller roles. They've done that. Gemma Chang's the first one that comes to mind, where she played Minerva in Captain Marvel, but then they liked her so much they gave her a bigger role as Cersei in the Eternals. But it was so minute, and she was blue in one of them, that you could swap that out.
Yeah, I think he's counting his chickens and getting away from superhero stuff as fast as he can.
Yeah.
Because he did the Quicksilver, but they killed him, and then he did Craven, and nobody likes it. So I think he's just like, screw this, man. Because he's a good actor, and he's funny, and he's good in all the stuff he does. So just, if I were his agent, I'd be like, stop. No more.
Yeah.
Go back and work with Christopher Nolan again.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. He's already been in one of his movies as a small role. Nolan likes working with people he likes to work with, same people over and over again. Go to him and say, what do you got for me? And let him take you to stardom.
Yeah.
You don't need Marvel to do what you want to do.
All right, Daniel Radcliffe.
I love him.
Harry Potter.
I love Daniel Radcliffe. I think I want to hang out with him. I would love to sit and have some beers with that kid and listen to music because I guess he loves different kinds of music. I would love to pick his brain on that kind of stuff and just hang out with him. I don't see Wolverine.
All right, then how about Taron Egerton?
Yeah, same with him. I'd hang out with him too, but I don't want him to do it either.
So, do you have a name in mind?
I do. I think Scott Eastwood should be Wolverine. I think he's at the age where he's getting a little older, but he's not too old yet to put in a good 20 years of being in really good shape. And if you looked him up right now, actually, I think he'd play a great transition over into a Wolverine.
Oh, easily.
Yep.
Oh, easily.
He's got a recognizable name. He's Clint Eastwood's son. He's already done some stuff. He's good in stuff he does.
That's big all on its own.
Yeah. And no matter what you say, you guys go, and he's been in some crap movies, but go watch him in them, and he's good in these movies. He's really good. I think he'd be a great pick. That'd be my first ask, would be him.
Cool.
And no offense to Taron, I think he's a great actor, but I want to see him do other things too. I don't think he needs MCU.
I'm in the same boat with you after seeing that picture because I really didn't have anyone in mind because I'm just like, okay, unless there's no one I'm like dying to see play Wolverine again.
Yeah, Wolverine's the one where there has to be a little bit of the look has to be there, right?
Yes.
But it's not definite, because Hugh Jackman was the opposite of what they had for reference material. But I think when it comes down to like Taron Egerton, I think Eastwood could use the boost because I think he's a good actor in bad movies. So I think if you put that good actor to use in something that's going to get a lot of eyes, his career is going to take off. When these other guys don't need need it. Daniel Radcliffe doesn't need the help of the MCU. Taron doesn't need the help of it. I mean, Taron just got done playing Elton John not too long ago. It was fantastic. He just played a real great bad guy in a Netflix movie.
Oh, Apex?
He's excellent in it. He's a great actor. He doesn't need the MCU to make his career better.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that Hugh Jackman did, but Hugh Jackman did at the time.
He was just starting out.
He didn't have anything. If it wasn't for Wolverine, he wouldn't be the Hugh Jackman we have today. He knows that. That's why he comes back to it because he understands that and is thankful for it.
And that's what you get with
I think you would. I think you'd see a guy that would play until he's 90, which is what you might need from a Wolverine because he's going to be the one that carries on through a lot of these people's stories because he's like 700 years old or whatever, 200, 300 years old. So, yeah, I think he'd be a great choice. He's got that rough grittiness, and he's funny, and I think he'd do it.
Yep. All right, so one last person. I'm not gonna unless you want me to touch upon one of the big guys.
I kind of want to touch upon Magneto and Xavier for a second.
All right, let's do Xavier first then.
Okay.
The two names for fan picks because there's no real reporting on them because these are for both of these characters because these are all just fan picks. Ewan McGregor and David Willis.
Yeah. Okay. So Sellis or David Sellis, I love him as an actor, but please no, because he has been typecast into this same kind of role as a mentor with a lot of cool things to say, trying to be meaningful to the point that when I see him in a movie and he's playing that mentor, being real nice and having the emotional stuff, it's almost not sad no more because it's so many times I've seen him play that same kind of role. He plays it in the Harry Potter stuff as well, ish, to a point. I know he's a werewolf in that too, but whatever. It's still this certain kind of flavor he brings is the same kind of flavor he brings to most things he does. I like him as an actor, but he's not he's not an everyman's actor. He's one of those guys that a lot of these things are tailored to where he is. And who was the first one again? I'm sorry.
Ewan McGregor.
Yeah, I don't think we need. I mean, Ewan's great, but I almost feel like Ewan. This is Xavier we're talking. Yeah, no, let's not go there either. He's another mentor that's got. I just don't. It's like you're already kind of in that realm. So he's gonna be quiet or Obi-Wan as Xavier. We're gonna get those vibes.
Yeah, that's true.
We're going to get him.
That's
just because you shave his head and all that isn't going to change much. He's going to say things. It's going to be, that's that's the best Jedi that's ever been. You know what I mean? He might not be the chosen one, but he was the perfect example of what a Jedi should be. That's for sure.
There also is. I didn't catch this until just here. where are you? Bryan Cranston or Patrick Wilson?
Yeah, so you just touched on the one that I want to be. But Bryan Cranston, no. I love Bryan Cranston, but we're just going to see Heisenberg, bald in a chair, giving orders. He's just going to be. We're just going to see Breaking Bad over and over and over again. Bryan's a great actor, but it's going to be too easy to play for him. To me, your best choice, I think, is Patrick Wilson. I love this choice. As soon as I saw that, and I'm like, man, I don't know. So I started looking it up. I've seen a lot of his movies. I think he's a fantastic actor. And I'm just like, then I started picturing him, and I'm like,
there you go.
Yeah, I like the feel. I like some of the cast photos out there. Sammy's going to put a lot on here, guys. He's going to find some. I'll send some to him. And I see it. I think he'd be great as bald. I think he's at the right age where you can age him a little more if you wanted to. You can almost say he kind of looks like Patrick Stewart a little bit.
Which it's not bad.
It's not a bad thing because so does James McAvoy when he's shaved. You're like, holy cow, there he is. Good. I do like this Patrick Wilson idea, please. Yeah. I think that is a great idea. I think he's a good actor. He's played good and bad. He's played all sorts of different kind of roles where you're not going to feel like you've seen this version of him. He's did a lot of horror movies. He's done a lot of things that you wouldn't think would be, oh, there's Xavier, but I think this would be him to be able to do that. I think this would be something he could really chew on and be different. Yeah. And he could bring a dimension of him. What I like about Patrick is not Patrick Stewart. Well, I still like this about Patrick Stewart. Yeah. What I like about Patrick Wilson is if you've seen a lot of movies like I have of his, I don't know what you've seen him in. Probably Aquaman is probably the most, right?
Oh, he played the brother. Yeah. Okay. All right.
All the stuff I've seen him in, which he's in all the Conjuring movies as the lead father there.
Yep. Okay.
He does great acting with his facial expressions. Like he does good acting without saying anything. Mm-hmm. So you can get a lot out of what he's thinking by the way he looks. He acts with his face real well. Not a lot of actors do that well. Ron Williams did that well. Because there's a lot of people that if you can sit and watch a guy think and you know what he's thinking about and you don't have to have the narrative to it, I think that would be a good quality to have for Xavier. Because while he's looking in minds, you can see how his demeanor can change without him saying words. I think we'll go a long way dramatically. So that's why I picked him, truthfully.
Okay.
Then I think he'd do it for a while. Why not?
There you go. Yeah. And then let's talk about Magneto then. So,
that's a tough one.
The fan picks, there are 4 fan picks for him.
Yeah.
Jason Isaacs.
See, to me, that's my Sinister, but that's just.
Oh. Okay.
If I were to do a fan pick of our Mr. Sinister, that's Jason Isaacs.
There you go, guys.
Just go watch The Patriot and tell me he wouldn't be great as Sinister.
That's right. Wasn't he
He's the bad guy in that.
Oh,
he plays a real good. He looks like a freaking snake. He looks like someone you can't trust. He plays that real well. But he also plays that I can be your friend, and then turn right around on you.
Nice.
I think he would be an amazing Sinister. But anyways,
all right. Andrew Lincoln.
Andrew Lincoln, really?
Well, speaking of Lincoln, they also have Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh, never going to happen.
No.
Daniel Day-Lewis could play all these people. He could be Phoenix. Daniel Day-Lewis could be the new. He could be Jean Grey. He could be Storm.
He could be Rogue.
He could be all of them, guys. That's just the people. They put that out there, like duh.
And then Timothy.
It's just what he wants to be. That's the question.
Timothy Oliphant.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice because I love him. He's my favorite cowboy. Of recent, he did the whole series Justified as Raylan. I think Timmy Oliphant is great, but as Magneto, boy, I don't know. That's a weird pick. Oof.
So who would you pick?
I like Jeremy Irons.
Okay.
As Magneto. I know Viggo Mortensen was talked about, but I think he'd be a better Doom.
Yes. Yes, please.
But I have 2 in my mind. I know Ralph Fiennes was one that he could play a real good Magneto as well, but he's already Voldemort or the one you don't speak of or whatever the hell, weirdo zappy things. Anyways, But I think he'd also play a better Doom than he would a Magneto. See, I'm trying to think of someone who would be, boy, you're bad, but you also could be good. And I see one of the fan castings I saw was Pierce Brosnan out there. I don't like that one either because I think he comes off as too good. I want my Magneto to look conflicted. And I think that Timothy Olyphant's a great choice for that, to be honest with you. But I think Jeremy Irons, the one who played, you know who Jeremy Irons is? He's the one who played Ben Affleck's Alfred.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he'd be a decent Magneto.
My worry
He's
is
a character actor, so he goes many different directions.
so Xavier and Magneto obviously need to be older than the X-Men themselves, but there's a fine line of being older and being longevity-wise too old. I'm actually kind of shocked, and I think it's just because of how much he loved the character and thank the Lord he's still alive. The Ian McKellen has done Magneto as long as he did.
It's amazing.
Because he, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't he in his late 50s, early 60s when he did the first X-Men in 2000?
That and Gandalf in the same year.
Yes. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. So, I mean, and thankfully he's still doing both those characters now over the next couple of years. It's pretty cool. But I feel like you're gonna if your X-Men are gonna be within their 20s as the cast, you need to be within the 40s for Xavier and Magneto for longevity.
Yep.
And I like him, but he's 77 years old. He's older than when Ian started.
I agree.
So for that reason, I'm out. I'm just kidding.
Well, no, I'm out. You're fired. No, I agree. That would be why he'd be my last choice. I think he'd make a good Magneto, though.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be for everything.
Right. So when I think of Patrick Wilson, say we get Patrick Wilson, I think the next best next to him, age-wise, this guy's in his 50s, but I think he'd play a great Magneto because he doesn't look like he's in his 50s, so he's got a lot going for him. But I'd like to go with Game of Thrones alumni, Nicola Coster-Waldau, who played Jaime Lannister, I think would play a good Magneto.
Okay, I can see that. Yep.
Yeah.
And at the age of 55 right now, it says that
he doesn't look 55.
No, he doesn't. He looks like, if it wasn't for the white in his beard, I would have never guessed.
Yeah, you could take 10 years off of him easy.
Yeah. And I think that that would be younger than Ian started.
He's probably the best actor in Game of Thrones. Sorry, guys, come at me. He is phenomenal. He's a guy who sleeps with his sister, who kills his own family, who has bastard children with his sister. Pardon my French. And he's a despicable human being, 99% in Game of Thrones. But yet he's still able to do things in it that make you like him and want the best for him. It's amazing. That's just acting. And that is the acting of him. There's a scene that happens partway through it. You get probably 2 seasons in, and he's sitting in a hot tub with another character, and he gives this backstory on why he's got the nickname that he has, which is an awful nickname to have. It's something that follows him around. Then you realize why he's got it, and I was just like, oh my God, I like this guy, and I shouldn't. He's a bad dude, and I love this guy, and I loved him all the way through since then. And it's all because this actor is the business. I've seen him he's done some real small movies outside of it, and low budget stuff. And they're all good, and he's great in them. I think he'd be an awesome Magneto to age-wise as well. Opposite Patrick Wilson, I think would work real well. I think they're both very similar in age. It's okay if Magneto looks a tad older, even though he's not. I say they got to be within 5 to 10 years of each other to make it work, and that's where Jeremy Irons would be too old. But yeah, he'd even be a good Doom, but I think he'd be a better Magneto because I've seen, and I know it's okay in pigeonholing him, I guess, where he plays a bad guy that you end up liking. I can kind of see him, though, taking a Magneto role on where his mind is getting slowly changed. As he, like Ian has done and like Fassbender has done. Slowly they've changed into who they are. They've gone from wanting to be good to real bad to, okay, I see why I'm going to help you be good to I still have my own way to, okay, why have we been fighting all these years, right? And I think that that's something this guy could do real well and it's not pigeonholed because in Game of Thrones, he never changed. You want him to, you cry in moments where you're like, oh, God, Jamie's going to be a good guy. And then right at the end, he's like, yeah, I'm still a piece of shit. And you're like, oh, no, he's bad. He's like, but he does it well. And you're like, okay, that's cool. Like, I get it. He's still awful, and he knows it, but that's not Magneto. And I don't want it to be Magneto, but I've seen him use those emotions. Another actor that, once again, something can be happening in just in his facial expression, you're clued in, and you don't have to worry about the dialogue, and the dialogue will just be extra and better. But he can, with a helmet on, with his eyes and with a jowl, he could give you an expression of a feeling that you need to have, that you don't need to worry about then later. Like, you can feel it coming. You know what I mean? So that, to me, that's what I look for. I look for the acting. It's talent, guys. It's not so much the looks 100%, but I'm just saying, you know, if you can act with your face in some of these big roles, I think that will make a big difference, because Ian's one of those as well. He quickly will go from, you know, one facial expression to the other. You see it Gandalf more than you do Magneto, but when you see him do it, it's there, right? Like, oh, I know what he's thinking already, you know. And then he says it, and it's then the language can be better, because you're not spewing things you don't know what's happening, right? That's why I don't like Angelina Jolie. You can't tell what she's thinking. It's the same thing all the time. She's got to tell you how she feels. Anyway.
Well, that's how I feel about Scarlett Johansson. I can't see.
So do I often. I don't see it as much as I need to hear it from her.
Exactly.
Yep. I agree.
Yep.
I can agree with that. Doesn't make her a bad actress.
She's I was just about to say, she's a fantastic actress. It's just facially.
Yep.
It's a one slate.
It can't be and you can't claim that, but it looks a certain way, because Tommy Lee Jones and Anthony Hopkins are two people that you cannot change the way those guys look. No matter how hard you try, the prosthetics it would take to make them look different is insane.
But they play into it.
They still do it, though.
That's true.
They still act with their face where you can tell what's going. You look at Anthony Hopkins from The Edge or anything else that he's done compared to Hannibal Lecter, you almost are like, is that the same guy? And he looks the same. And Tommy Lee Jones is the same way. But he changes his face just enough where, like, I can tell what this person's thinking. And that, to me, that's important in an actor. That's why no one casts who he casts in his movies. All of them have that quality. If you can sit there and I show you something, a piece of music or something that's happening, and I can see through your expression what I need to convey, then whatever you say is just extra and can be better. And that's why his movies are quality. That's why Dark Knight's so good. That's why all that works out so well. That's why Bale was Batman, because you can see that stuff. You know, so yeah. But yeah. So you can tell, guys, I'm passionate about. I want it to be good talent. Like, you're good, you're going to have it. MCU's full of them. There's a lot of them. Downey's one of them. You can see in his face.
Yes.
Yeah. And even with Chris, maybe not at first, but Chris became a better actor because he's around all these guys, in my opinion. You know, so. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I guess to move on from there, questions for you. Who do you think the roster is going to be for the new X-Men? Who do you want to play them? Please comment in the comment section down below, because we'd love to hear your fan castings, and we might mention them on the show.
Yeah, and we're not going to, I just want to throw this out there. Maybe we'll throw this in our next rumor mill for fun. But when I come over here and I type something in to look for get the correct name of a Magneto character, I guess some news just dropped, Sammy, not too long ago at 2:08 today, that this is a rumor that in the Avengers Doomsday script, Magneto reportedly fights Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man villains.
His villains?
Yeah.
Well,
like what?
We will.
We should have to talk about that next time.
We're going to dive into that for our next episode and check that out in the next.
And all I got to say is they ain't got a chance.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Magneto. He's better than all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool to see him kicking all their butt, but they ain't got a chance. But yeah, that was something I'm like, whoa, what is that? I'm like, okay. So, hey, just so you know, guys, comment about that. We'll talk about it next time.
Oh, yes, definitely. All right, so what's next on our plate then, Ike?
Well, next, we're going to go into our game section, I do believe.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to go into, we're going to have a hot take section, a disagree or agree section, and then kind of debate a little bit or just talk about, or that'd probably go kind of quick, but it'd be fun to do. I got a couple of good ones. And then we're also going to do our blind top 10s.
Yep.
That I'm looking forward to, because I have a really unique one I think Sammy's not going to see coming.
Oh, boy.
It's all MCU related for me, so.
All right, check it out. Stay tuned. Welcome, everybody, to the Goodell Multiverse Trivia Takedown segment of our podcast. And we are going to do some hot takes, and we're going to do some secret top 10s. So, Ike, which of the two games do you want to start first?
I think we could do the top 10s first.
Okay.
Be fun to end it on the hot takes.
Yeah. In case we talk a lot about the hot takes too, then perfect. All right. So do you want me to do one, then you do one, or do you want to start one and go back and forth?
I'll do you first.
Okay.
This will be fun.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Let me grab my phone real fast.
I'm gonna get ready, guys. Hot takes. I'm sorry, not hot takes, but top 10 lists. I've been curious about how this is gonna happen.
Yeah.
How this is gonna work, and we're gonna see how close I'm gonna get to actually make this as legit as what my top 10 would actually be.
So we're gonna do a blind top 10. Okay, so you know how it goes. I tell you these are all similar. I'm gonna tell you a thing, and you're gonna tell me where you would put it, and we'll put it there, and it's got to stick there. Then afterwards, you can say what you would fix or what you would change. Right? That's kind of how it goes.
Yep. Is there a theme for this list?
There is. So this theme for this list is MCU. Okay.
Okay.
And I thought to myself, weapons.
Oh.
Then I went, I'm going to get even more specific. We're going to talk today about your top 10. I'm going to say favorite. I don't want you to struggle on determining which is strongest. So it's not strongest as much as you think is the coolest or maybe best depicted in the MCU alone of MCU swords.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. That's very specific.
It is.
Oh boy.
So the first one I'm going to pull out there for you, let's just start with one like this one right here. Let's start with the Twilight Sword, which is Surtur's sword that he uses to destroy Asgard. Where would you put that on the top 10, 1 through 10? Now, like I said, I'll let you determine on what you think is, because powerful-wise, I think it'd be too easy, maybe, to figure these out. But I would like you to like pick which one you think is cooler.
Favorite. Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
What you think is cooler, or what if you think they did the best at depicting, maybe.
Okay. Number 4.
You're going to put that at 4?
Yep.
That's a pretty good safe spot for that. I'm not going to lie to you. So then let's go to, and it's funny because I found out some of the names of these I had forgot. Let's do Hela's Necro Blades.
Oh. 7.
Wow. Okay. All right. Let's go with, believe it or not, this is the name of her sword. Let's go with Gamora's sword called the Godslayer from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Oh, gosh.
The sword that comes together?
Yep. 2.
Wow. Really? That surprises me. Well, maybe not, because there's a lot of crazy ones.
Yeah. We'll see what the final list looks like. But yeah.
Let's do Ronin's sword from Endgame.
Ronin's sword from Endgame?
So the sword that Hawkeye has in Endgame.
Oh, Ronin. I keep thinking of Ronin as... Okay, sorry.
As Ronin, yep.
Let's see.
Nifty looking sword.
It is pretty cool looking. I'm going to go 6.
Okay.
I love them surprising you with this whole thing. You never know, guys.
So you do never know. Let's go with Heimdall's sword that controls the Bifrost.
Okay, and number 5.
Where should I go next? I think we should do Dragonfane, Valkyrie's blade.
Okay, 9.
That's pretty. I can see that for sure. And just for the hell of it, because he is technically now in the MCU, thanks to Deadpool, let's do Blade sword.
Blade. I'm gonna do number 8.
Ooh. How dare you? No, I'm kidding.
One and only Wesley Snipes.
So let's go ahead and have fun and do the Necro sword, Gore's Godslayer actual sword in Love and Thunder.
Number 3.
Oh, let's see. We got 2 left, right?
Yep.
Oh, man.
That's going to be hard, guys.
So let's go with Thanos' double-edged sword from both Endgame and Infinity War.
Okay, number 1.
Yeah, that is pretty badass. And obviously this one's got to go, which I think is the best choice. I cannot say the name of it because it's Asgardian, but Fimbulgur. It's the rapier sword that his friend has, Fandorus' rapier sword.
Yeah, I'm definitely putting it at 10 because can't
Yeah.
even pronounce it and it's not
Yeah.
memorable to me.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna put F sword because I have no idea.
I can't. I mean, it's FIMBULDRAUGR. Finburger.
The Famburger sword.
The Famburger sword.
Number 10. And honestly, looking at this list, I think I would
You'd stick with it?
I would stick with this.
Not bad, right?
Yes, this is pretty good.
I think you nailed it too on someone. Sword is
That's funny.
in a great spot. But yeah, Thanos is freaking.
That's a masterpiece of a sword.
Man.
What a weapon.
Yeah, like
well, that thing could do
like a helicopter and all that stuff.
And it's the only sword that could break vibranium and Cap's shield. Like, come on. It's just so cool looking too. Anyways.
I think Blade's sword would be higher for me. It'd be above Ronin's and Hela's, but that's mostly though because I do know the sword from the other movies too.
Yeah.
But it was technically there, it was technically in there. So I'm like, we got to do it, right?
Yeah, it's MCU now. Yep.
So yeah, I'm going to be bringing you lots of top 10s like that. I thought, so there's going to be another weapons one at some point, but it won't be swords because there's other weapons. We can do one of just guns. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, right.
And so I think that, I just thought the sword, I was like, man, it'd be interesting to go through and rank these swords on how you thought, because we don't really think about the swords that are in MCU, right? And there's a couple I didn't add in there, obviously, because it's only 10, but I didn't put in the one there from the Eternals, but it only shows up as a we don't really know what the hell that thing does yet. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we'll see in the Eternals too.
Yeah,
no, just kidding.
And I did forget Lady Sith's sword. She's got a sword that I could have put in there.
Yeah,
there's a bunch we could have done.
I think the ones you listed though are the most memorable of the swords, which will help me especially because everyone's got a sword almost to a degree. You know. Yeah. Not everyone, but you know what I mean. All right, so I'm gonna give you. I have only 2 lists prepared for you.
Okay.
So I'm gonna throw one out there that's not usually related to some of the stuff that we will talk about.
That's fine.
But it's not as hardcore in your realm too. So I'm wondering how it'll be. Disney classics, films.
Oh, let's do this. I'm excited because it took me a long time to get caught up on Disney stuff because I was not into cartoons too much. But there are good ones. So like I'm ready to do this.
Yeah, there are some Disney classics that whether you're into cartoons or not, it's just a staple you had to have seen at least once in your life type thing, you know? So anyways, Aladdin is the first one.
Oh, Sam. So Aladdin's good, y'all. Like, that's a great.
And mind you, these are cartoons, not any live action remakes.
Yeah, please. Yeah. We're gonna put Aladdin at 3.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna regret that.
Okay. Cinderella.
8.
Okay. Little Mermaid. Under the Sea.
Yeah. Kiss the girl. Sha-la-la-la-la. That's gonna be 4.
Okay. Snow White.
It's easy. 10. It's a creepy. I appreciate it for its creepiness, but my lord.
Rapunzel. I think that would be from Tangled, technically.
Let's go with a 9 on that.
Okay. Lilo and Stitch.
6.
Lion King. 1.
Lion King 1?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
the suspense.
Do you get better? Like,
that was a good movie.
Yeah, that's gonna go 1.
All right. Beauty and the Beast.
Oh no. Let's go 3.
Okay.
Or no, sorry, I got 3. I mean 5.
5. Okay. All right, Mulan.
7.
And then the last one here.
Has to be 2.
Lady and the Tramp.
Oh, okay.
2. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Is there anything you think you would have changed?
I like this list. I would switch out. I would bring Lady and the Tramp down. Well, what would I do? I would put Aladdin at 2, Little Mermaid at 3, Beauty and the Beast at 4, and Lady and Tramp at 5 if I could switch it.
Okay.
But that's the only one. I just wasn't sure where you were going to go for a second spot. Because if you'd have said Fox and the Hound, that'd have been an easy 2.
Right? It's such a good movie.
Yeah, that might be, if actually Fox and the Hound may have gotten 1.
Mm-hmm.
Because that freaking movie, it's not fair.
We'll always do Disney Classics Part 2. So
there's more coming.
Oh, yeah.
That's a tough one because there's good ones there. But I don't really care. Rapunzel and that, that's a little later for me. And Snow White's just weird, guys. You all know it is. And Cinderella, it didn't speak to me as a young boy, I guess. And Mulan the same way. I think Mulan is great, but it doesn't stick with me for some reason. And Lilo and Stitch is too new. It's in a realm of where I don't have a nostalgic love for it, and it's not new enough where I can my new appreciation is there. So it kind of it's in the realm of this is when Disney starts to get a little too weird and simple and not like they used to be. Lilo and Stitch, it just doesn't quite. You look at all these other ones, and they touch on big cinematic themes.
Yep.
Death and violence and certain things that are hard to talk about when you're a kid. Lilo and Stitch does, but it doesn't, not like these other ones. You know what I'm saying? Like Lion King is like, you literally, the murder of the king and all that stuff. And Lady Tramp is way out there. Aladdin is a real big into that, and Little Mermaid, of course. And the only other one would be Fox and the Hound, just saying goodbye to that fox. Like those are big things to deal with as a kid. And Lilo and Stitch doesn't have that urgency or that feel to it, but
I agree.
Yeah,
I get it. All right, what's your next one for me?
Let's see. I had a good one set up for you.
And guys, play along in the comments below. Let us know. Just write down whatever the topic is and then put your top 10 on what we're doing and what we've said, because we do like to see other people's opinions and see how similar or different we are.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
All right. I am ready for you, sir.
So I have, let me just make sure I'm get it right here. I have top 10 MCU headquarters.
Oh, this is going to be hard. Yikes.
Now, with this, though, it's not necessarily headquarters of it's always like what you think is, it could just be specific locations, but they're very important to like certain characters or certain movies.
Yeah, as close to a headquarters as possible, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's start right off with the bat, okay?
And these are just favorites, right?
Yeah, or what you think is the best.
Okay.
Right?
Yep. Okay.
So, I think Carmitage would be a great one to start with.
3.
Okay. Wow, that's pretty high. Oh, what's the second one I have here?
Here you go, guys.
Right. Let's go with The Raft.
Oh. 2.
Wow.
I want to see more of that in the MCU. It's so good.
Let's go with Avengers Compound.
Why'd I do that too? You know what? Avengers Compound, 5.
Wow. Yeah, I want to see more of The Raft too. So bad.
Yeah, in Carmitage, I want to see more of that. We only saw like two or 3 places.
Let's go with Nowhere.
Nowhere, 6.
Okay. Let's go with the Sanctum Santorium.
The Sanctum. Yeah. Okay. It's just which location? New York.
I'm going to say
London?
New York. This is what we spend the most time in.
Okay. 8.
Okay. Let's go with Avengers Tower.
4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with Asgard Palace.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's more beautiful on the outside. So I'm gonna say 7.
7. Whew, I don't know about that. If I agree with that, that's a low. That's high. That's a high up there for. I mean, you're talking.
It's impressive, all the gold, but it's the same color all the time.
Yeah, yeah. Let's do the Royal Palace in Wakanda. We don't see it much.
We don't see it much. I'm gonna.
But it's there
because of the space I have and put at 9.
Okay. Oh, let's go with. New Asgard.
10.
Okay. So your 1 is still open.
I know.
Yeah.
Now I'm nervous.
Yeah, because I feel bad.
It's okay.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's not terrible, I guess. I mean, but I have the PIM Technologies headquarters, so that's your number 1.
So it is my number 1. Yeah.
I took a minute picking these because I have a bigger list of them. I'm trying to like throw you some loops.
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah.
All right. So if I had to rearrange this to what more would fit for me.
Yeah.
Oh, did I write down my number 1? Let me make sure I get this right. Sorry, guys.
They're all unique in their own way. I think the ones that I picked that we didn't see a lot of you'd have to be hard pressed to think of the PIM headquarters. You'd have to be hard pressed to think of Wakanda's because there's different locations there. And I think some people would be hard pressed for well, maybe not. I was going to say New Asgard, but I don't think so. We got a lot of New Asgard in some of these, especially in Love and Thunder and Endgame. So we could see a lot of New Asgard.
So if I had to rearrange this, my number 1 would actually be Avengers Compound.
The upstate New York one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Number 2 would be the Tower, Avengers Tower. Number 3 would have been Wakanda's Palace.
Interesting. Even though we don't see a lot of it, it's up there for
but
you, right?
Because I like the cultural aspects in it. What you do see of it. Yeah, you only see like 1, maybe 2 or 3 rooms at most, but it's something that I wouldn't get bored in.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm with you.
And then number 4 would have been the Raft, just because I want to see more of it, and I think that's a really cool super prison type thing.
Yeah, Raft's awesome.
And then Carmitage would be number 5, Nowhere would be number 6, Asgard's Palace would be number 7, Sanctum will say 8. And then number 9 would have been PIM's headquarters, and number 10 is still New Asgard. I do not like New Asgard.
See, I kind of like New Asgard. I think New Asgard would have at least been a 5 for me.
Well,
it's a very highest.
I don't like that Asgard is on Earth at all.
You know,
so that's the one thing for me.
Okay, I'm with you there. I'm with you. I guess I don't mind what it looks like. I guess it's where it is. It could be a problem. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either.
Yeah, but
it's a good point.
I get where it is, and that does make sense. When we get to Thor Ragnarok, or not Thor Ragnarok, where we first see it is Endgame, actually, retrospective. Yeah. We'll talk about it there. But
it works for the MCU.
Yeah, there's 9 realms, and they pick Earth.
Yeah.
Like, no, I want to see the other places.
Trouble, right? So we always have trouble.
Yeah, I want to see those other places, and those other places are habitable. And Surtur only destroyed Asgard, right. So why are we not seeing the rest? So
right.
Anyway, so that's my top 10.
I like it.
Yeah. All right, you got one for me, or is that?
That was my second.
That was your second. Yeah. All right. Well, guys, I'm gonna go to the last one for Ike. This is General Heroes. General.
Oh no.
From anywhere.
See, this is when it gets tough. From anywhere. It could be MCU anything.
Yep.
No. That's the answer. Okay, I'm going to be very particular then.
Yep.
All right, I got you. Bring it.
All right.
From anywhere, not just MCU. Oh no.
Number 1, Superman.
10. It's way too easy. This is on how much I like, or do I think the most powerful?
How much do you like?
Okay, good, because I have to put him at 1 at that point. I would not like that at all.
Yeah. All right. Iron Man.
See, I don't know who you got coming later. That's the problem. Oh no. 3.
Gamora.
9.
Yelena Belova.
8.
Hawkeye. Jeremy Renner Hawkeye.
6.
Batman.
Please.
Christian Bale Batman, to be specific.
2.
The Wasp.
7.
Ms. Marvel Kamala Khan.
Oh, son of a bitch. 5.
Nick Fury.
4.
Last one, Steve Rogers.
Okay, yep. Okay, good. Good.
Does that... All right, what would you have changed?
Okay, so first of all, I'd move Ms. Marvel to 9.
Mm-hmm.
And then Gamora would be 8. Yelena would be 7. Wasp would be 6. Hawkeye would be 5. I'd keep Nick and Iron Man where they are, and I'd switch Batman and Steve at the top. Batman would be my 1. But I'm not heartbroken that Steve took 1. Because it's Captain America, y'all. So... But
okay.
You said Ms. Marvel. I mean, the lowest I could go was 5. I had tears starting to well up in my face. I had to make sure I didn't look up at the thing because I don't want to cry. Because I can't stand that character. But I can't stand Superman even more. Do not like him. Like, I want to. But it's Superman. He's just that guy in the locker room that's whipping you with a towel. I don't like him.
All right. Well, there goes our
He's
secret top 10.
All right. Yeah, I like those top 10s. That's hard. Oh, man, if we had to stick with them, I'd have been sad on that one.
All right, guys. So we got some cards. Agree, disagree.
These will be fun.
And do you want to do the first one and I go the
Sure.
second?
I don't have too many, but I will start.
Okay.
I'll tell you when I'm getting down to my last one, but I do have a handful. So
okay.
I have them on my notes here on my thing. I'm a guy. Let's pull it up. Okay, so I'm going to start with an easier one for us, I think. Maybe.
Okay.
So we'll do one at a time for a little while? Okay.
And then after you say the question, you do 3, 2, 1, and then we show and then we explain.
Thor Love and Thunder is massively overhated.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Agree.
I think we agree for the same reasons.
Yep. I think that this is because we haven't gotten to our retrospective yet. So definitely check it out if this is the time where it's happening, guys. But I think you got what you asked for.
Yep. 100%.
And you have buyer's remorse, maybe.
Yep.
But that's it. That's simply it.
And you took some ownership. You know, it's like, I think it is silly. It's a little more silly, sure. Some of the jokes are a little more over the top than maybe in, I don't know, we could argue that it's about the same, to be honest with you, in either Ragnarok or this. But you wanted this from Thor, then you got it, and now you don't like it. Is that, and on top of it, I don't think you're right. I don't think they're right about it being too silly. I think that the seriousness around it is still there. I think Christian Bale's gore brings that serious moment to it. And when you get to the end, there's a lot more heart and warmth there than you guys make it feel like. And I think that you just hung up on a couple things you didn't like, you know, and you don't be Star Wars fans, guys. But Thor Love and Thunder, I specifically remember you and I saying to each other that, wow, it felt good finally seeing an MCU movie that felt like the MCU again. And then the next day, they're like, this movie sucks. And we're like, what the heck? What is going on? Like, we couldn't believe how much people didn't like it. I'm like, this is wild.
Yeah.
It felt like we were back in the MCU.
I'll give you guys credit where credit is due when it comes to the criticism, of course, because there is some ounce of truth in some things. but
Very
I
little.
think like what your question was, it's overhated.
Yep.
All right. Next question, guys. The Joker is the most overrated villain in comic book history.
In comic book history, overrated villain. Oh my God, I gotta think quickly on this one.
It's okay. I'll give you a count of 5 instead of 3 then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'll tell you why I disagree first, and you can.
Okay.
I think that the Joker is the yin to the yang of Batman, and you can't overrate that enough. I will say this. I think people make too big a deal about who gets to portray the Joker and what they think the Joker should be like.
Mm-hmm.
But as of a villain that is necessary in comic book history, that is a villain that has to exist and has existed for a very long time, that I think other villains, I could say, possibly copy when it comes down to the reverse of who you are is who I am. And to me, that's what makes him not overrated. The overrated part of it that I could agree to is the drama around Joker. But Joker himself, if I look at what you said, the statement you said is an overrated villain, no way. Then Batman needs the Joker in order to be Batman. You have to see the yin to the yang of who he is. And if the Dark Knight doesn't show that, even the other iterations show it. All of them do. Mm-hmm. And I think they all do a great job of doing that. Even Jared Leto's, if they gave it a chance to do it, could do it. Mm-hmm. We saw it in a 2-minute scene that Zack Snyder showed us of what he really wanted to do. And in a 2-minute scene, 2 lines between Affleck and Leto. And I'm like, that's what we wanted. And that's what we would have got if you all would have just put your panties back on and dealt with it. But that's really what it comes down to. You know?
No.
I think that Joker is a necessary villain. I do think the drama around him, though, gets old. And I think that might be where people get caught up, but that's my opinion.
All right, so I'm going to give you your credit and your due. I do think the Batman does need Joker, and I do think he is the polar opposite of him, which is why the yin and the yang, I think that is very true. However, I do think that there are some other Batman villains that because of how big Joker has been made to be, they get overshadowed. And we don't get their due, that some of them, dare I say, have a little bit more of deeper and personal depth and motivations to them that we just don't see because Joker takes up the oxygen in the room. So I think you need him. I don't think you need him all the time, as every iteration of Batman always comes with an iteration of Joker, and it would be nice to go a while without seeing that. Not that he can't show up, but he shouldn't be the one that always has to show up. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Even in the Robert Pattinson one, the whole movie wasn't about Joker, but you still got him at the end, which part of me is happy to see the Joker, but another part of me is like, are we doing another Joker movie again? And obviously it doesn't sound like it at the moment for Batman 2, but he's going to be there.
Yeah.
Somehow.
I think the only rebuttal I have to that is, if you're careful and if you really look at what we have got, when you say we just don't want to see him over and over again, if you actually look at what we have got, it doesn't feel like it's too much. On top of it, the rebuttal I have to him about overshadowing people is I think that's his job. I think that's why he's there as well, because there's no why, there's no reason, and kind of like Alfred said in The Dark Knight, some people just like to watch the world burn.
That's true.
You can't figure him out, and that's what makes him scarier. Because sure, you might. I will agree. I will say he can overshadow, for sure. But if you're a talented director, you're a talented writer, you can put that character in and not. I think Nolan's a great example. That Joker didn't overshadow anybody in that movie. The performance was the overshadowing part, but Harvey Dent had his due in that, just like everybody else. Yep. And then when we went into Dark Knight Rises, you didn't think about the Joker. You focused on Bane, you know what I mean? And in the first one, you focused on Scarecrow and the League of Shadows.
Yep.
They did a great job of not making you feel like the Joker's a pinnacle, but a big part of who Batman is and why he's the way he is. Joker's there to get Batman to have to the edge of becoming himself. Because like you said, we are the same. You're just different. You just do things differently, but we're the same. And he wants Batman to break his big rule, which is killing and being violent and unpredictable like he is. And that to me is what makes the Joker great. That's why I think no matter what you all say out there about the Dark Knight, the fact that he gives 3 different stories about his scars, the fact that he is just an enigma. You're not supposed to know who he is or where he's coming from. And if that overshadows the other villains, I think that's the compliment of the character. But I get it. I do understand, though. It can feel that way, though, sometimes. I do understand it, especially in comic books, when it's like, or in the video game is a good example, too, where it's like if the Joker's in there with them, it feels like he takes over the whole thing. If you're going to tell, in my opinion, then as a good storyteller, if you're going to tell a story about another Batman villain, then don't have Joker in it with you. You know, be smart and not put yourself in that hole of that character being there to overshadow. Because if you do, then you're making that a problem. You know, so because that is true. He will overshadow. He's just gonna, But I get it. I see where you're coming from. I agree though. One that I will agree is it is refreshing to see new villains. And we don't need the Joker to have a good Batman movie. We don't. That is true. I will give into that. You don't need the Joker to have a good Batman movie, but I just don't think he's overrated. So yeah. Okay. Cool. I like that. It was good.
All right. Your next one.
Okay, let's go into this one. Post-credit scenes as a concept really aren't that good at all and do not help.
Post-credit scenes as a concept aren't that good and don't help.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. Do you want me to go with my disagreement first?
Actually, I'll do the agreement first, then you can hit me.
Okay.
Because mine's real short.
Okay.
I'm a purist when it comes down to film. And that might be where my problem with this is. And this might be where my fault and where you're going to have a good point probably for me. But I'm a purist when it comes down to film. If you can't put what you want us to know in the movie, then I don't want to see the damn thing. And I'll be honest with you, the MCU has been victim to this, where we have great post-credit scenes that get you interested in wanting to see something else. And that's probably going to be the argument on the other side is, hey, it can get you hyped for more things. And then we've had good examples of you have a post-credit scene and you're like, oh, we sat here 10 minutes for another joke or for nothing. And then later becomes nothing because nothing ever comes out of it. Much like how I feel about the Endgame being re-released is, if you can't put what you want me to know in your story and the time that you're given for this movie, then you're missing the concept of making a movie. All of my favorite movies, Jaws doesn't have a post-credit scene. There's no mid-scene of, you get to see the shark floating there. There's none of that stuff. It's like, why? Because they don't need to. Because they put it all in the movie. That's why the movie's almost 3 hours. Sure, that's the argument too. Oh, they're too long. No, they're not. Lord of the Rings has proved we will all sit there. Avengers has proved we will all sit there. It's, if you put it in the movie or don't put it in the movie at all, is how I really feel about it. Although the MCU post-credit scenes have been fun, but they've been more confusing for me than they actually have been fun, to be honest with you. So that's my...
Okay, so why I disagree is because the whole reason of a post-credit scene was designed for two objectives. I do agree they've strayed from that a little bit and kind of made it a little more free-for-all. I don't like that part of it, but I don't think that they're not essential other than, what was the specific question, that they're not...
they're not really important.
Not really important.
Yeah, they really help.
So, this is how I view post-credit scenes and mid-credit scenes. Mid-credit scene is supposed to give you a glimpse of what the next film of that character or franchise would be. The post-credit scene is the overall story of what they're going to be leading up to. And I think there are some Marvel movies that have been able to do that really well. Avengers 1 is a good example. Avengers 2 is a good example with showing Thanos in the post-credit scene, not the mid-credit scene, things like that. The silly ones I don't like, I don't appreciate. I think they do it just because they know you're now sitting through them and we're going to give you a scene, but we don't want to do too much with it. And I don't like that. I think that does a disservice to the storytelling whole point of what they're designed to be. But I do think that they are great to show, hey, if you liked what was in this movie, I'll get you hyped for what we would want to do in the future. My only thing I would ask is follow through with it. Don't just do it and then the next movie comes out and it's nothing related to your post-credits scene, because then you've now given us empty promises, so you have to hold them to it. But again, whether there's flaws in the whole system or not, I think its system is needed to be there. And I think it's not just MCU, it needs to be there for other franchises.
Okay.
So
I think there's a great argument back and forth to that.
Yeah.
It's hard to say anything against that. I get it.
This one will be hard for even me to give you a agree or disagree. The Justice League has a better lineup than the Avengers.
We're talking movies or in general anywhere? Because I'm going to go off the ones in the movies then.
Okay.
Because they're all different.
Yeah, I think I wrote this down as in general anywhere, but you could take it from the movies.
Okay.
If we do the movies, then okay, we'll do that from the films that we've seen. All right, Justice League has a better lineup than the Avengers.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's simple.
Mm-hmm.
The Avengers is awesome.
Yep, from the MCU is perfect. Yep.
Yeah. And even when I rack my brain about different iterations of it, I still don't see a Justice League better than the Avengers.
So if this was
with my lack of knowledge too, though,
if this was comic lineup, I would say yes for a Justice League. The Justice League has stayed a consistent roster. They may have expanded and allowed more heroes to come in, but there still is that core 7 characters of Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, Superman, Martian Manhunter, and Hawkgirl. They'll always be constant. They've always been there. And I think that is a better lineup than the Avengers lineup. Relatability, that's not there at all, because I can't relate to Superman or some of these other characters, even like a Wonder Woman. There's no relatability. Even Batman, there's a little bit of relatability, but he's Batman, and it's kind of hard to relate to Batman.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah,
but for the lineup wise, Justice League, the original comic Justice League, definitely supersedes the original Avengers.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, what's your next one?
Captain America should have died in Endgame, either as well as or other than Iron Man. So no matter what, whether Iron Man dies or not, Captain America still should have died.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. I read this one this morning, and I'm like, we're going to say it, but I know what we're both going to say.
His ending in Endgame is exactly how I want him to end.
Chef's kiss is all I got to say.
Yep.
Chef's kiss.
What I like is those 3 characters are no longer there. Black Widow's ending had meaning.
Yep.
Iron Man's ending had meaning for everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then Steve didn't die, but his character of him being Captain America, that ended perfectly.
Yep.
Perfectly. I couldn't have imagined it better. That's what makes me nervous of the re-release.
Yeah.
All right. This might be an easy one for us too. Superman is harder to write than Batman. Superman is harder to write than Batman. 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. So why do you disagree, sir?
Because it's like, I feel like they are trying to make Superman more complicated, and that's why I don't like them. I think Superman's a simple fish out of water, growing up in Iowa. I think they touch on all these things. They touch on all these things I'm saying in all these Superman movies, but they always try to go a step further. When Batman, there's just so much there for Batman that you could do that it almost feels complicated. And you don't want to, you could easily repeat Batman stuff, but I don't think you could easily repeat Superman stuff. But for some reason, the people in charge of these have done the exact opposite.
Mm.
They're doing well at not repeating Batman stuff for the majority. Some of it's repeated. And they're struggling with Superman when, to me, it's like, look, I don't like the character. And I'm saying, I think I don't like it because of what he's, obviously from the creativeness of what they decided to do with him. It's like in one movie they get, oh, that origin's perfect. And then the next one, they're like, oh, that's where they mess up. And then it's like, but if this one was with this one and you took little pieces out of this one, put it in this one, you got a good, easy movie. And it's way easier than they're making it sound. It's way easier than making it sound. If you took some of the intelligence out of this new iteration of Superman and put it into just the bombastic, and took some of the bombastic action out of the Henry Cavill Superman and kind of mix them a little bit, I think you'd have almost the perfect movie. And then you took some of the slowness of the understating human and humanity and all that from the other Superman movie that Bryan Singer went and did. You'd have, oh, that would be, I mean, I could take little things out of each Superman movie that they've done over the years and make a good Superman movie. But with Batman, it's like if you mess up one little thing about Batman, you change one little thing about Batman, and it's like, oh. Mm-hmm. I mean, even in the new iteration of Batman with Robert Pattinson, for a while you're kind of like, oh no, they're making Batman's dad kind of a bad guy, and then they still didn't have the balls to go forward with that. In the end of it, that he was not a bad guy, but he was part of the machine of bad people and didn't know it, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I hear you. I put that. So to me, Batman is very simple. And this is why. Maybe psychologically not as simple, but simple as in parents died, he became orphan, he's troubled by it, goes into a bat cave, then he decides with all his money to just become a vigilante, and he's balancing those two lifestyles. To me, that's pretty cut and dry, where you can save the creative writing for the villains he has to encounter and how they would mesh with a Batman and the psychology of it. Superman would be hard for me because he's not as relatable. He's designed not to be relatable. So to write a character that you're going to have mass appeal for that is not, but you also have to keep his unrelatability, is to me harder to do. And he is so stinking powerful. If it wasn't for Kryptonite, it would be almost impossible to get a good villain against him. But that's the other thing. There's only one real big thing that stops him, and that's Kryptonite. Other than any psychological or personal turmoil that you want to do, which I actually think they did a good job with in that aspect in Dawn of Justice when they did that film, because he had two things he was battling, not only Batman with Kryptonite, but also the thing of Lois Lane, things like that. So anyways, that's my opinion on that.
So where I push back is Batman isn't simple for the reasons that you just said. Because you can't just rinse and repeat, because that's what gets old. Because if the villains are what you focus on, and you start making these Batman movies where Batman's the same, and you just let's do some cool stuff with the villains, Batman quickly gets boring, which is what we're seeing now, which is why they don't like George Clooney Batman, which is why they really needed Robert Pattinson. What have they've been calling for so long? We need the detective Batman. We need detective Batman. They kind of give him a little bit of it, and they still complain about it. It's the villains isn't where Batman fails. And I think that if you all took a second and went back and looked at the villains, even the corny ones, they write them good. They have good stories. They're there. It's in some of them are a little more comic booky than others. I'll grant you the two movies that we specifically are talking about. But if you look at it, they're always trying to do big swings with Batman because the whole "my parents are dead" gets old quick. With Superman, it's the complete opposite. It's like you don't need to relate to Superman, okay? You need to relate to everyone around Superman. So you just need Superman to be that guy that doesn't know where he belongs, that doesn't know what the right thing or wrong thing to do, because he is looked at as an alien and he's out of his own world and he's known out of in the world that he's in, he's being looked at as a stranger. I mean, if people don't feel like that already anyways, there's already relatability there if you're going to talk about any relatability. But the relatability to Superman is the people around him.
Mm.
It's easier to relate to Lex Luthor than it is Superman.
Yeah.
Because Superman's scary. To Lex, I get why Lex feels the way he does. So if you start writing those characters wrong, it makes Superman look one note. When you could have fun and do some interesting things with Superman, like break Zod's neck, do things that, like I said, I could pick little things that oh, that's brilliant, but it's just, the rest is not good. But then I like that his parents in the new movie, they say his parents sent here to rule and not just to save and be and protect. I like that little nuance too that they could have used in the Cavill one, to be honest with you. Because then it gives you that little bit of is Batman and are they right? You know what I mean? You see, you can do things with Superman they just don't do because they think he is too complicated, he is too simple. They're overcomplicating Superman. But on the other hand, if you just rinse and repeat Batman, they would be very boring. They'd be very boring.
Okay.
So that's
all right. I hear you. I hear you for that.
That's a good one, though.
All right. Why don't we do one last one to
Sounds good.
wrap up
Sounds
trivia shakedown, guys? What's the next hot take? Last one.
Oh, Groot is overrated.
Groot is overrated. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's exactly what we need.
Yeah, and honestly, he is the best conduit for kids to get into
Yep.
the MCU.
Yep.
Like doing the show they did, all the toys, doing because he's cute, it's perfect, he's funny, it's great comedy without crossing any lines.
Kids and women, honestly.
I love him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. Guys are there for the action. Kids and women are there for the group.
Yep, that's right.
And we're about to talk about him actually in our next segment. So thank you for staying with us on the Goodell Multiverse podcast. And be sure to comment down below on what your hot takes are and what you think of our hot takes. And as we talked about, we're getting into Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 Retrospective Review. Here we go. All right, everybody, we are in the galaxy for Guardians of the... how do I say this properly? Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 Retrospective Review.
Yes, exciting.
I tried to say something funny with the multiverse thing, but it kind of fell flat. But that's okay. That's all right. We're just going to keep on going.
It's okay. We'll tag it on to the end of Endgame when we go see it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Okay. So this time we're going to switch things up a little bit, and Ike is going to give the history behind the film, and then we'll get right into our retrospective.
Yeah. All right, guys. So here we go. Okay. Movie is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Its release date was May 5th, 2017. Its main cast. You ready? Chris Pratt, Zoe Zendaya, Zaldana, Dave Bautista, Bradley Cooper, Vin Diesel, I forgot about him, Michael Rooker, Karen Gillan, and introducing Pom Klementieff, Sylvester Stallone, and Elizabeth Debicki, and Kurt Russell. Ooh-wee. So, guys, here's a little background on this movie, okay? The development of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 began shortly after the unexpected success of the first Guardians of the Galaxy in 2014, which transformed a relatively unknown comic team into one of Marvel's most popular franchises. By the time filming began in 2016, the MCU was deep into Phase 3, following Captain America's Civil War and preparing for the massive expansion towards Avengers Infinity War. Marvel had proven that audiences would embrace lesser-known characters, giving writer-director James Gunn much more creative freedom for the sequel. Gunn returned as writer and director and focused less on introducing a new team and more on exploring the emotional relationships between the Guardians, especially the father-son dynamic between Peter Quill and his newly discovered father, Ego. Gunn wanted the sequel to feel like a family drama in space, exploring themes of identity, abandonment, and what truly makes someone a family. At the time, the cast had become much bigger stars because of the success of the first film. Chris Pratt had fully transitioned from comedy television star on Parks and Recreation into a major Hollywood leading man after Jurassic World. Zoe Saldana continued her status as a major sci-fi actress after Avatar and Star Wars, which she's awesome in Star Wars.
Star Trek.
Star Wars, Star Trek. What am I talking about?
Watch out, you're gonna get people.
I know, and it should be me because I'm a Star Trekkie, so I'm mad at myself. I'm gonna go sit in timeout. Oh goodness, Star Trek. Whew. While Dave Bautista had become one of the biggest breakout surprises from the first movie due to Drax's humor and emotional depth, Bradley Cooper and Vin Diesel returned as the voices of Rocket and Groot, with Groot now appearing as the fan favorite Baby Groot after the original Groot's sacrifice. The sequel also introduced Pom Klementieff as Mantis, a character Gunn chose because he wanted another outsider added to the group who could bring a new emotional perspective. Mantis was adapted from Marvel Comics, but Gunn significantly changed her personality and role, making her innocence and ability to sense emotions a major part of the Guardians' dynamic. One of the biggest creative decisions was making Ego the Living Planet Peter Quill's father. In the comics, Ego is a bizarre comic entity with long history tied to Marvel's cosmic mythology, but Gunn was drawn to the idea of using him as a literal representation of Peter's father searching for belonging. Marvel was able to use Ego because the character had become available through Marvel's complicated film rights situation. Originally, 20th Century Fox had control over certain Marvel characters connected to cosmic properties, including elements related to Ego due to the Fantastic Four rights. After Marvel and Fox negotiated character usage for Fan Four Stick, Marvel regained access to Ego, allowing the studio to incorporate him into the MCU. Casting Kurt Russell as Ego was considered a major win for Gunn because Russell represented the classic Hollywood father figure archetype while also bringing charm and unpredictability to the role. So true, too. The film also expanded the cosmic side of the MCU by introducing the Sovereign, a genetically engineered race led by Aisha. God, I should have known that. Aisha. Gunn created the Sovereign as a way to explore a society obsessed with perfection and superiority while also providing a comedic contrast to the Guardians' chaotic personalities. The Sovereign's introduction also helped set up future conflicts, including the eventual involvement of Adam Warlock, who was teased in the post-credit scene. Production took place in 2016, primarily in Pinewood, Atlanta studios, with extensive practical sets, makeup effects, and visual effects work. Fun behind-the-scenes facts include Gunn creating a playlist of songs before writing the script, as he did with the first film, and structuring scenes around the emotional meaning of each song. The movie also featured one of Marvel's most ambitious opening sequences, with Baby Groot dancing through a massive battle while the camera focused almost entirely on his perspective. Gunn also pushed for more emotional development for Rocket, using him as the character who struggled most with accepting love from the team. When Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 was released in 2017, it received strong reviews for its humor, visuals, soundtrack, and emotional storytelling. The film earned approximately 85% Rotten Tomatoes from critics and around 87% from audiences. Financially, it was a major success, grossing roughly $869 million worldwide, against a production budget estimated around $200 million. While some critics felt the story was less tightly structured than the first film, audiences responded strongly to the emotional arcs of Yondu, Rocket, and Peter Quill. The film further established the Guardians as one of Marvel's most important teams, expanded the cosmic mythology of the MCU, and became an essential bridge towards Avengers Infinity War by continuing to develop the larger universe beyond Earth. So, Sammy, why don't you give us a quick official synopsis?
All right, guys, the official synopsis for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. The Guardians struggled to keep together as a team while dealing with their personal family issues, notably Star-Lord's encounter with his father, the ambitious celestial being Ego.
Yeah, and from what I remember from this movie when it had come out, I remember it did go well. I didn't hear like bad things about it, but it seems today it's changed, right?
I think you're right. I think that when this movie, if I remember right, And I don't remember too funny. I remember more seeing the first one than I do the second, but that's just because selective memory, maybe. I don't know. My memory bank's full, guys, so I need help. But
I'll do.
right, yeah, I need an external hard drive just to plug in. But I don't remember this film being like negatively viewed at all until, for some reason, when people do their own retrospectives of the past, like Infinity Saga, and they don't think so highly of this film for some reason.
Yeah, I hear it's not talked well online at all.
And yeah, I know you're probably going to dive into your feelings about it too, but this is a good film.
Yeah, they're saying it's like the perfect example of mid, and I don't see that. You know, I don't feel like it's mid, actually. No, I want to come right off the bat, off the start, and say this is going to be a tough one, a different retrospective than we usually do. Not too different, but if you're used to listening to us, we go by each section. We're going to do all that same, folks. But I do want to, off the top, though, going to give you kind of a spoiler alert about how I feel. I'm not going to give you the score. I'm not going to tell you all my favorites yet. We'll save those for the fun moment when we get towards the end. But this movie is not mid. This movie is upper echelons of MCU, I think. This deserves to be in that category of this is MCU at its best, at its golden era. I don't know what the issue is with people today that do their retrospective and they feel like, yeah, I guess it's not as good or it's mid or they're changing their mind on it. This movie is extremely emotional. It touches on this concept of parenthood that I think is unique, and it talks throughout the whole thing about if you want to talk about character arcs and like how you see a character going from one to the other. James Gunn saw what they did with Captain America, Winter Soldier, Civil War, and he just was like, you know what, I can do that good with an ensemble. And this is him proving that. You know, I'm not, it's definitely not going to be a 10 out of 10 like Civil War, okay? But it is, each character in this has an arc that makes sense and makes them better for what they were. There might be a couple small side characters that don't, but your side character's no big deal, right? You take your main core group of guys, there's an arc there, and it's all the same theme. And man, what a masterclass at the emotion in this film is what a lot of the other ones I feel, or the other one, when I say other ones, I mean other MCU movies, should be striving to grasp. You can have the funny and the emotion mixed just well. And I think this one might do it best. This might be one of the funniest Marvel movies, and it might be one of the more emotional ones, too, at the same time. And I'm surprised to feel that as much as I've seen it and how many times I've seen it. That and its rewatchability is just off the charts for some reason. Like it's an easy movie just to fall into and relax to and watch again and again. So that we'll get there. So I just wanted to put that off the bat because I'm going to kind of piece that together as a puzzle as we go through here and there about these people. And I'm going to kind of give that away, you know, and it's going to be very hard to pick, you know, the best scene, the most emotional scene. It's going to be tough because it's not emotionally intensely, but it gets there. It gets the point across and it gets real close. You know, it surprised me and it went distances that I didn't think it would before. Would you feel similar?
You know, going into this retrospective, when I started watching it, I did just like you. I remembered, and currently you go on YouTube right now and type in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 reviews, and people would give those same comments. It's mid, it's not their best, it could have done better, parts were slow, or whatever they wanted to say. I don't know all of them, but that's actually when we get to our actual final score reviews. I want to pull up on the internet's live for you guys just to read some of the comments that people say and see if we feel the same or not, because when I watched it for the first time, part of this retrospective, I was kind of blown away with how much I forgot about it, because maybe it got lost in the shuffle of all the other MCU movies. And when, you know, the general audience thinks of the good versus the bad and all that stuff, we put Civil War and Winter Soldier and all them on some big pedestals. And to be honest, they are well deserved of all the good reviews. But The rewatchability, you are exactly right. I've rewatched this 3 to 4 times because I try to pace myself compared to my 5 times of Doctor Strange, y'all. But every time the rewatchability is there, more than Doctor Strange 1. The rewatchability is there. And while I was more blown away, just similar to what you said, is how each character got their due. And that's why when we get to our parts of reviewing like scenes or favorite scene or worst scene and all that stuff, that is hard for me to actually describe one particular scene because these characters overall go through this transformation. And it's a much needed. This is the definition of what a sequel should be. The character development. You're already introduced to your people. Now you just gotta tell a good story and drive their character forward.
Yeah.
And with an ensemble like this, you easily could have dropped the ball with 1 or 2 of them and just focused on 2 or 3 of them type thing. James Gunn didn't.
Yeah, not at all.
He deserves a lot of that credit for being able to balance everybody and put it in this great story that I don't know how anyone else could have been able to do this.
Yeah.
So I hold this film to much higher regard because of it, and you're going to see my score reflects that. So, yeah, and I do agree with you, too, on another point you made about, actually, I think it was part of your history, but I think you agreed to this, too. The topic of parenthood that is evident throughout this movie that you do not see in any other movie. I do not remember... Maybe up until Fantastic Four, when they touched upon family this much. I might be wrong. Maybe there's a couple of spots. Maybe Thunderbolts had a little bit of, make your own family type thing. I'm trying to remember
Not
if
as
there's...
deep. I don't feel like they were as deep as this movie tried to go.
No, this
movie...
his
name is Ego. Like, I mean, really, it's your... His name is literally like the ego of that absentee father thing. It's like your ego gets in the way of who you are, even as a parent. It's like just right down to the brilliance of using that character as being his father, especially an absentee father, especially when you realize what his true intentions are.
Yep.
And it's like, that's all ego, that's all narcissistic, which is people that have had fathers that are absentee or leave or don't come back or don't raise their kids, but expect something from them in the end. That's a very egotistical thing to do. I mean, his name's Ego. Like it's very interesting when you look at it, that's kind of how meta he gets about it, It's quite amazing. Truthfully. So
yeah, definitely that point you just made, I had to make myself a quick note to
make sure to touch on that later.
Make sure to touch on that when we're on our character deep dives.
Because while we're going through this, guys, keep this in mind. I want you to do this too. This is probably the first MCU movie where the bad guy's really not evil. He's not evil. What he's doing is awful, right? But he's a god. He is at a different level. And you could argue if you were God, then what is mortal is definitely very insignificant compared to what you have to worry about. So he's an egotistical, narcissistic God, where this is the first time in MCU the evilness is actually more personal than it is. Now, his actions have a universal consequence that would end worlds, but it's not necessarily... He's not doing it to end the world, right?
No, exactly.
It's a very personal, he's a lonely God that, the only way that he can find perfection is if he makes something that is just as powerful as he is, so he can go on and they can both rule the world and create all day and all day long whatever they want. And that's basically what his goal was to do. And if it just so happens that, you can't do that with mortal people, with things that have feelings.
You can argue. You can argue to the point of defending him as not an evil guy type thing, as this is the natural food chain of these people.
For him, yeah, because we're nothing. We're light.
They're celestials at the very top, and then you got everything down there. So if you think of the natural way of order of things in nature, of predator versus prey, he's not doing things in a malicious, evil way. He's doing what he knows because that's what they do. And we find out in the Eternals movie, this is literally what they do.
Literally, yeah.
So it's not
It's kind of built into him to be this way.
Yes, that's what these Celestials are thought of in not only the comics, but definitely now in the MCU, thanks to Eternals expanding upon them as the gods of the gods, basically.
Yeah.
They are the head honchos. They help make this whole universe. Right. So if they want to take it away or adjust it or expand their powers...
them, it's okay. We'll just create more.
It's their playground, literally. We're living in it. So this is just, if anything, them saying, no, we can't do this, or we're not going to do this. That doesn't mean one was bad versus the other. Yeah, lots of lives would have been killed, but at the same time...
That only matters to us.
Yes.
Because we would be the lives that would be killed, right? So it's not so much, to them, it's just, we'll just recreate you. It's very interesting when you really think about it, Yeah. It's kind of no different than the absentee father asking you, why are you so mad? What is it? I've already admitted, I'm sorry. I'm here now. That's not enough for some people. Sometimes people need to heal. Sometimes just the acknowledgement isn't good enough. And obviously that's what they depicted in this movie. So let's get into Act 1.
There are layers to this, so we're going to peel them back.
We might not articulate it the best way or peel it back as to your satisfaction, but we did a lot right there. So as we talk about things, keep all that in mind, because that's kind of, when I watched this movie, that's what I saw, and when you think about the music that's playing during certain scenes, like, oh, that works like that way, it's especially when you get to like when Fleetwood Mac, The Chain, and they're talking about how if you don't love me now, you never love me again. It's like just the fact that band itself were singing that song to each other because of their relationships that they had personally. So they were singing those songs to each other because of their egos that had gotten away of what they were doing to each other as a band. And it's almost like that's exactly what they're doing to each other in the Guardians. And when he tells them, like, what are you trying to get everybody to hate you? Because it's working. And then that song comes in, it's like, oh, it's like, that's exact. If you'd ask Fleetwood Mac, they'd be like, that's how we felt. Because that's what they did. They sang, that's how they did their therapy with each, because they dated each other and screwed each other over, and their therapy was writing songs to each other that the band would have to sing. And how awesome does it work for this? It's just perfect. So
all right, well, let me read Act 1.
Yeah, let's dive in.
And we'll dive into this guy. All right, so Act 1, guys, family problems in space, basically. The Guardians, Peter Quill, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, Drax the Destroyer, and Baby Groot, are hired by the sovereign race to protect powerful batteries in exchange for retrieving a prisoner, Nebula. After Rocket steals some of them, the team is attacked and they crash on a nearby planet. There, Peter Quill meets his long-lost father, Ego, who invites Peter, Gamora, and Drax to his world. Meanwhile, Nebula, Rocket, and Baby Groot are left behind with captured Ravengers, who were hired by the Sovereign to capture the Guardians where tensions rise between Rocket and Yondu. So, what worked for you in this, Ike?
This whole thing is great. So, like, I love it. Like, once again, we start this movie in the past. You get to see young Kurt Russell, which he de-ages well. And then we get to see Peter's mom and their little relationship. And then we get the introduction to this little flower that he puts in the ground. And that's obviously a big deal later, right? Why it's there. And I like the music. The song choice is perfect because he explains to Peter later about how he even likes that song for that reason. Even though he's full of crap, we all understand it. He's still using that stuff to get at Peter's soft side, because he knows that's what he is, because he's mortal. And then go right into this whole, I think, what a genius move to do with the Sovereign, with this creature coming, and then just stick right with Groot, and they're just all fighting while he's dancing around doing his thing. And this is your first example of not only are they all dealing with their problems with parenthood. I mean, Drax would be the exception in this, but he's on the other side of the coin, right? So you got Peter, doesn't know his father, and he's now, as of the last movie, has learned his father is kind of, hey, your dad might be something weird. We don't even know what he is. We got Gamora, who's got probably the worst father ever to have, right? Raccoon, you got Rocket, who was made and abandoned, And then you got Drax, who is the other side of it. He's a parent that's lost his family, that's dealing with that this whole time. And they're all kind of being a parent to Groot. It shows in this. Well, he's fun. They're like, Groot, get out of the way there. Look out. Throughout the whole movie, there's moments. Like when they're running away from the Sovereign, and Peter, he looks back and he sees Groot sitting, he picks him up and like throws him back, and she catches him. And it's like they have a system where they know they're all looking out for the little guy, and he's just like, I don't know. Like, he's just a little baby, right?
It's so cute.
It's amazing. I love it, and Yeah, it all works for me a lot. I love the fighting in this, and I got to tell you, if is that okay? If you had any kind of trepidation about Gamora being a badass the last time, then I hope that this movie has tamed that issue, because when she jumps up and she pulls out her sword, she jumps up and she cuts that thing in half. You're like, oh yeah, that's what the daughter of Thanos does.
Yes.
Right? Like, that's the stuff that we need.
Exactly. That's what I need to see. I would say
he heard you back in the day, and he made it happen.
just to point that out. I know you're still talking. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. It's fine. Go right back. Yeah.
Gamora, if anyone watched their first Guardians review, she's the one I gave as the weakest performance and the weakest character. That is not true in this movie. And I have grown a huge fondness to her because of this movie and how well they wrote her. And when we get to those specific scenes, I'll definitely tell you why. And oh my gosh, she is so good in this movie. It was perfectly cast and perfectly well written for her. She definitely earned those titles that they gave her, and just being like this mother figure to the group. Oh, it's so good. I love it when she picks up when they're tossing baby Groot around, and she grabs him. She puts him on the shoulder and she says, "You hold on now." And I'm like, what a mom thing to do. You're right. They just look out for him because he's just this little baby Groot.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on.
It's so cute. It's perfect. So yeah, keep going on what you.
And then you want to talk about egos and like this idea of the perfection of life. Like, this Sovereign is wild to me. I like him so much. And what I like, you notice in this movie, not one Sovereign person dies.
No.
Not one loses their life.
No,
which I think is really cool. I really fell in love with the idea that their battles and their ships that they have, it's all like a giant arcade room.
Yep.
And it sounds like it too, right? Like, they're like, when they lose. And it's like, that's awesome. Like,
they're more concerned about their pride than they are about anything else. Because even when you get to the post-credits scene and Aisha's hair is all crazy, it looked like she'd just been through hell, honestly. But no one died.
Yeah, there was really no physical harm to them. They're just going to build more ships. Yeah.
Their egos are pricked.
Exactly. Yes. Yep. 100%.
Anyways. So, this so cool. Anything else that sticks out to you in the first?
Yeah, I mean, I do have a couple things. I'm trying to think. I don't want to go too far ahead because I know, because Yondu gets involved here. And I do think that I like that Yondu is part of this as well, more so than in the first. And you can tell that there's something coming with that, right? Like, now that we've seen it retrospectively, we understand what Yondu was doing with Peter, and we get it. So it's when you watch it this time, the weight isn't there as much. But like, I do see where they come from with it. This whole scene of even the Ravengers telling him what you were doing was wrong, and it's like he was doing something wrong. He's admitted it, He's a good example of that father that's a deadbeat dad that did a lot of wrong things and he shouldn't have, and he needs to come to peace with that. Him and Rocket share this in common. They struggle admitting things that they should admit that are true, especially when they're peaceful. And Yondu eventually calls it out on Rocket later. And they have this whole, because you're me and I'm, and it's just like, and all of a sudden Rocket's just like, yeah, we are a couple, we'll destroy things before we accept things. Yondu's pride is there so high that he'd rather Peter think it's because you were skinny, and even right to like, even when he's sitting in the cage with Rocket, and he's like, because you were skinny. And it's like, yeah, but it's not the truth, right? And it's very interesting how that plays out. And when you get to the end, it's obviously heartbreaking, but it works out so well, in my opinion. So,
yeah, I agree.
I love the introduction of Ego as well. I like that Rocket has a tiny man on a tiny ship. Man. Yeah, and it's like because he's from far away. Like, what is it? Is Rocket doesn't understand, like, for some reason. Like, as smart as he is, as much as well of a pilot as he is, he doesn't get that concept. It's amazing these people are alive sometimes. Right? It's funny, but sometimes you're like, how do they survive? Like, it's like some of it, there's a lot of luck there, more than you think, actually. Like, I love it.
Yeah.
How about you? Is there more you want to say for that works real well for you?
Oh, yes. All right. So what worked for me, guys, is everything. Literally everything in this act. I agree with you. Not to rehash everything you said, but I fully agree with you when it came to the 80s flashback. Kurt Russell looks great with 80s hairstyle, let me tell you.
Looks great
And
now, yeah.
yes, and that CGI, the de-aging thing, I mean, it was impressive with Hank Pym and Ant-Man, but it just continues to get better. Like they are perfectionists. You could be young forever with the MCU, honestly. It's so good. But anyways, I love that, and I love that it's not a throwaway scene. It's not like, oh, we just wanted to show you what it'll look like. It actually had a purpose with that flower that they expand upon in the third act. I appreciate that, because then I mean, it's not like that would have been a bad scene either way. It's just that I love when scenes have a lot more to them and there's a lot more of a purpose, which I can imagine when they got to like the cutting room floor of what they had to trim down from what they filmed. That was pretty hard for James Gunn, because it seems like he puts a lot of time and work and dedication and a lot of thought into every scene and every line and everything that they do. That every film has to trim down somewhat, little things that didn't work. I'm sure this was a hard one for him to be looking at a big screen and be like, oh, I really liked that, like, but it's okay, because this movie turned out to be perfect for how they cut it. Anyways, yeah, I love the first act. I like the monster and the protecting the batteries.
Monster's intense.
Monster is intense, and give it to those visual effects artists that's able to make that platform look like it's ripped out of the comics, and them just having a brawl on there. And Drax, oh my gosh, when they're saying that the skin is too thick, and he's like, oh, it'll be better on the inside, and then Gamora and Star-Lord are like, what do you mean? Is this going to be the same on the inside as on the outside? And he just still jumps right in and starts doing, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you're funny. Like, dude, you could have died like that, but whatever.
And he does these moments with these characters that makes these slow-mo shots. They're like posters almost.
Oh,
and Drax is in the air coming into the... You're like, oh, it's actually cool, but he's ridiculous. Yeah. But it's really cool, and I love that Drax laughs at anything crazy.
Oh, he's laughing when he's cutting him up.
Yeah,
you're like, oh my gosh, you're a maniac.
What a wild character he can be. Like,
I love that. I love that they made him like that. It's humorous for us, but also speaks to his character and how, what they say in the first one, how literal he is and how things don't go over his head and all that stuff. Or things do go over his head. That's right. Things go over. And then he says, nothing goes over my head. I have 2 quick reflexes. It's fun. Yeah. Anyways, that first scene was great. I loved the meeting Aisha and all the gold people, all the sovereign. The jokes of, I should learn from the arcane rays of the past, and Star-Lord's playing up like, yeah, I'll show you sometime. It's just, and right there, Gamora looks at him and be like, oh my gosh, you guys, this is so funny. And one of my favorite lines is when they bring Nebula out and you see Peter go, family reunion.
Yeah.
Then it's like, no.
Yeah.
So all that is funny. And then when Rocket reveals he stole the batteries and Drax starts laughing his head off in front of them, be like, oh my, and then you can't insult the Sovereign, and he's like, you guys aren't as bad. I don't know the specific word, but he said it in the way where they could have been insulted, be like, oh my gosh, oh no, walk away.
Oh, then he tried winking like it was a joke. Yeah, they got that he was winking. Yeah, so that's what I get for winking with my left eye. Like, he's figuring these things out. It's so wild.
It's funny. It's so.
And I like that him stealing the batteries is a consequence through the whole movie.
Oh my, yes.
It's like everything that happens in this movie is a follow through all the way to the end. And I think that's real smart.
Well, I think that's part of his Rocket's character arc throughout this whole thing. Is either he doesn't realize how he comes across, or he comes across in a childish way, that he's not thinking of the future of what his consequences are from what he says and does. And that's what becomes very evident towards the end of the film, when he realizes, hey, people still love me even though I'm going to be a mess up sometimes. It's so well written for all these characters, and Rocket, yes. Anyways, flying away from the Sovereign, I love, like you said, it's like a big arcade. It literally sounds like an arcade when they're all doing it. And then it pans out and they all have their own like consoles. Be like, oh my gosh, that is so funny. And I gotta say, I love the quantum field.
Yes.
It's the first time I remember really hearing it's called a quantum field or quantum something. It was a quantum asteroid field. And I'm like, quantum realm? Like, is there a connection and we just don't know about it? Or is there,
Right.
it's like, is that where Pym particles come from? Who knows? Honestly, I don't know. But, and you see them go in and out, and then you think of what the quantum realm's like. I'm like, oh my gosh, I wonder if they thought of this and we just never have thought of this until now.
Right.
But anyways, it's so good. I love the banter between Rocket and Star-Lord going through the quantum field, and they're saying why they're better than each other, and then they do that gear shift, and I love that feature of the Milan, the ship too, that you could transfer control one or another. It's so cool. But it really speaks to how these two they're almost like alpha level character types, and how they learn to get along with each other and just being either nice to each other or cordial with each other or just get each other's vibe. I love that throughout the whole thing. And we see it pay off in Guardians 3, if I remember right. But
you see their egos get in the way.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
It's such a good tie-in.
Yeah, so that was cool. And then meeting Ego, how they did, where he just blasted all the ships, and then he disappears because they crash, and then they find him again, and the whole campfire scene, and then they go off into his weird ship that almost looks like an eyeball. It's so interesting.
It's a strange design, but it's real cool.
It is real cool. Meeting Mantis and be like, who is this character? When you first meet her, you think she's kind of like that servant character, which to agree she is from The Collector, but there's a lot more in depth with her, and I love the addition
I like her
of her
role with him, the being able to put a Celestial to sleep, it's like, because he wants to rest, and for him it feels nice. He's nice to her to a degree, you know what I mean, clearly, and even though she knows his secrets, and I like her abilities and how they play with it in the scene where where they do me, he just falls asleep real quick. Like,
you feel love, sexual love for her.
Yeah.
You're like, oh,
they told you the biggest, darkest secrets. It's like, peace, man.
Like all kids. It's so funny.
I watched this movie with my daughter, and Morgan was just like, I couldn't hang out with a friend like that. That would be hard. It'd be difficult.
It would be very difficult. Yeah. Anyway, so I think that gets to the end of that part. Oh, the Ravengers thing. I love the introduction of Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, what a great part.
He's a good actor, man. It's just like Kurt Russell. You're adding legacy to a movie like this, and it fits the part and the character for him so well.
It does. He fits well in that world.
Yep. And this movie, I know, in our retrospective for the first Guardians movie, I wasn't too much of a fan of Yondu, only because I didn't see too much of him and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, is this guy really legit? Or what's the big deal? But this one, it's amped up. And I actually really like him in this movie. Really good. So, and really well. So that's what worked for me.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything that didn't?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
There's only one thing that I would say that didn't work for me. And it does have to do with Gamora. But brace yourself. This is what it is. So, is it just me, or did they ever explain how strong physically she is? It's evident throughout this film that she has some sort of super strength inside her type thing. And I don't know if that's a part of her race thing that I just don't remember seeing in any other film. But when she's holding on to Drax and they're crashing and he's hitting every tree, realistically, she should have dislocated her arm at the very least, if not split her in half almost. And I can't think of any character other than maybe a Drax, someone that's super strong, that's supposed to be able to handle that can do that.
Yeah, they're not very consistent, or I would say honest or open about just what her ability is strength-wise. I wouldn't say, though, she's done anything that makes you go, whoa, that's way too much. But I definitely don't think she's done. You don't want to do too little either. So I think that's kind of. I think it showed a struggle there. The later when she picks up the gun, it was still like a heavy gun. You hear like, you know what I mean, holding it. So I think she's strong. But I think they're just kind of going with the flow on what they decide.
Yeah,
how strong she's going to be. And where it fits. Because I can see that being something that doesn't quite work because it's not very clear.
That's the only part that I would say is like if they wanted to keep her for the scene of her doing it, fine, but maybe add something else where she's strapped into the ship or something that's holding her back like this, so it gives the appearance that she's still doing it, but it's not hurting her because she doesn't have a limp. She's got no problems with it afterwards. At the very least, I would have expected her to do this a couple times. That would have made it, to me, a little more realistic of you just been through hell trying to save Drax.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I can complain about, because the rest of this is picture perfect of what I would have expected.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, anything that didn't work for you, or
no? That would be something I would agree with.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but you know what's funny? My standout moment is Gamora saving Drax.
Yeah.
Even though physically, logistically, realistically, I don't think it worked too well. That is a huge character moment right there. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like there's a couple things I could have put for my standout moment, like meeting Aisha. I thought that was a pretty cool. But and just the quantum realm thing, I really do like that quantum realm.
Me too.
Or not realm, but field.
Field, field.
But I gotta say that her being able to do that, whether she had super strength or not, that's pretty cool. So
yeah, my standout moment's definitely this whole battle with the Sovereign, because I just was so tickled that they're just not in the ships. It's just like, this is so funny. It's just fun to watch. Like, there's stakes still happening here, but like the stakes are still high. They could be killing them, but like they're just not there. It's just wild to think. You
know how great their Wi-Fi is.
It's
their Bluetooth.
So good.
They could go eons away with this thing and not lose a beat with signal.
Yep.
Come on, Verizon.
Yep.
Anyways. So, what would you give a score for the first act?
I give the first act a 9 out of 10.
Me too.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Definitely. All right, why don't you read Act 2?
All right, Act 2. Peter begins bonding with Ego, learning he has godlike celestial powers. However, Gamora grows suspicious and discovers Ego has been planting seeds across planets to expand himself, killing them in the process. Ego reveals his true plan to use Peter's power to activate the expansion and take over the universe. Meanwhile, Rocket, Groot, and Yondu escape captivity and begin heading toward Ego's planet. Yondu reveals he's spared Peter as a child instead of delivering him to Ego, showing he cared for him like the son. Like a son. The group begins converging for a rescue. So I don't think Yondu, I think we got that wrong. Yondu doesn't, he just,
oh, it's not, I'm sorry, it's not in this act. That's in Act 3.
Yondu doesn't explain that till later. But so we'll skip that part.
Sorry about that, folks. All right, so what worked for you?
So this whole thing, again, it's hard to pick. It'd be easier to tell you what doesn't work. But let me just go through some fun stuff that I really do like, obviously. I like Taserface. I think that whole situation is funny. It doesn't get old. I think Rocket, how he handles it, I think is very funny. There's a lot that goes down in this middle section, man. Like, so something that sticks out to me, I'm not going to talk about everything or we'd be here for hours. So I'm just going to say I like Taserface. I'm going to pick 3 major things in this section that really sticks out to me. And then I want to talk about the emotional beats. I'm going to let you go on with yours because, like I said, we could talk minute by minute at this point. Okay, I'm going to mention 4 things, I guess.
Okay.
Part of it is I love this whole with Rocket, and he's like out in the woods with all his traps and stuff. I love all that stuff with Rocket. That is so good. The second thing I love a lot is I do love their escape. What doesn't work for me, I'm going to say it right now, is the stuff when Groot's going back and forth getting the wrong things. That got a little old on me. I thought that was real funny at first, and I thought the first time I saw it was funny. I'm not saying it's bad. It doesn't hurt the movie, but it definitely, as I realized, this is a little bit of a weaker joke that went a little longer than it should have. It should have been a couple beats less, and then it would have been do 2 really good funny ones, and then maybe a third one to really throw you, and then the rest would be good. But it just seemed to kind of like constant over and over. To me, it was like, okay, now it's kind of losing its luster, so that's what doesn't work for me, and that's it. So after that, I love when we finally get to see what this Arrow is capable of, and the music turns on, and they just walk through this place, and They are just ripping people apart with this arrow. I cannot get over how awesome that is and how cool it looks. Yondu didn't look, he looked so badass doing all that stuff. I loved all of it. And I also noticed that when they get to Ego's planet, first of all, that planet's awesome. Like, it's basically him, but like, it's really cool looking, and all the stuff he created is really cool. And I like that when he's talking with Peter and he says, yeah, you can create all the kind of things that you want. And Peter, like, in his immaturity, is like, oh, I'm going to create a bunch of weird shit. You know what I mean? Like, he gets all excited about it, but I also like that he has like these pods set up where he tells the story of what he's done and who he is. But right then and there, it made me realize through this, I mean, I've always thought this, maybe I'm late to the party on this. And if I am, I'm a little slow, guys. But that to me indicated should have been their first warning sign that he's done this multiple times. You know what I mean? Like, I think some people complain, they say, well, it's just convenient that he has all these things, and what a stupid way to do exposition. But I think what they're actually trying to show you is he's prepared to tell this story because he's done this thousands of times. And when you realize all the dead bodies and all the dead siblings, and you're like, oh, he has done this a lot. So he's ready. I'm going to tell the story as fast way to do it. And there we go. Get it through. It's right down to clockwork. He's got jokes and stuff ready. It's like an act for him, And it shows when Peter finally makes that celestial, that energy ball. He, for a split second, goes into like, oh my God, you can do it. Like, it's like, but it's not happy for Peter. It's like that part of him, of the bad part of him, comes out quick. He's like, oh, there it is. Yes. Cause he's waiting for one that has the power. And so then he kind of stops. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Back. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Cool. Let's play catch. Right. Yeah. Let's play catch. Like, he goes into that whole in and out of that, real slips in and out easy. Cause he's just sick and tired of doing this over and over again. Which when you get to the third act, it makes sense because he just said, okay, fine. Geez, you'll just have to be a battery for thousands of years. Like, I'm going to argue with you about it. I'm sick and tired of waiting. Right. And like for a long time, you want to trust this guy, and he's going to be the bad guy eventually, right? We all understand that. That's not the secret. That is, it's not a well-kept secret. It's not. I don't even think they're trying to keep that secret. It's clearly Mantis is struggling to tell him something. We all know, what's the big dark secret, right? When you first see this movie. But if you really look at the depths of it, though, that all these nice, calm moments where you're like, oh, he's just telling them a story. And see, he could be a decent guy. Maybe this movie's going to trick us. Oh, no, this is just as bad. This is bad. Like, he's showing them things. Like, he is like, I've done this so many times. It's in their face how scary it is. It's like being in a serial killer's house. We'll sit next to a lamp that's made out of skin and not realizing it's skin, right? It's like, that's kind of, I know it's way crazy, guys, but it's true. If you think about it, that's kind of what this guy's doing, and it's quite amazing, actually. I actually like that it's that smart. It is that smart to me. And of course, this is also where I love when Gamora and Nebula have their fight. Because Nebula just goes all out, man. I love that she's just jamming this. She's going to fly this ship right into her. Like, yeah, there is no hold, no brakes held on their fight, right? I love that that's going on like that. And then I like, then here we are to what they are. Gamora spends her life just in survival mode. How do I stay alive? That she hasn't stopped to think about how much that hurts Nebula. And when she says, all I wanted was a sister. And you're like, whoa, that's deep stuff. Like, he goes the distance with this. And that's the threshold that them two as characters needed to cross. Yeah. Yeah. What works for you, Sam?
Oh, gosh. The emotions of each character are so well thought through, especially in this act, and so deep.
Yeah.
It's so good and refreshing to see that for a sequel movie, to be honest, this is what sequel movies are supposed to be, is you learn more about the character, you challenge each one of their characters, and you see who they truly are through these personal turmoils, and that's what each character goes through in here. It's really so good. Anyways, I agree with you with everything that you said on what worked and even what didn't work, like the Baby Groot scenes. I like the Baby Groot scenes, don't get me wrong, but I think if they did two of them and then the third one was correcting of the fin thing, the head, piece, that would have been enough because we got the point across at that point. The baby Groot does not know what they're talking about.
Right.
You know, and he's just grabbing random stuff, even the thumb. I would have kept the thumb because that would have been cool.
The eyeball one's funny too. So they all have a good funniness to them. It just kind of felt like it just kept going.
The desk to me was the part that I would say didn't work because he's literally dragging across the floor when everyone's sleeping. Like, no, that wouldn't have logically worked. Everything else would have logically worked. But anyways, so maybe not cutting off the thumb because I'm pretty sure that would hurt. Yeah. But and someone would scream. But at the same time, it was a funny moment. So whatever. I love it when they're like, "We're not going to speak of this ever." Just no. Anyways, yeah. Peter begins bonding with Ego. I loved that scene, like the exposition scene that you described, and you put it so really well about how he's done this before. I like that it feels like you're walking through a museum. Yeah, because he's like showing you this exhibit of his creation, and this exhibit of when he is made into a planet, this his exhibit of making the human body and all this different stuff. And the jokes throughout there they land so well and they're natural feeling. It didn't Drax. Yes, it didn't feel forced. It felt like he was just a genuine question. Did you make a penis? And how Star-Lord's response was so appropriate and just like that. It didn't feel forced or acted. Just like, dude, what?
Yeah.
It's perfect. Perfect.
I think I told you this earlier, but I think what makes Drax funnier in this one is actually their responses to him. Or it's like it almost adds on. Like it makes the joke hit harder and better. It's like because they're like us. Like what? Like and they're like, what? And I think that's cool that they don't just let it pass. If they just let these jokes pass by, like it's just normal to them, they'd still think land funny, but man, they're funnier when it's like, you know, when it's like this, right? When it's like them going, what? Like, wait a minute, guy. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you're fine. You're right. Yeah. So I know I jumped around from a couple of different spots, but like just to go back to like that baby Groot scene, I said that wasn't like my favorite of the whole thing. I do agree with you. Their exit with Yondu looking at all the screens and controlling the arrow throughout the whole ship right there was really cool.
Yeah,
that was really cool, and I love that each one of them got to hit the one Ravager that really did them wrong throughout the whole thing. And Taserface, he is so.
It's brilliant. It's one of the smartest jokes.
It's well done. It's a great joke. And the thing is, he doesn't last too long, and that's perfect. If he had lasted into the next act, I would have been a little bit like, okay, it's not funny anymore. It's not good anymore. But I love that his last line is when they ask who came for them or whatever, tell him Taserface. And you should just start laughing. Be like, yes, that's perfect. She doesn't even take you seriously. Yeah. That's so stupid.
He's like, oh.
And then he blows up.
Yeah, I think it's genius.
I think that's so cool. I think this is a really good act. If it wasn't for that one Groot thing, this is a slam dunk act.
Yeah.
I love Eagle's Planet. That is one place I would have loved to explore a little bit. And it makes me so curious that it's a living planet because it is him. Like when they're doing all that stuff with the fight with Nebula and Gamora, I wonder if he felt any of that.
Yeah, I questioned that myself as I was going.
Yeah, because that place is only him and Mantis. So he knows every footstep that happens on that planet. And that was one of the cool things about the comics version of Ego. And I know when we get to character deep dives, that's something I want to touch upon. But just to mention it right now while we're in this act, is that Ego the Living Planet, like, he was a Fantastic Four villain. That's why it was the Fox issue and all that stuff. But when the Fantastic Four would land their ship on him, he would, every step they made, he would be able to suck them in or do something to them or send these like termite things to them. You know, he would terrorize them because he knew literally where they were on him.
Yeah.
So that makes me wonder if on this Ego planet, if he knew all that was happening, and
similar,
maybe he didn't even care. Either way, it doesn't make or break anything. It's perfect. And that leads me to my best character moment that you described is the Gamora and Nebula. They're fighting.
Yep.
Oh,
that's mine too.
My gosh.
Yeah.
I tell you what.
From beginning to the reconcile.
You know what? Phenomenal. You know what it reminds me of? This is if I was to go to Bandai Namco over in Japan, and they were discussing making a Tekken movie, and they had to put Nina and Anna Williams into it. I would show them this scene and say, "This is exactly what they've done in the video games. This is how you do it in live action."
Mm-hmm.
It is brutal.
Mm-hmm.
It is perfect. Two sisters going, like, literally guns and ships ablazing at them.
Yeah,
they could have died like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah,
and then she still pulls her out of the wreckage. Be like, that is exactly what Nina and Anna Williams do in Tekken. Like, every cutscene of Tekken has that. And I loved that that's what they did with these characters, because it really is true to these characters. And it makes me like Gamora so much more, and like Nebula.
Yeah.
Where you thought of her as just this villainous sister in the first one, and now you find out there's a lot more depth to her, and the reason why she is what she is. Not only with what Thanos, and I think she's actually explaining that on our screen right now, what Thanos did to her piece by piece and remaking her, but also you see that perspective of her versus Gamora, and how the exact words that you just said a couple minutes ago, you always wanted to win, I just wanted a sister.
Yeah.
And be like, wow. And it's so true, because that was Gamora had to earn that title of fiercest woman in the galaxy, or however it was specifically.
And all of it was because of
dangerous
their dad,
woman.
Their father.
Yes, and that's literally for her to survive and not have done to her what they did to Nebula. She had to win. That's how she doesn't look like Nebula. And she doesn't realize that in doing that to protect herself, it's also now hurt someone that she genuinely does care for, because it really shows how bad Thanos is, guys.
Yeah, he's a bad dude.
It's just anyone who thinks that, I know you did that short clip about a month or 2 ago, but guys, it's so true. Anyone who thinks Thanos is mid, you guys are crazy.
Yeah,
You're just crazy. This movie, that scene is proof of the psychological and physical trauma that those 2 girls had to go through. And now they're free of it, and they still don't know how to break free mentally of it. And it's their bonding moment there, where Nebula realizes she can have a sister. Gamora realizes, I can be more than just the winner, and look at her badly. It sets up what we see the rest of Nebula throughout the rest of the franchises. A great addition to the Guardians, you know?
Yeah.
So, anyways.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah.
That perfect character moment. Did the pacing hold up for me? Yes, it did.
Same for me. Yep.
Yes, it did. All right. So, what would you give this act?
I give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
Yep.
I see that. I gave this a 9.5 out of 10.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. I just gave it 8. Like, I like it. It's good. It's just one of it could have went anywhere, and I like I said, the group thing kind of was a little but like, I mean, trying to be as critical as I can as well. So
no, to me, that's the only thing that made it go down. Otherwise, this is a great middle act.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I will read Act 3 for you guys. On Ego's planet, Peter confronts his father while the Guardians arrive to help. Ego activates the expansion, threatening to consume everything. Peter resists Ego's control after being inspired by Yondu's power origin. The Guardians fight together to destroy Ego's core, with Yondu ultimately sacrificing himself to save Peter in a powerful emotional moment. Meanwhile, the Sovereign arrive and wreak havoc on the whole situation as well. Ego is destroyed, and the Guardians escape as a true family unit. Peter officially accepts Yondu as his real father figure, and the team grows closer than ever. Okay. Did I miss anything in that?
No.
I noticed that I didn't write the Sovereign there, and I had to point that out because we're going to talk about it. But did this ending land for you?
It did. Yes, it did. Specifically just how, so let me go to my notes here. So did it land for me? Yes, it did land for me. Specifically, I like that it come down to Peter making a decision between being mortal and not in the long run. And this idea of Yondu kind of taking responsibility for making Peter's life harder than it should have been, you know? And when I say taking responsibility, it's not that he gave his life for Peter, that what needed to happen. It was just the telling him that this is what I did wrong and I wish I could have done better. It just so happens to be at a time that is very critical in where they are in life and death scenario, because I think this would have happened even if they were safe, but because they weren't safe, it was definitely had to be said right then and there.
Yeah.
I love the Sovereign showing up and it just putting a freaking havoc, like wrecks havoc in their plans, and them fighting. This is how they fight. It's all chaos. There's no good plan. They have a plan. It doesn't work. And they just they try to, the fact that he flies around and asks for tape for 2 minutes. I love that scene. You got any tape? I like that. Is it Drax or?
Yeah, Scotch. Oh, you got Scotch tape? Wait, why did you say Scotch tape?
Would work? Yeah. Why would you say you had it? Just in case? What? Like, it's like, I like it. I like that. I like that Groot just like runs away with the bomb, and Rocket's like, "Oh man, that's it. Like, we're just screwed."
Yeah. We're gonna die.
and it makes sense that Mantis holds him off while they're fighting the Sovereign, for all this stuff to happen. I like all that, and what I specifically the scene I like in this that sticks out for me the most. Where I say the climax is earned is in 2 parts. So I say the climax is earned where he has Peter, he shows Peter this is what it looks like, and he kind of has Peter, right? Like Peter's kind of in a trance of like, wow, I'm learning everything I know. I kind of get what he's talking about, and then Peter kind of comes out of it and says, yeah, but what about the people I care about? What about my friends? Or his new family, basically. And that's when he's like, listen, you're not paying attention. You dummy, like blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And then that's kind of when he says the whole thing about his mom. And if he just didn't say it, boy, what would have happened, right? Yeah. But the fact they said I had to give her cancer because I had to stay awake. I just loved her so much. And now, as soon as he said it, Peter's like, he does that whole Shakespeare, the Spielbergian push in from Jaws, right? He's like, woof, and he doesn't like, there's no, what did you say? He kind of says it, and then he just blasts the hell out of him. Like, he's just, like, he's just going to kill him. Like, I'm just killing you right now. Like, he just loses his crap on him. And I'm like, that is like, I think that's awesome that turns out that way. And I like that Peter grabs the Celestial in himself, and they fight at the end for that brief moment. Because they do just enough to where, like, cool, Peter's like a superhuman right now. Yeah. But James Gunn doesn't go too big to make it like it's weird, because after a while it's over with. And I like that he makes a big Pac-Man. That's so cool. It's so funny. Yeah, those things work for me a lot in this, and that's what makes the climax earn for me, and it makes the ending land for sure. All of that, and the ending lands even more so because of the Yondu stuff. Yes, when he was flying up there and he puts that thing on him, he tells him all that stuff, and then he dies. And it's like, that's Peter getting the validation of, he met his real dad that they had to kill, which he literally dies in his hands, like falls. I want you all to put that in perspective for this character. I've learned that Peter Quill might be the second most tragic character in the MCU next to Thor. You imagine watching your mom die, being stolen by aliens, learning to be a thief in the galaxy, and you're learning who your mother is through your music. The guy's been taking care of you. He's been threatening to eat you for a long time, and you really don't know if he's good or bad. He keeps saying he might kill you, but he doesn't, but it's because you have to keep earning it, but he's only doing it to make you do it. But you don't know, right? You don't understand. It's a scary life to live with those people. Just like he says, it was all to be funny. He goes, it wasn't funny to me. You know what I mean? Like, when he says that, it's amazing, because it's like, duh, dude, I thought you were really going to eat me. I was a little kid. But then, like, here you have met your father, and you got him. Like, the bomb's on the brain, everything's ready to go, and he pleads to him. Ego pleads to him, don't do this. Don't you understand what you could be giving up? And Peter chooses not to. And then when he does die, he turns into dust out of his hands. Like, I mean, that is like, you got to think. Like, and then 10 minutes later, the guy who has been raising you admits to you the whole time that, by the way, I was just kidding around. I wasn't going to eat you. And I was saving you from what you just went through. And I wish I could have been better, and I should have been. And you've been looking up this guy. Everything you learn is this guy here. And then he dies in your arms. Like, both his dads die in his arms within an hour. I mean, he's a pretty tragic character, man. Like, I give a lot of credit to the writing in this, the balls it takes to do this. Like, it's real good. And then, of course, him getting the Ravager funeral, and they put it out there and they say, look, clearly, they were wrong about what he was doing, and he had made mistakes, but he had fixed it, and they all came and did it's so heartwarming. Yes. I didn't cry in that as much as I was just happy. Believe it.
I agree. I agree.
know?
Yeah.
It was emotional, but it wasn't sad. It was, this is good. This is nice.
Yeah. I agree.
That to me, that was all 100% earned.
I would say, and correct me if I'm wrong, would the climax technically be Peter discovering his dad, no matter whether it was Ego or finding out that Yondu was his dad? Because is the climax the overarching thing throughout the movie, and if it comes to a close or not?
Yeah, I'd say the climax is the fighting at the end, though, like making the choice to not be the Celestial with him.
Yep. So the ending landing is more of the
Yondu stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of like the overall story we're talking about. That fatherhood, the parenthood thing really hits it home there.
Yeah.
Because now you got all these people are reconciling with family. It's Gamora and Nebula are going to be sisters, and you got Drax who's finding you're not, it's not him so much that you're learning about as a change as it is through Mantis. We're learning how much it really hurts him to not have his family anymore. Yeah. And now she's finding somewhere where she belongs. If there's anyone sidelined, it's her, but we'll get there. But not, when I say sidelined, it's only, there's no real arc for her yet, so it's like kind of just, she's a good introduction though. So, yeah, I would say in my best character I don't know if that's in this sentence. I'm sorry. Where are we at here? Yeah, the climax was definitely earned. My biggest issue in any of this, and my best moment in Act 3, I like when he reveals that I killed your mom.
That's mine.
That is amazing.
Yeah, that is the
that's
best
a great
moment. That is,
yeah,
that's mine. Yep.
And my biggest issue in this, I mean,
it's hard.
I'm hard pressed to find an issue with this, guys. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave it like that.
Yep.
Maybe a little pacing. There's a little bit of pacing.
Yeah, if you had the nitpick.
Yeah, if you could have trimmed up the end just a tad, timing wise, I guess. A little long. That's about it.
Yeah.
That's picking nits though.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that my best moment was what you already said, is revealing how his mom died. That it hurt me to put that tumor in her head. Immediately when it zooms out, he's like, "What?" And then as he keeps talking, you should just shut up, Ego.
Yeah,
because he kept talking. And then the blasting and the emotion. You killed my mother. Like, oh my.
Remind me of Civil War.
Very Tony Stark vibe,
right? Yeah,
which is warranted when you mess with someone's mother. Like, come on, guys, that's a natural response. Yeah. Oh, geez, that is my best moment, and I didn't have a big issue. I thought everything worked out exactly. It didn't feel overcrowded with the Sovereign being there. They served the purpose with distracting them long enough to have Ego form enough again to see Star-Lord tap into that power just a little bit, that ancestral power. And I agree with you. I like that James Gunn didn't make him into like a Superman type figure. They just made him as a guy who just is tapping into these abilities to do what he can do just to defeat his father. And then knowing that killing his father will kill the immortality that he has in him, he was fine with that, because what his father was about to do was pretty universe shattering. So,
but you see how it's more personal though.
And Ego is terrifying. After they destroy the one body of his and he's trying to rebuild, and he's like, "That, of course I have issues. That's my freaking father." And he goes, "Rawr." Be like, that's freaky.
Yeah. Or even the face on the planet.
Yep.
Whoa, they went there.
And that's cool. I'm glad that when Yondu and Rocket get there, that you see the planet and then you see the face on it. Because that is exactly what Ego looks like in the comics. All Ego is in the comics, without a physical Kurt Russell form, is just a big planet with a mustache and big eyes, are just in the planet.
Big Kurt Russell planet,
basically, and without fabulous hair. And that's you get a sliver of that, and I appreciate that little nod to the comics so well. Anyways, so yeah, this superb ending to a film. I was blown away. I was just blown away by how well it did, how almost simple of a structure, but yet emotionally so deep it was. Amazing. So what would you give a score for Act 3?
I give it a 9.
I gave it a 10. Yeah.
I still think it could have been shaved time. There's a little pacing towards the end. That's
Yeah.
trying to be picky. I don't want to be biased all the time. This, by the way, is one of my top just personal favorites of the MCU.
Yep.
So it's tough to not just give it a hard, good score. So
Yeah. I tell you. All right. So, anything else before we move on?
no, I'm ready to move right on into our fun stuff here.
All right, so post-credit scene. There's this film had like 5 mid to post-credit scenes, but they're all so comedical. So I only just picked the 2 that I feel like would have been the most either talked about or important of them.
I agree.
Yeah, and we just got through in our takedown trivia of the hot takes and what we think about them for post-credit scenes. So you gotta watch that if you haven't listened to that. Rewind back or check out that video on YouTube, guys. So. The mid-credit scene is Aisha, the leader of the Sovereign, reveals a new creation meant to destroy the Guardians, a golden being named Adam, hinting at Adam Warlock. And then the post-credit scene is a series of humorous scenes show multiple versions of Baby Groot growing into a teenager while ignoring Peter Quill's instructions, highlighting their evolving father-son dynamic, which is kind of cool, to be honest. The purpose of this is 1, to set up a new character in the Guardians universe, and then 2, just to show Baby Groot's becoming teenage Groot, really.
Mm-hmm.
How important is it to the MCU? I put not very. The Groot thing is not important at all. The Adam Warlock thing, for people who knew of Adam Warlock, that's a big deal, but then it was a long time since we got him since that, and it was okay. It was justifiable for real world circumstances, but so it did have a payoff, so I would say that was okay. That was good. That's what a post-credit scene's supposed to be. So hype level, what would you give it?
I give it about a 6.
Okay.
Also only because I like this group and I like what's going on and I'm curious about their future. So when I saw the Adam Warlock thing, who I had no prior information to about this character, I was very interested in who is that? What's that mean?
Oh, so your score is a 6
Yeah.
out of 10. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. My hype level was like a 50% just because of all the stuff going on. And the only 50% of that is Adam Warlock because I knew of him.
But because I liked the movie so much, it made me want to look into what that meant. Because
that's good.
As someone that didn't know who Adam Warlock was, it made me want to go know who he was. When other movies haven't done that.
Yeah,
I don't know it, so I'm kind of like, me, you don't know what that means. You know what I mean? And
so if your score was a 6, mine was a 5 out of 10.
Okay.
For score. All right, guys. Character deep dives. This is where we get into the meats, the juice, the bones of the whole thing. So. Who is your best performance?
I gave it to Chris Pratt again. There's a lot of great performances in this movie. A lot of them need to be recognized, but he once again he is more the core focus of what of this group, and this ongoing trend of from his mom dying to what it means, why she died, to who his father was, and becoming this group. I think he is the glue for it all. And I think Chris had to show that array of emotions once again. He had to show a lot of immaturity to someone who's getting mature, dealing with their father issues all at the same time. And at the end, when he knew he had to kill him, you see how you saw a leader was born too, more than you did in the other. Like he was like, we're doing this, we're going at this is what's happening. There's something happened that he was doing just right in his acting that was very subtle, yet still keeping that funny, charming thing that he has as Star-Lord, especially with the tape thing and all that stuff. But he understood that might be my father, but I have to kill him, and I like it. Like I think he held this movie up again, truthfully.
I agree with everything that you said. Everything you said about that. It was hard for me personally to pick the best performance because Chris Pratt, Rocket, and Kurt Russell are the 3 that stuck out to me the most. I guess if I had to pick of those 3, Chris Pratt does take the lead on that, but Rocket is a close second, and then Kurt will be number 3 because learning a little bit more about Rocket's growth, not his origin. We get that in number 3, but I'm talking about his character growth of trying to adapt in this family and having this sense of belonging that at the end he comes to realize even if I do mess up and I am the cranky trash panda that they call me type thing, like I still have a family. And Peter reassures him, of course you do. That, to me, that moment right there spoke so many levels of what a real family would go through, especially family like this, that they pick their own people. If they made this family and they're staying together as a family, no matter what, it's a bond that I think really touches upon real life stuff.
They're tighter than the Avengers.
Oh yes, oh yes, they are. Yeah, and so because of that, Rocket is a close second. But I agree with this is Chris Pratt's emotional story of figuring out his heritage and also being better than his heritage. I love that. So yes, I agree with you, Chris Pratt. I'll just say one of my most surprising performances. Gamora and Yondu, I have tied.
Good choices. This is another one. How do you pick?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But for me, especially coming off of the first film where I put them both as my weaker performances, I don't even know if I put Yondu even in that category. I have to remember my retrospective for Guardians 1, but I know I put Gamora there. That is a complete 180 from whatever I thought of the first film. Gamora is she is a force to be reckoned with in this movie. She has a character growth. A number of times when she would stop and hesitate on something because she's actually growing as a character, not just being this warrior machine that she was made to be.
That's right.
And that scene between her and her sister is one of the best scenes I think Marvel's ever done. It's just so well done. And then Yondu. I did not think I would ever care for him, but I did in this movie. He's just this guy that kind of became a surrogate father, and he stumbled and messed up a lot.
He wasn't good at it.
But at the same time, it speaks to one of these core things where even if you don't have the best parent, but you know they have the best intentions for you, that does shine through somewhere. And Yondu's a perfect example of that, where he might not have made good choices like 80 to 90% of the time, but the core reason he kept Peter was to protect him from that thing that was his father and what he knew was happening at that point. And that's the true character depth of who Yondu is. And I think that is greatly exemplified here in real world of what some parents, just not all people are cut out to be parents, but that doesn't mean they're bad people.
Right.
And I think that that's a good example of that. So I put them both as my surprise performances.
My surprise performance is I could not believe how much they got me to care about a freaking CGI raccoon. So
Yes.
I'm going to give it to Rocket. Like, I have to this time.
Right?
I just can't believe. I'm like, I really give a crap about this thing, and it just works. And his expressions in this, and some of the stuff he says, they spent a little more time on, so he felt even more real, and it just works so well for me for that.
I agree.
Oh,
good choice. All right, who was your weakest performance?
So I'm going to give it to Mantis only because there was not a lot for her to do other than be that crux that gets them to realize what he goes up to, and also some humor. She doesn't really have a big character turn in this other than turning on Ego, which seemed very easy for her to do. So I'm only going to give it to her for writing purposes. It's got nothing to do with it actually being a bad performance. She's fine. I like her. She's funny. I think she's perfect for it. I like her in other movies that they do. But for this one, there's one character that kind of just pulled the reins back on because there's a lot going on. She was introduced, and that's pretty much what her role was to be part of this story. And that's it. So that's why I'm giving it to her.
I understand. I completely get it. Yeah. I agree with everything that you said there. For weakest performances, I didn't put her down. I put Vin Diesel and Sean Gunn's brother.
I see. I love Sean Gunn, and I got you.
I think
you mean Sean Gunn, James.
Oh, it
Gunn's
is
brother.
James Gunn, Sean Gunn's brother. Sorry, but yeah, Sean Gunn and the thing about Vin Diesel,
but it is Vin Diesel.
It's Vin Diesel, but because of how high pitched the voice is, because he's Baby Groot, you don't know it unless they threw it in your face in the end credit scenes.
I gotta be honest with you, I forget it's him.
Yeah, so I mean. And I like Vin Diesel. I know you're not as much of a fan. I'm not like a super fan or anything, but I feel like if you're going to cast Vin Diesel, you should have given him a Vin Diesel role.
Yeah.
Not Baby Groot.
Yeah.
But whatever.
I'm with you, though. I get why you say
it's
that.
It's not, because that's really all he says is, I am Groot. I am Groot.
It's not even him saying it, really.
Right. That's all
he
his
says it,
voice.
They just do the auto stuff to it, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly. So, but and then there are times I've felt Sean Gunn is just a little annoying here or there. I wasn't too much into it.
See, I personally like him in this a lot.
I liked him better in the first movie than the second. Maybe it's just he's just not my cup of tea. But no offense to him at all. It's just that I'm like, where do you really fit into this? You know?
Yeah.
I get, at least in this one, I feel like he has a little bit more of a purpose than when we get to Guardians 3, from what I remember of him. But, yeah. That's just what I had to say about that.
I understand.
There.
Yep.
But what I do appreciate is Sean Gunn, even though he plays his own character in the films, he also is the physical embodiment of Rocket when they're doing stuff. And I thought, that's cool. That's the type of stuff that's really cool for an actor to be able to pull that off. So good for you for that. All right, casting wins or misses?
I don't got any. I mean, the wins are all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any misses, and I'll go in the missed opportunities wise. I don't see any missed opportunities or wasted potentials either. Maybe giving Mantis a little more or something, maybe, but even then, it's okay. It was fine.
Yeah,
It's negative's tough with this one, guys.
Mm-hmm. So I'm actually completely agree with you. I put my casting wins as Kurt Russell and I can't pronounce her last name.
Yeah.
Mantis. I thought they were casted really well. I loved the addition of Kurt Russell. He's a good actor, and he does give a good performance in this film. He's another legacy actor that comes in for a one-and-done type thing, but it's so worth it.
There's a lot of gravitas to
this. Yes. I think, and that is a common thread that I think Marvel does really well, and we've talked about this almost in every movie, especially the really good ones, is they bring in a legacy actor just for a one-time role thing, and they nail it out of the park.
Yeah.
And that's all they ask for is that. I'm waiting for a Meryl Streep to come into a movie like this or something, you know, someone that has another high prestige, a Morgan Freeman, you know, someone that would be really cool to see on screen for one movie. And then, you know, it's a one and done thing, but they're going to act the crap out of that character, you know?
I agree.
So, anyways, and then I'm going to lead that right into my missed opportunities. I actually have no missed opportunities or wasted potential, but that's where I wanted to touch upon the change that I think is similar to what the Russo brothers did with Zemo. What James Gunn did with Ego in this movie, reinventing him, making him Peter's father, and giving him a body. So perfectly done.
Genius.
It kind of rewrites him, but also doesn't really. It complements the comic book version of him, but also elevating him to a celestial level thing.
Yep.
You know, we talk a lot on this podcast, and people in the fandom in general, when they're comparing the comic book version to the movie version, how comic accurate was it? And I've always said this, and I always will say this. I should have this on a t-shirt. What's done in the comics can't always translate well to a movie.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
And I'm sorry, but Ego the Living Planet into a movie would have looked ridiculous. And just like how Helmet Zemo would have looked a little ridiculous for that movie. But the way that they changed him while keeping the core elements of him and even nods to his comic book self with the planet, how it looked and how all of that stuff. Chef's kiss. Perfect. Amazing.
It elevates the whole movie too.
Yes.
And it makes that character relevant, and out of that takes that obscure, once again, James Gunn's great at this, very obscure, weird character to just be like, give it some real meaning. And he actually gave him a real good purpose in the MCU for at least one character, you know? So,
so well done. Yes. All right. So speaking of which, direction and production.
Yeah.
Why don't you dive right into this? I think you have more to say than I do.
Yeah, I'll dip right down through these real fast for you. And it's the director style. I think he said, hold my beer after he saw what the Russos did. And I don't think he quite hit the echelons as the Russos when it comes down to like Civil War or Winter Soldier, but it's definitely right in that same ballpark. And I think it showed, though, that you don't just need the Russos to make MCU movies this kind of quality. And I would argue that I think James Gunn may become the second best director of the MCU, to be honest with you. I mean, there's good ones. There's a lot of good ones, but he just is just each time. I mean, wait till we get to the third one, guys. Boy. You know what I mean? I don't know if I love it as much as this one, but I got to watch it again. I've only seen it a couple times, to be honest with you. So the third one I have not watched as much as I've watched the first two. So I might surprise myself because even watching this one again for like the 18th time, I've probably seen it because it's one of my personal favorites. I love it every time. And that third one, I know it hacks the emotion still, for sure. I remember that. The cinematography is great. It's pretty normal. Then, like, compared to the first, it's about the same. The action is awesome. I love the slow motion still shots that he does. There's a scene when Drax is jumping into the beast in the beginning, and when Star-Lord when he flies away from that membrane thing and he shows him shooting, it's almost like you could take a picture of it and have a poster, of it. I like that they choose to do that, which goes to speak for the CGI in this is a lot better. The quality of the CGI is really good. It feels very real. I like the very weird retro 70s, 80s vibe that Ego's planet has going for it, It's kind of cool, kind of speaks to like not only like Ego being as a personality, but almost like Kurt Russell's personality in its own way. And the music is great. Once again, he chooses music to fit the scenes, to fit the mood, to fit the theme of the movie. And then, of course, the regular themes of the music is, once again, it's not fantastic, but it's not beginning MCU stuff. So they still know we got good theme songs. We're going to keep them, And I like the Guardians theme songs. I think they're good. But once again, the soundtrack to this is phenomenal. All that music picked for is perfect. So that's how I feel about all the technical stuff. Over the direction and productions.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. For the music part in particular, is there any, and maybe if I'm jumping ahead and tell me if I am, but is there any specific scene in the movie that had the playlist play that you felt like, oh wow, he did this,
Yeah, definitely. The two that made me kind of like very happy they did it was definitely when they played Fleetwood Mac's The Chain earlier, and when Rocket and him are fighting, and Rocket says to him, or he says to Rocket, if you're getting everybody to want to hate you, then you're doing a good job, and then The Chain plays, and once again, this speaks to that whole Fleetwood Mac as a band were doing this to each other. They were sleeping around with each other, dating each other, cheating on each other, and they made music in order to like get back at each other, and they had to sing their own music to each other, and that was one of the songs. And like speaks to like whatever's going on in that little group that's so much turmoil. It speaks to them in that movie, but then at the same time, it's meta because it's in real life. That's what that band was like. So it kind of works that way. And Brandy, I think, is a great song because it's a hypocritical song. What's unique about that song is it's about this sailor who meets this woman at some dock, some random sea dock, and falls in love with her and uses her and then leaves. And then he claims, oh yeah, no, my life is out there in the sea, blah, blah, blah. And the whole idea is it sounds like a love song, but it really is a song about someone that is using someone to pass their time by because that's where they are and they're stuck in their ways and they're going to go do what they're going to do anyways and it wouldn't have mattered. And that the person that pays for it are these lovely women, or it's specifically Brandy, who has to have this memory of this guy who come in and changed their life and then took off. And it's exactly what Ego did to his mom. So not only is it the love part of it is what he did to her, but the deeper meaning of the song being that it's kind of a shame they do this to them is it's a shame that he did this to her, which is what him killing her and all that kind of speaks to. That in the end, the father-son song at the end they play when Yondu's funeral is happening is almost kind of like, I might be too on the nose this time for me to say it's genius, but it's a great pick. It's a great pick for that. Yeah. So those ones stick out to me the most.
Nice. No, I agree. I didn't know the depth of some of these songs. Like I know you would have, like you explained in the first Guardians retrospective, but the brand new one I totally got.
Yeah.
Because that was that. I loved how he explained it, and it made me curious about listening to the full song. Then you listen to the full song just on YouTube, pull it up, and be like, "Oh wow!" And then you see the similarities and everything. You're like,
It's funny that he even tries to manipulate Peter with it, saying, see, I love her, but this is my world. It's like, yeah, but that's by your choice, and that's kind of not what he says till the end. And then that's when Peter's like, you killed my mom. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it all turns into the real thing. So,
yep. Yeah, I agree. All right, now, guys, we're getting into hot takes.
I don't have a one. This is the first time I'm going to tell you. I guess my hot take would be this might solidify James Gunn as the second best director the MCU has had. I think people might consider that a hot take, so I will throw that in there as a hot take. Because I can't think of something I would do different or all that kind of stuff that would make a real hot take out of this, other than maybe saying that James Gunn proves that he knows what the hell he's talking about, which is why I still feel like no matter what happens in DC, until it really falls apart, it's in good hands at least. And if it doesn't work, then there's bigger things that happen and not him failing it.
Mm-hmm.
That makes anything. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I totally understand. You said my hot take earlier in the podcast. I put Star-Lord as one of the most tragic characters in all of Marvel.
Nice.
And you said it much better than I could, because I just put one of the most tragic. But yeah, I agree. He's like the second most tragic next to Thor.
Close to it, right? And there's a bunch that have a lot of tragedy, but close to it.
Even Mantis, to a degree, has a little bit of she's a little bit of a tragic figure. She goes from like this, she's this empath that's forced to soothe a narcissistic god, and then so her life is dysfunctional, and then all of a sudden she goes to another dysfunctional family that's trying to figure out where their stepping is. So I'm like, I kind of am curious on a little bit more of her origin. We get a little bit more of a taste in the third movie, which is nice, but it's she has a good role in the third movie. But anyways, we'll get there, guys.
We'll see more of her in the future.
Yeah, but she's one of those characters that definitely can easily come back and is welcome.
It wants to be back. People want her back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I agree. I think she's a good addition. But Star-Lord he definitely is one of the most tragic MCU heroes. And I think this gives me a little bit more of a better perspective of who his character is, especially when you get to that controversial, according to the internet, scene of Infinity War when he slaps Thanos. Because even Chris Pratt has said that people have come up to him at like conventions and whatever and say, "Why'd you slap him? You almost had him." Be like, you watch this movie. You get the point. Look what he's been through. Yeah, he's going to slap the shit out of somebody.
It's in his character to lose his cool.
Yes.
We see him do it often. So, yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. So, quick fire questions. Let's see. Oh, I missed a page. Answer fast. Don't overthink. Best scene of the movie for you?
This is going to surprise you. Best scene in the movie to me is Peter's and Drax's conversation about Drax telling Peter that he needs to find a dancer.
Ah.
And because as funny as that is and weird as that scene is, it's very metaphoric to like what they're talking about, because Gamora's not a dancer, but Peter is a dancer. And like physically really is, and metaphorically. And Drax isn't a dancer, and that's why he liked his wife. And of course, that's where the comedy comes in.
Yeah.
But if you really, then later on, when Peter and her are talking and they're slow dancing, Peter says, "Oh, look at you out here. Drax was wrong. You are a dancer." It's like there's something there that he brings something out of her that she does not know how to reconcile with. Because her whole life's been, surviving her life from Thanos. You know what I'm saying? Like it's watching her entire family be murdered by this big purple dude who took her on, and this is what he did. So she's not a dancer, which ultimately in the end, as much as their relationship is something we all love, they can't be together. And I think that it's genius that they're not at this point in time in the MCU. It's almost like it's like they shipped them off to get it done because that's the obvious thing, and then this is why it can't be, and later on to support that with things that happen later. It's like they're almost too perfect as a couple. It's not going to work though. Their worlds are too different. Their methods are too different. Even her saying, "If he gets me, you need to kill me." And Peter goes through with it because he will for her. But she, he's a dancer and she's not. And if he wasn't a dancer, he would have found a different way, right? And I think that's kind of
that's so good.
Yeah, I think it's deep. I do think it's that deep. Maybe I'm reading too much into it and y'all can laugh at me. I don't think so. When I watch him, that's what it makes me feel. I see that. So that's the best scene to me. Just because I took the depth of that, I'm like, this is a funny moment that's not supposed to be. And James Gunn does this well. He does this multiple times in Peacemaker, the show, where it's like, this is a really ridiculous thing. But when you really are listening, you go, I see what you did there. And he did it. See, he does it in Suicide Squad as well a few times. Well, I see what you did there. You turned something real goofy and weird into something that means a lot. And that meant a lot right there of their character, especially going forward.
That's very good.
Yeah. That's why he made the choice. That's why they made the choices to do what they did with these characters, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I wish I had thought of that. That was really good. That's a very good best scene in the movie. I just put Nebula and Gamora's fight with each other.
Yeah.
Not only is the action like top notch, but the emotional depth of them, of reconciling and becoming sisters again. That's big. That's a big moment for them. It's a big moment why I like both those characters, both of them, and they do it so well, and it was written so well.
That's up there.
Yeah. So, anyways, least best scene.
The Groot scene. I'm just gonna stick with that because that's one of the few things I can say is a problem for me. Is that just was a little too long of a joke.
Mine's in the same realm. I put the Ravengers laughing at Groot and kicking him around and pouring stuff on him.
Yeah, maybe unnecessary.
I thought that, especially for how they're pitching Baby Groot as this really good kid-friendly thing for it, and then taking it to... It's one thing when they poured stuff on him and he was mad, but when they start kicking him, I thought, okay, I think you pushed that envelope a little too far for that. I'm glad it didn't last. That scene didn't get extended or whatever, because that would have been hard to watch at that point. Anyways, best villain moment for you. I put the most obvious one when Ego revealed that he killed Peter's mom.
I had that one. I thought I'd do that one too. This is where I really elaborated on the idea that he's not really that evil. So I'm going to give his best moment is at the end when he begs Peter. Because it's like he realizes he doesn't have the power, that Peter's can stop him. And here he is, and he's begging him. It really just shows that what these villains... You don't see a lot of the villains do that. In that last moment, they usually like go right to the end, right? This really, I like this moment. It was a weaker villain moment than usual, and I think it's something that was very refreshing in this movie.
Okay, I see that. Yep. All right. Most punchable face.
So there's a lot of people in this that need a punch in the face. So I picked the one that for me never got their due. Okay, because everybody pretty much kind of gets their due that needs a punch in the face, except in the beginning when the Sovereign are chasing them and there's that one ship left and the guy's like trying to get him and they're like, yeah, keep going. And then he dies. The one guy who says, you suck. And he walks away. That guy needs a punch in the face. He was the last one. He followed them through the asteroid thing. Like the guy was kicking butt. And then Drax comes popping out and they're like, oh no. And then he gets hurt like that. What an idiot. No one punches
He did better than you.
Yeah, he did way better than that guy. Yeah. And he's like, I don't know if the guy's name was like Tom, right? He's like, you suck, Tom. And he walks away and I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? I suck. I'm the last one. Like, I don't know. I think that guy needed a good old sock to the noggin.
You should have come back with, what, did you lose the coins for your machine?
Yeah, something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I tried to have fun with it because there's a lot of easy ones to pick, but that one to me that one never did get a sock to the face or any kind of come up and so
you know what that character that was that last guy, the last golden boy there, he looked a lot like the bad guy, the bodyguard from Titanic.
He does.
When I was watching it, I kept thinking, maybe this is that same actor.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
I know it's not because I'm like,
are you that guy?
Time ago, but same characteristics. Anyways, so I have two. Taserface, which I feel like is an obvious one, but yeah,
if he didn't make me laugh so much, I would agree. But I don't want to punch him because it really did work every time.
Yeah,
I really thought he was funny. Like I thought the whole situation was funny. But I gotcha.
Yeah, and Sean Gunn.
See, the only other second one I would have chose would have been that other one, the other Ravager that you saw a lot that was being an idiot.
Oh, the long-haired one on the one side, like, hey.
Yeah, that guy
one. He needed a punch,
but he got an arrow through the chest. So
okay, it was done.
Yeah.
But I agree.
Yeah.
He was nasty.
He just every time.
And you know what? I really shouldn't be so hard on Sean Gunn's character there.
I feel like you are being. I got to be honest. I'm with you. It's all taste, but I got to be honest with you. I think I like his little moments. Like,
the one moment that I have to take a lot of that stuff back what I said about him because of this one moment that just clicked in my brain. When he goes to Yondu and he says, I didn't mean to cause a mutiny. They killed all my friends. I need to have more of a heart and be like, yeah, I mean, he did start it, but yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
He didn't understand what he did wrong.
Yeah.
You know, and he didn't mean for it to go that far.
No. That is a little horrifying when they were throwing them all out there just for
awful.
fun.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's awful stuff, man. There's some violent things for like a silliness.
But it just goes to the show that they're space pirates.
Yeah, that's what
they
do.
walk the plank literally.
Yeah,
so
literally. And I like that when Gamora is telling him what she's going to go do, and he goes, "Oh, well, I'm just thought maybe buy a nice purse or something." Yeah. That is funny. I just like that he just was like, "Okay, geez,
something pretty.
Yeah,
have fun there."
So you show the girls something pretty.
Yeah.
Girls. It's like it's because to me it's like she just definitely was the wrong time, the wrong person to go on that spiel with. You know, what I mean?
Yes.
She was like, "What the hell? I just start here."
So I take that back as most punchable face. So just for that, okay.
Yeah. So Taserface gets a good one.
Yeah, but I'll still hold you to it when we get to number 3. We'll find out how I feel about you.
Yeah,
all right.
We'll see.
One prop you take home.
I struggled with this one.
There's 2 I had, but the more I thought about it, I'm like, I really don't want that one. So I did come up with one, but it's not as unique.
What's that?
Yondu's fin thing. I liked it. I could see that on like you know, if we had a prop for each movie mantle type thing, I could see that there. But I struggled with it finding something. Maybe the batteries. That would be more for this movie in particular.
That was my first choice, is the batteries.
Yeah.
That, or maybe like a cool band of one of the bands that they put across Yondu's face.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be kind of neat too. The Ravager bands.
Yeah.
Ooh, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think that would be perfect. The Ravager patch that he gives.
Oh, Baby Groot.
Go look for the stuff. That would be cool to have a patch.
Yeah.
The Ravager sign. Let's go with that.
I can see that. Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. So, most underrated moment.
Well,
this section I'll say was the hardest for me.
I got 2. One is going to be shared with another one, and the only reason I'm going to, at least as an honorable mention for this part, because I think it fits in the other better, but is the talk with Drax and Star-Lord about dancers and non-dancers. But the second one, I really think it's underrated, the moment when Yondu's getting rejected by Sylvester Stallone's character right there in front of everybody. I think when you watch this movie, it's easy to just see this as a moment that goes by, but to see the deal that this really means, I know it plays out later in the end and people see it, but I think it's very underrated. I don't think it's talked about a lot, especially on Stallone's part. Because they say Stallone didn't really do much. It's like, yeah, but he did enough and it was just right. Like, it's all we needed, you know, and it's all we wanted to see. So I think that's the most underrated.
Yeah. No, I agree. I put for my underrated moments, not one specific moment, but just all the little parts of this whole film that showed their character arcs changing. Like, I feel like when I watch this movie, like in my head, I'm seeing this line go across of character arc, and all of a sudden they all perfectly sync up and line up at the end. And so it's all those little moments that I think people, and that it goes to the biggest misconceptions of this whole movie, that it's mid. That if you guys sit down and watch this movie, it's not mid. Every character has this arc in this movie that is so well balanced and well done that you're missing the whole point if you get to the end of this and say, it's not as good as the first. Be like, holy smokes, what world are you living in? Were you not watching the movie? You know, like, I get it, but actually, no, I don't get it. I don't get it. So, yeah, that's the underrated moment, is the whole movie. Basically. Overrated moment. What would you say?
I'm going to give it to Groot getting the wrong stuff again. Sorry, this is the one scene in this movie I could go without.
I agree. It's overrated. I get the comedic
it tends
tone.
To be the funniest one to everybody.
But like you said earlier, it would have been better if it was cut in half, time-wise.
Yes.
Save those extra couple minutes for another emotional beat somewhere.
Agreed.
You know? All right. Funniest moment.
So there's a lot of funny moments in this movie, but the one that I found, I'm sitting there watching, I even had my daughter from the other room, Morgan from the other room, yelled out, what are you laughing at? And I laughed out loud. I love it when they're sitting around and and they're talking about, and Drax realizes that Yondu is not Star-Lord's biological father. And they're just like, what? And then like, and Drax was just like, yeah, I thought he was always your dad.
Yeah, he looks just like you.
But, yeah, it looks just like you. And then it showed Rocket's face, and he literally was like, his eyes were like wide, and like the expressions in his face, and he goes, one of them's blue. Like, stop laughing. I'm laughing right now. It's so funny. Like, one of them's all blue. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's because their reactions to him is just the best. Like, I love that when they do that. And that one, to me, that made me laugh so hard. I'm going to give it to that moment because I really laughed out loud. I really did. There's lots of other ones, but that one really sticks out to me.
I always, and I know I already said it during this review, but it's the two that always pop into my head whenever I think of this movie is the family reunion thing. Family reunion.
Yep.
It's just perfect timing, and it wasn't corny or anything. And then when Drax just makes that offhanded comment of, did you make a penis? Well, he would smush your mother.
Yeah.
And then he goes into this, why do you Earth people think this is sick? My father always, every winter solstice talks about how he impregnated my mother.
Yeah.
Be like, and it's glorious. He'd be like, what the heck? Where'd it come from?
Yeah.
It's so crazy. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, that most emotional moment for you.
I think when Yondu calls out Rocket and they have this moment of catharsis, both of them, where he calls him out, but he also breaks open himself in the anger and giving this to, like, he's trying to tell this raccoon what's up. He ultimately ends up telling himself what's up at the same time. And that's when Rocket's like, are we just a pair? Because it's like, they just literally, like, you cracked us both open in the moment that needed to be. I thought that was probably, to me, there's a lot of good emotional moments in it, but I like that one. To me, that was like that was a hitter.
I get it. Yep. Mine is a little similar. Mine is when Rocket is verbally coming to the realization that he'll always have a family, no matter what bad stuff he does. And what's better in that moment is not just Rocket saying it; it's Peter reaffirming it by looking at him and saying, "Of course." Or you're right.
That's my second. Yeah, that's my second.
Because I think a lot of people, and maybe I speak to you out there that's feeling the same way. Maybe you have your own personal roller coaster emotions and moments that go up and down. You wonder if you belong, or if you're overthinking because you did something wrong, and it might not be that big of a deal, but to you in your head it is. Just having someone right there to just look at you and sympathize with you, or just to simply say, you're okay.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. And I think that was needed to be shown in this movie, especially for Rocket, after all they've been through in this movie and their arc together, that they still want to be friends of each other. That's really cool. So that's my most emotional moment.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's great.
All right. Final scores, y'all.
All right. Let's do it.
Ike, out of 2, what is the story for you?
2.
Yep, same here. Characters out of 2.
I'm going to give it a 2.
Yep. Action and visuals, I'm the same, by the way.
2.
Same here. Emotion and stakes.
2.
Yep, same here. Rewatchability and MCU impact.
So I'm going to give it a 1.5.
Okay.
The rewatchability is off the charts. I will say, out of all the MCU movies, this one really doesn't do anything to move the needle of how important it is to the wider story.
I agree.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing.
Exactly. So. Yeah. For those exact reasons, I gave it a 1 out of 2. The 1 for the rewatchability, the 0 for the other one, because there's not as much of an impact of this film.
Nothing in this actually that we need to remember at all later.
Yep. Maybe you can argue that this moment shared between Gamora and Nebula of Nebula coming to the good side, you can argue, but I also feel like that would have been inevitable given how Thanos treats them. So anyways, yeah. All right. Final scores. I can start off and say to you guys right off the bat, I'm giving this a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, me too.
That's a high score. I was almost going to give it a 9.5, but then I thought Winter Soldier's a 9.5, and I kept going back and forth. Is this Winter Soldier level that I have to be consistent with? And because of the one or two little flaws compared to Winter Soldier that virtually had no flaws, except for Hawkeye for you, but I digress. This movie is pretty darn good.
Yeah, I'm struggling with my score. I want to give it a 9, but I know I gave Winter Soldier 9.5.
I feel like with those two little fixes here or there, like the Baby Groot one, for instance, that would have made it a 9.5 easily for me.
Yeah, if this had shaved a little bit off of a couple jokes that went too long, and if it would have had maybe one moment in one of the emotional moments that took it the distance to really grab your gut, I think it'd be almost a 10.
Mm-hmm.
But because it just falls a tad short on the feels, I don't think there's anything in it that is said and done that's as meaningful as, Captain looking at Bucky saying, "I'm with you to the end." Oh God, it's heartbreaking. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And because this isn't a 10, but I'm going to give it a 9. I'm going to go with you. I'm going to call it a 9 too. Yeah.
All right, guys. So the official Goodell Multiverse score for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is 9 out of 10.
How awesome is that?
Yes. Yep.
Man.
It is. Oh, is there any one sentence final review you would give this film?
Yeah, this is James Gunn put himself on the map, y'all. Like, if you didn't know this guy was coming as a great director, now you know he's coming.
I couldn't have said it better myself. This really shows the true, how do I say this properly? Because I want to do these words justice and make them sound meaningful. This is a director who sees the bigger picture and says, I can do better and go the distance.
Yep.
And not that he did bad in the first one at all, but I mean, that he wants to always improve his game. And also, like I said, looking at the bigger picture, he was able to do that.
He stepped up to the plate.
He stepped up to it and he delivered. Mm-hmm. And anyone who calls this movie mid doesn't understand the MCU.
Yeah.
They don't understand
most people that call
depths.
this movie mid don't think Endgame's that good, and they also don't like Homecoming. And
can't help you guys. Sorry.
You're not coming to the picnic. Sorry, guys.
Yep. I don't know a therapist that can help you. All right. So, gosh.
Well,
what's left to do?
So, yeah, I mean, let's talk about what's next. I mean, hey, guys, we got our next episode coming up. We're going to be doing our back to a Branch Point breakdown, which is great. Branch Point review, which we're going to do Werewolf by Night. Mm-hmm. It's exciting. That was a lot of fun. I'm going to have fun doing that one. I've only seen it the one time, so rewatching it this week will actually kind of be fun. Mm-hmm. I'm actually looking forward to doing that. And then our retrospective is going to be Spider-Man Homecoming, which is I'm excited for because I can already tell you there's one real awesome scene in it that we're going to talk about a whole bunch of times.
Yeah.
And Sammy knows exactly what it is. Like, it's easy. So it's going to be a fun movie to talk about, I think. Yeah. And other than that, we'll have some multiverse minutes for you, and we'll have some rumor mill rundown to give you some up on the rumors of what's going on out there. And we're definitely going to talk about the rumor that we talked about earlier, the one with Doomsday and how Magneto might be fighting Spider-Man's villains.
That's an interesting rumor. I want to dive into that a little bit more too and see. So we give you a full in-depth view of what this rumor is.
Read the source of that, see what it is and what they're saying, and unfortunately, like we both kind of alluded to, well, they ain't got a chance. But
yeah, right.
It'd still be kind of fun to see him do it, So
yeah, we'll totally get to that. Yeah, I want to plug into you guys here real quick that our first X-Men film retrospective special is out on YouTube right now, and it soon will be, if it's not already at this point, available as the audio version of the podcast. We actually this weekend are going to be filming X2, X-Men United, the retrospective, which should be out by the end of July. We're getting ahead of the game a little bit because July could be a little bit busy, especially as we're getting into these retrospectives of the end of Phase 3. which
The big ones.
they require a lot more of our attention
Yeah.
than, unfortunately, Phase 4, 5, and 6. But we digress on that. We are excited. I know I am. I've already watched X2 twice now in preparation, once last week and once a couple days ago. I was really trying to focus, though, on Guardians to get ready. So you bet within the next 24 hours, I'm going to be watching that again to make sure I have fine-tuned my notes.
Yeah, I watched X2 yesterday. I'm going to watch it more so now that we're done with Guardians. I really wanted to focus on this one, but yeah,
Me too.
X2 it's a that opening scene.
So, guys, be sure to subscribe to our social media accounts. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook. We're on TikTok. We're on Instagram. Stream us wherever you stream. We're on Spotify, Buzzsprout, Amazon Music. You name it, we're there. So, thank you guys for tuning into the Goodell Multiverse podcast. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We'll see you next time. See you at the movies.